You are listening to Arctic Embers by Ava Martin, the abridged version of this sci-fi romance. In a world divided by hate, fate brought us together. When my cruiser crashed in the frozen desert of Qardho, I never expected to find my fated mate, Lady Tarsa. A highborn Boma, the very race my people have been feuding with for eons. But the moment our eyes met, the goddess tethered her soul to mine. With her father hunting us and danger at every turn, our escape into the icy wilderness becomes a battle for survival, and a love worth risking everything for. For the full unabridged spicy version, visit Ava's Stellar Kittens community on Ream or avamartin.com. Now, let's fall in love under the stars. Chapter 1. Everything was fine until we crashed. Kai. Turn on the thrusters, I ordered Aaron, my co-pilot, and the only Boma on the crew, and mentally detailed my tasks before the cruiser's takeoff. All had been checked off, and the systems were fully operational. Now, I just hoped for smooth sailing to our destination, the Margaroute, a battleship that would take my guests off my hands. The low hum of the thrusters pulsed even before Aaron's tense shout. "It's done, Lieutenant." His gaze was fixed intently on the hollow monitors. I maneuvered the cruiser off the fleet's docking station at Mariandalan City in Meru, where we had picked up the Boma commission we were transporting, and the scales on the back of my head prickled. Captain Joran was watching me. Annoyance soured my stomach. I couldn't stand that male. We went through the fleet academy together, and that twat always wanted to one-up me, and now that he had risen to captain, he wouldn't stop rubbing it on my face. I couldn't have cared less. The memory of receiving the mission order from Commander Devar was still fresh in my mind. When I learned Joran would be my commander officer during this mission, I clenched my jaw so hard that I feared I would crack a tooth. "Kai, I've got an assignment for you," announced Devar as he approached me, a smug grin plastered on his face. Just what I needed, another mission. I sighed inwardly and put on my best stoic expression. "Hit me with it, Commander." "You will transport a Boma commission and their families to the Margaroute, which is in orbit near Kamina Moon. The commission is participating in the Intergalactic Council meetings on planet Mavriko next week." Devar stopped talking and waited for my reaction. I merely lifted an eyebrow. "What's the catch?" I couldn't wipe the suspicion from my voice. Not because it was a Boma commission, which, in plain words, meant they were highborn lords, and rivalries and blatant racism between our races had always been the start of skirmishes and animosities, but because it couldn't be that simple. "Captain Joran will be commanding the mission," Devar drawled, his eyes narrowed, waiting for an outburst. Joran and I openly disliked each other, and it was well known among the officers, but I kept my face clear of any expression. "Of course, Commander. It seems simple enough." My sarcasm was thinly veiled, and I knew better than to argue. Whereas I wanted to roll my eyes, I kept them focused on the commander's intense gaze, determined not to show any signs of annoyance that he could later use to write me off or, worse, discipline me. "Good," he replied, clapping me on the shoulder. "I'm counting on you, Kai. Don't let me down." "Wouldn't dream of it," I muttered under my breath when he walked away. Transporting a Boma commission seemed a piece of cake compared to working under Joran's command. Highborn lords were notorious for being high maintenance, and their families? That just upped the ante by 1,000. But nothing compared to doing it while that idiot watched and nitpicked at my every move. I knew this wouldn't be a smooth flight, but I was an Ukuma pilot, damn it. I could handle anything thrown my way. Running my fingers over the various controls, I made sure everything was in perfect working order. With every button pressed and switch flicked, I visualized the upcoming journey, preparing myself for possible attacks. I was a warrior at heart. Even the mundane task of transporting passengers had to be approached with military precision. Especially when we were at war with the Zorgo, who wanted to take over our thorium mines. Raxo's solar system was the only place in the Kayaki galaxy where the mineral could be found, and the Zorgo had been fighting us over it for centuries now. In the past century, they almost managed to wipe us out with a biological attack that unleashed a virus on the entire solar system, killing millions of Raxans and Anvaris, especially females and young. But we were still here, and would be fighting them till the last of us was dead. All right, warriors, I announced through the intercom to the nav cabin while the cruiser's engine is roared to life. Strap in and hold onto your scales because we're about to see the stars. Non-stop service from Meru to the Margaroot. Keep to your tasks, Lieutenant. Joran's sharp voice reached my ears, but I ignored him. Here we go, I whispered to Aaron, gripping the controls with confidence, my retractable claws clicking against the buttons beneath my fingers. I engaged the thrusters, feeling the cruiser's raw power the moment it shot off and launched into space. My heart raced with excitement. Piloting was one thing I could always count on to remind me that I was alive. Aaron's blue eyes locked with mine, and he whispered back, "Excellent takeoff," with a mocking face. "Bite me." "You wish." He stared at his controls, well aware of Joran's eyes on us, watching from across the weapons station where he conferred with Noir. "Orbit transition in progress," I spoke on my comm to the cabin as soon as we reached orbit around Raxos. The sight of the 3 planets, Raxos, Andvari, and Rakt, never ceased to amaze me. Our solar system was beautiful, complemented by our 3 moons, and the Zorgo wouldn't take it from us. I believed in the goddess Kayaki, and she wouldn't abandon us, not when we needed her the most. Joran grunted, not willing to recognize my skill in manually maneuvering the cruiser into space transition without catching on fire, the fool. I inwardly cursed Commander Devar for putting Joran on this mission. My eyes strayed to the holo monitors to check the systems, and my heart stilled. "What is that?" I pointed to the holo monitor on the far left, adrenaline coursing through my veins. My words were out of my mouth when the cruiser's warning alarms flared up, filling the cabin with a drilling noise that made my gut tighten. Joran shouted, "Shields up!" Aaron's hand slammed on the shield button at the same time I did it. "Zorgo, attack!" he bellowed, his light brown face flushing red with anger. "No shit, genius," I spat back, my ebony fingers pounding over the console, setting a new course to evade the missile coming at us. Nervous energy coursed through me, and I again wished someone else was on the command today. Getting caught in a battle with that idiot giving orders was the last thing we needed. Joran's voice sounded over the entire cruiser's comms. "This is Captain Joran. We are under attack. Take your places at the ready on your designated escape pods. I repeat, we are under attack. Follow your safety instructions." The cruiser shuddered when the first missile hit true and threw me forward. The straps of the seatbelt dug into my flesh, the only thing keeping me seated. From the corner of my eye, I caught another alarm on my right holo monitor. "Captain, energy levels lowered to 30%. Our shields won't last," I gritted out, expertly maneuvering through the hail of enemy fire and evading another missile coming toward us. I was born for this, to protect my people and ensure their safety in the vast expanse of space. But deep down, beneath the bravado and the thrill of the chase, I couldn't shake the feeling that there had to be more to life than this endless cycle of violence. The war with the Zorgo, the animosities between Boma, Ukuma, and even Andvari while we all belonged to the same solar system. When would this end? Were we born to fight until we died? Would I ever find peace in my lifetime? I was bone-tired of it but couldn't see a way out. I was a warrior, a fleet pilot, and my skills were valuable to our people. A twinge of envy for my father made me feel ashamed of myself. He at least had the chance to meet my umami and live happy cycles with her. Would I, or any male in this cabin, have the same luck? I doubted it, and the thought made my gut sour. "Noir, status report," Joran demanded, his tone sharp and urgent. "My team is unable to hit the target, sir. The Zorgo seem to have a stronger shield and are using stealth mode. We can't pinpoint their exact location." Noir finished, hitting another missile coming our way. "Send a mayday to the Margarout," Joran barked at Aaron. "Kai, take us out of here." With a magic wand? Like that wasn't what I had been trying to do the whole time. A barrage of enemy fire lit up the darkness of space around us, and no matter how hard I tried to evade the onslaught, fate seemed to have other plans. An explosion rocked the cruiser, clattering my teeth. Blood rushed to my ears when something like thunder reverberated under my feet. I fought to maintain control, my heart pounding like a war drum. "Shields are failing, Captain," I screamed under the alarms, unsure if Joran could hear me. My gaze dropped to the hollows, and my jaw clenched. "We've lost 2 thrusters, sir," I gritted out, my fingers flying over the controls. "I'm taking us back to Raxos." Was that my decision to make? No. But I wouldn't wait until Joran got us killed. He hesitated for a sec before nodding. "Can you do it without breaking us apart?" His voice was grave, but had a hint of superiority and challenge. I closed my eyes for a sec to breathe. I wouldn't respond to the shithead. No. At that moment, Joran wasn't my enemy. He was my captain, my commanding officer, and I had to let his comments roll over my scales. After another deep breath, I kept my anger tightly leashed. Yes, that's what I would do, at least until we got out of this mess. "Let's find out," I muttered, more to myself than to him. The weight of their gazes on me was stifling. I didn't want to think their lives rested in these claws of mine. All cycles battling in the fleet had taught me I couldn't afford to fail. And up until now, I had only wrecked 1 cruiser without repair. This wouldn't be my last. My hands flew over the controls, guiding us into evasive maneuvers while Zorgo fire peppered our tail. The cruiser banked sharply, nearly skimming the wing of a satellite as we slipped past it. Alarms blared a warning just as another thruster took a direct hit, and the nav cabin lights flickered. I gripped my station, claws digging into the metal. We just needed a little more time. "Entering upper atmosphere," I called out. The cruiser groaned under the strain the moment we plunged into Raxos's grasp. The Zorgo ship surprisingly held back, choosing not to follow us through the turbulent descent. It was unlikely they feared the atmospheric turbulence. More plausible was that the Zorgo had bigger targets in their sights. Our lone damaged cruiser wasn't worth the pursuit effort. But I couldn't focus on that now. We weren't out of danger yet. The control hollow sparked and went dark. Our last functioning thruster was failing. I pulled desperately at the unresponsive controls, trying to slow us as the ground rushed up. The cruiser spiraled toward the planet's surface, the intense heat of re-entry scorching our unshielded hull, just as the craft careened toward the southern hemisphere of Raxos. Lights flickered back in, and I mercilessly squashed the relief threatening to invade my chest. We weren't safe yet. I pulled at the controls, forcing the only working thruster to lower our speed, but it was still too fast. All I could do was pray to Kayaki as the icy continent of Qardho loomed closer. "Brace yourselves," I shouted. Arin's eyes locked with mine, and I stilled. The cruiser hurtled toward the surface at breakneck speed. "Kai, if we survive this, I promise I'll never doubt your piloting skills again," he quipped, but his voice shook. "Knock it off," I growled. "You aren't dying yet." A small smile tugged at the corners of my mouth in contrast with the tightening in my gut. We held our gazes as the cruiser slammed into the icy terrain with a deafening crash, plowing a deep furrow before finally screeching to a halt. For a moment, all sound disappeared, and time stood still. Suddenly, all was chaos. Alarms blared, and people groaned and cried. The powdered snow settled outside, and my eyes darted to the viewport, where the sun reflected on the mountain peaks and cold air rushed into the cabin. A breath whooshed out of me when I realized we had made it. Dazed, I stared at Aaron, who looked shocked, but undeniably alive. "I said you weren't dying yet," I whispered, taking in the damage to the navigation cabin. Holomonitors flashed red, showing the failure of the navigation systems. Consoles had shifted place, some hanging over our heads. Cables lay unplugged and damaged, and the sight of Joran's darkening bruise on his forehead was the only thing that made me smile. "Cocky bastard. I don't know how you pulled off that landing, but I'm not complaining," Aaron rasped, words nearly lost amidst a fit of hacking coughs as smoke began to fill the cabin. The noxious fumes only dissipated when the bitter chill of Qardho's atmosphere came seeping through the damaged hull. "You call that a landing?" Joran scoffed. "You destroyed the cruiser. Couldn't you have aimed for Meru or Embu?" Joran's snarky question brought my eyes to his green, burning gaze, and I bristled.
Chapter 2. Are you dead, my lady? Tarsa. The cruiser shuddered violently, the blaring alarms grating on my already frayed nerves. My eyes searched frantically for my father, and dread pooled in the pit of my stomach at seeing his escape pod still empty. "He is fine, my lady." Miala's voice was tight, but had a hint of pity. I hated it when she spoke to me in that tone. "You don't know that," I snapped at her, the shoulder straps biting into my flesh as the ship jolted. Suddenly, we were in free fall, the contents of my stomach threatening to come out. "I'm sorry, Miala," I started, shutting my eyes and breathing deeply to keep from being sick. Remorse bit at my conscience. "I didn't mean to be rude," I shouted over the roar in my ears. Miala was more than just my trusted maid, only 2 decades older than me. She was my best friend and confidant. "You weren't," she shouted back, closing her eyes, her face paling. "Besides, I'm confident Lord Terran is strapped to someone else's pod," she muttered the last part, but I still heard it. I understood Miala's reservations about my father, but she didn't know him like I did. Everyone always saw the Lord, the politic, and their master. Only I got to see the loving and caring father, and I had quit trying to make her see him like he really was. A good person who only wanted the good for our people. "Do you think we are going to die?" Miala asked, her voice small. "No one is dying here," I growled, but my heart stopped when we hit the surface and crashed down, my head snapping violently up and down. My fang caught my tongue, and I barely held back a curse. With eyes squeezed shut, I started praying to Kayaki to guide the pilots and align the stars to keep us safe. The cruiser came to an abrupt stop, and I tentatively opened one eye. Had my prayer reached the goddess? That was quick. I sent up another in thanks, just to be sure. "Are you dead, my lady?" Miala's shrill voice cut through the silence after the crash, oddly comforting in its familiarity. "By the goddess, Miala, no one is dying," I said, exasperated. I stumbled out of the escape pod, my head pounding like 1,000 drums had been etched there. My neck was battered and bruised. But honestly, I'd had worse mornings. Sometimes dealing with my father was worse than crashing a cruiser. I looked down at my wristcom and saw we had crash-landed in Qardho. I exhaled in relief, staggering on my feet. At least we were still in Raxos. No one was crazy to attack us in our territory. Plus, Qardho was an ice desert, and not even the Zorgo were that bold. "Tell that to Kalasir," Miala said, unbuckling her straps. She motioned to one of my father's assistants across from our pods. He had lowered the plexiglass door of his escape pod, which now lay shattered on the floor. A shard of glass was stuck in his right leg, blood seeping through his green pants. Kalasir, who had his eyes closed, opened them and glared at Miala. "Oh, I guess he is not dead after all," she muttered, a sheepish grin crossing her face. She opened her pod's door and crossed the hallway to Kalasir's side, carefully avoiding the shards of plexiglass on the floor. Kalasir watched her warily through slitted eyes as she retrieved an emergency blanket from the first aid kit in his pod. "This should help keep you warm," Miala said, gently draping the insulating blanket over his shoulders. "And alive," she added under her breath, eliciting an indignant huff from the injured male. Kalasir winced as he shifted, pain clearly etched on his face. "Thank you," he whispered hoarsely to Miala through gritted teeth. I hurried over to where Miala was tending to him. He looked increasingly worse, and his light brown scales had turned an alarming pale. "Sometimes I wonder if it would be worth renaming you," I said to Miala, frustration creeping into my tone. I knelt beside her and the male. "Your name means the quiet one. Why can't you act like it?" The sharp metallic scent of Kalasir's blood reached my nostrils, and my stomach lurched. The male clearly needed urgent care, not idle chit-chat. "You know my parents named me Miala. Because you didn't cry as a baby." "I know," I finished for her, having heard the story so many times it felt like my own. "You were saving your voice to pester me." I reached out to help move Kalasir, but he rasped in protest. "No, my lady, don't do that." His eyes squeezed shut with the effort of speaking, scales paling further beneath congealing yellow rusty blood. "Could you call for a nyanga?" he pleaded weakly. I hesitated, not wanting to cause him more pain, but unsure how else to help. "I can do that," Miala said, strands of her white blonde hair coming loose from her bun. Will you be all right here? She eyed the other males, unstrapping themselves and emerging slowly from their pods. On second thought, she tilted her head meaningfully toward them. They can wait here with Kalisir while you come with me to find a Nyanga. I glanced uncertainly at Kalisir's ashen face, then back at the men gathering. Their muted murmurs and the scrape of shuffling feet on the metal floor echoed through the confined space. In unspoken agreement, I pulled the pink ribbon from my hair, letting my white blonde curls tumble down my back. I wrapped the ribbon around Kalisir's leg as a makeshift tourniquet, tightening it to slow the bleeding. Yes, and we need to find my father, too, I said, anxiety creeping into my voice. Do you know where Lord Terran might be? I asked Kalisir. His breath came in ragged gasps, a sheen of sweat coating his forehead. We needed to hurry. Yes, Lady Tarsa, he panted. Lord Terran had a meeting with Lord Sinzak. My hand paused briefly while tying the knot around his leg, a flicker of unease passing through me at the mention of my father's political rival. No, they had scheduled talks today. I pushed the nagging thoughts aside and turned to the others, my breath frosting the frigid air. Is everyone okay? Their grumbled assents blended with the sharp scent of leaking engine fluid and Kalisir's blood. I shivered against the cold, but it was the dread in my stomach that I struggled to squash down. Lord Sinzak was my father's political enemy. According to father, Sinzak was trying to gain influence to take his place on the royal council. I clenched my fists, hiding the trembling in my hands as I stood up. Why father had agreed to bring Sinzak to the intergalactic council meetings was beyond me. A sharp sting in my arm made me look down. Scratches ran down my arms, skin showing through the torn sleeves of my dress. My once pristine white blonde hair hung loose and tangled, flecked with dirt and shards of plexiglass. But my main concern was ensuring everyone was unharmed. The decreasing temperature inside the crashed cruiser was dangerous. We needed to stay warm, and worry for my father gnawed at my insides. We are fine, my lady. We can stay with him. Omuk, another of father's assistants, said, gesturing toward Kalisir. His eyes scanned over me rapidly, assessing for injuries. Seeing the scratches marking my arms, he hurried over, his eyes widening in alarm. You're hurt. Here, let me take a look, he fussed, reaching for my arm before I gently pulled it away. Don't worry about me, I waved dismissively. Please, go check on the others and get warm blankets for anyone who needs them. I nodded to the rest of the passengers. Many were still trapped in their pod's restraints. We had more pressing priorities than my scratches. Taking charge was crucial. That's what father would do, wasn't it? Miala pulled at my hand, and we hurried to the medbay. Her disapproving eyes scrutinized my disheveled appearance. Maybe we should stop at your cabin first to freshen you up, she suggested, lips pursed. Lord Terran won't be pleased to see you looking so unkempt. I shook my head firmly. Absolutely not, and glared at her, quickening my pace. There's no time for that. Father may be injured and need help. That takes priority. My torn dress and dirt-streaked hair would have to wait. Propriety be damned. Miala's face scrunched, lips thinned, and her blue gaze held mine in defiance. I stood my ground and stared back at her, eyebrow raised. After a few tense heartbeats, she sighed in frustration. Softening my voice, I brushed a lock of wayward hair off my face. His complexion was a little dark this morning. He might need to take his pills, I pleaded. Of course, my lady, she replied with a dry tone. I chose to ignore it, but inwardly conceded that she might have a point. As my maid, she would bear the brunt of my father's wrath over my disheveled appearance. Me being a highborn lady, father expected to match me to a Boma lord of equal or higher standing. In his opinion, I should always look presentable, though at the moment, propriety felt trivial given the circumstances. Despite Miala's strong disapproval, I had accepted my fate. Fated mates were rare among the nobility. My matehood would be politically calculated. She didn't understand it, but I was fortunate my father hadn't broached matchmaking yet. Likely because I often assumed my late umami's hosting duties, which he relied upon, but especially because he hadn't found a mate with enough standing at court. While Miala fretted over decorum, my priority was ensuring my father and his men were safe. I could endure his temper later if it meant helping him now. We continued through the wreckage, and I was glad everyone I saw had been on an escape pod. At least there, we had been protected from debris and equipment falling on our heads. Then I remembered Calasir and grimaced. Well, at least the majority had been protected. "Ow!" I exclaimed, stumbling over a sharp piece of debris. Miala's arms shot out and caught me before I could hit the ground, cradling me gently. "Be careful, my lady," she chided, forehead creasing with worry. "Are you injured?" "Nothing that a little rest won't fix," I assured her, though I knew I was lying to myself. The throbbing pain in my neck only intensified. "Still," Miala insisted, helping me regain my footing. "We should get you looked at once we've found Lord Terran." She eyed me suspiciously, but seeing my expression sour, she added quickly, "I'm sure he's all right." Her reassuring words did little to quell my worry. Father had seemed unwell this morning, moody and prostrate. Whatever ailed him often caused such unpredictable shifts. With the trauma of the crash, I feared finding him in an even worse state. Until I could lay eyes on him and assess his condition, the anxious knot in my stomach would remain. "Fine," I conceded, knowing arguing with Miala was futile. "But first, we help Calasir." I gestured toward the medbay, where a flurry of activity showed my assessment had been too optimistic. Wounded warriors filled the room, all Nyangas occupied. I weaved between cots and rushed to one Nyanga's side, urgency underlying my words as I directed him to Calasir before the warrior bled out. Irritation flashed in the Ukuma's eyes at my insistence. I gritted my teeth, holding back further complaints. Antagonizing him wouldn't help Calasir. With a resigned sigh, the Nyanga set down his blood-soaked rags and stalked from the room to treat my father's assistant. I watched him depart, tension coiling through me. Even though I wanted to follow the Nyanga, I would only be in his way and slow him down. "You should report him to Lord Terran. That was poor behavior from a Nyanga." Miala fumed. I put a hand on her arm, shaking my head almost imperceptibly. "Don't." I pulled her out of the medbay. "We need not stir up more drama. Look at where we are. Everyone will be on the edge. It's better to let it go." "It's been centuries, but the Ukuma still think they are better than us," Miala huffed, staring daggers at the Nyanga's back as we turned down the corridor. She crossed her arms, lips pressed thin. "I'm tired of the disrespect." "Me too, my friend. Me too," I said wearily, feeling the weight of cycles fighting the Ukuma's racism and favoritism. My father was the only Boma lord on the royal council, now Raxos's ruling body since King Zawul's death months ago. We wound through the ruined cruiser, and I recounted the disdain constantly aimed at me by court ladies, though their contempt was subtle compared to the Nyanga's open disrespect. I sighed. Who was I kidding? It wasn't like the Boma didn't repay the Ukuma's disdain in kind. Neither side was willing to bury the hatchet and just live in peace. Sometimes I wondered if that wasn't why the goddess of the universe, Kayaki, decided to punish us by not horning a new king. It had been months since King Zawul's death, and without a crowned monarch, the entire solar system had been launched into chaos. The royal council tried to maintain order, but their authority was fractured. Everyone expected the goddess to anoint a new king by turning his horns to gold as she had done with previous kings. But so far, it hadn't happened. With no clear ruler, political games and pretentious scheming had grown unchecked. I was tired of dealing with the self-serving highborns and their machinations. I eyed Miala warily, assessing if she would agree. "Don't you think we should split up and look for father?" I suggested casually. "No!" Miala crossed her arms again, stopping to a halt, her face hardening stubbornly. "I am not leaving you alone in a ship full of Ukuma warriors at a crash site." I sighed, shoulders slumping. Arguing was futile once she wore that stony expression. Most Boma and Ukuma were decent, wanting only peace. But pressing that point with Miala now would get me nowhere. "Let's start by the viewing room and eating station. That's where father likes to hold meetings while traveling," I said, pushing down my worries for now. I hoped Miala was right, and he was unharmed. What would I do without him? I never met my umami, as she died bringing me into this world. Father was all the family I had left. No, I couldn't think that way. He had to be okay. I blinked back the sting in my eyes and set my shoulders, feigning a confidence I didn't feel. Moving briskly, I continued down the corridor toward the eating station. Miala kept pace, her presence reassuring at my side.
Chapter 3, Sparkling Embers. Kai. I bit my tongue, barely keeping the torrent of curses at bay. Had Joran been drinking Sura wine to be so bold? I will write my report, Captain. I held Joran's gaze unflinchingly, refusing to be the first to break eye contact. My rigid posture and clenched fists betrayed the anger boiling inside me. You can write yours. I let the words hang between us, relishing the flicker of doubt in his eyes. I paused for another heartbeat. I'm sure you know so much more about piloting than me. Each syllable dripped with disdain. Joran's face darkened, but he held his tongue. We both knew my record spoke for itself, no matter what falsehoods he wrote. Besides, what could he possibly claim that the rest of the crew would not immediately refute? Another tense beat passed before Joran's green eyes flashed with anger, and he turned to face the rest of the crew. "Status report," Joran barked at them, surveying the chaotic scene. His voice cut through the chorus of pained groans and the cruiser's creaking protests. My lips curled in disgust, as if he hadn't just been in the same crash that still left my heart pounding. How could that arrogant twat act so oblivious to the peril we barely escaped? Pretending we had a chance up there wouldn't make it so. I scanned the scattered crew as they struggled to comply, taking stock of injuries while quelling my shakes. Joran may strut about, playing captain, but I was the pilot, damn it. How that fool was ever deemed fit to lead was beyond me. "Navigation's down," Aaron grumbled, rubbing his temples as if he were trying to shake off the lingering dizziness. "We're stuck here until we figure out how to fix it. Plus, the hull is damaged, and we might need to set up a camp before restoring the environment." "Great. Just what I needed," I muttered under my breath, flexing my claws with a hint of nervous energy. I glanced around the cabin, taking in the shattered plexiglass and sparking control panel cables. It wasn't pretty, but considering the alternative, being cozy inside a fiery inferno, I'd take it. "If you are still breathing, get your ass off here and go help the passengers. Take the injured to the medbay. Aaron, contact the warriors' camps in this goddess-forsaken place. And Kai." Joran paused as if inspecting me for my worthiness. "I assume you sent a distress signal to Embu City and Mariandalin Fleet's bases?" "Yes, Captain," I gritted out through clenched teeth. My breath fogged in the frigid air as we locked eyes, neither willing to concede. I held my tongue against the sharp retort poised on its edge. He didn't need to admonish me. I knew my duties. My fists tightened as I pictured slamming one into that smug face. But once more, Joran broke eye contact first. "Assess the damage and report back to me," he threw over his shoulder. "I'll see how our guests are doing." With that, he turned and strode from the nav cabin, boots ringing sharply against the metal floor. I stood motionless, jaw clenched, glaring daggers into Joran's retreating back. I wished to slam that arrogant fool against the wall and remind him he was nothing more than a pretender disguised as a captain. But no, that's just what he wanted, to goad me into lashing out so he could reprimand me. Well, I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. As tempting as it was to wipe that smug look off his face, I had too much self-control to take his bait. Joran could play captain all he wanted, but we both knew the truth. He was an imposter, promoted beyond his competence through family connections rather than merit. I almost pitied how desperately he asserted his hollow rank. Almost. But pity wouldn't get this damaged cruiser flying again. Right now, we were in deep shit, and I had critical work to do. I spun on my heel, putting Joran out of my mind. The groaning of strained metal and sputtering consoles drew my focus, but the unnerving silence around me made me lift my eyes. The entire cabin crew stood motionless, gawking at me. Aaron and Noar exchanged wide-eyed looks charged with tension. Have you lost your mind? Aaron hissed, shoulders rigid. You can't just defy the captain like that! Nuar chimed in, clenching his jaw so tight I could see the muscles pulse. We're barely clinging to life down here, and you're taking his bait again? He shook his head, disappointment emanating from his scales. You heard him? I seethed, glaring at them as anger coiled tightly in my gut. What else could you have done to avoid crashing with only one functioning thruster, Aaron? I shifted my gaze to Noar. Could you have landed in Meru or Embu? I whisper-shouted, holding his gaze. After a tense beat, shame flickered across Noar's ebony face. Hell, Kai, he sighed heavily. Just don't take his bait. You know Joran can career, and you still fight him. I held up a hand, scales bristling. Never mind him. We've got more important problems. I gestured sharply to the cruiser's darkened hollows. Help me stabilize the power coupling so we can reroute auxiliary power and restore basic systems. Aaron obliged, movements tense and efficient, but Nuar hesitated, his green warning glare boring into me. I chose to ignore it. Soon, he would see there was nothing I could do to stop Joran's dislike of me. It wasn't as if I had fuzzy feelings for the Ukuma, so we were even as long as he didn't mess with me. In the ship's nav cabin, experience and know-how ruled, not rank. I shivered, not just from the icy air biting at my scales. The thought of being completely cut off from civilization and stuck following that idiot's orders crawled down my spine like a particularly nasty parasite. Hey Kai, you're the tech whiz here, right? Aaron asked, warming his arms with his hands. Tech whiz might have been pushing it, but I nodded. What do you need? Give me a hand with this piece of shit, will you? He motioned his head to the cruiser's comm console. I can't reach anyone at the Warriors' camp. I stared at it. Even with smoke coming off the console, the comm was still on and operational. Let me see it, I said, bending over, my fingers fumbling with numbness. We would have to restore the cruiser's environment system first if we didn't want to freeze our off. I shot a Mayday message to the nearest Warriors' camp, but only static reached my ears. That's strange. Are you sure you set up the right codes? I asked as I verified the coordinates of the 2 Warriors' camps in Qardho to guard. What? I didn't know. Not even the Zorgo were crazy enough to breach the ice continent. Besides fish and some fauna, there were only dormant volcanoes and fuckety cold, freezing temps here. Were they the right codes? Aaron's smug tone didn't faze me. He was an annoying little shit. Yes. I shifted to check if the distress signals I sent to Embu and Meru had gone through. I breathed as my eyes scanned the unable to deliver signal on my holo monitor. Nothing. No response. Not even the faintest whisper of a connection. My chest tightened with dread. What? Naur and Aaron asked at the same time. We are stuck here without comms. There's a shield preventing us from sending messages. I paused, not liking the next steps, but knowing I couldn't avoid it. Who wants to tell that to Joran? I growled. Aaron jumped back and Nuar grinned, shaking his head. Cowards, I hissed. Better you than me, brother. Nuar's grin widened as he backed away. Just make sure you are gentle when telling him. I huffed and stared at him. Gentle my ass. But even so, I did not want to talk to the twat again today. Damn the Zorgo, I muttered under my breath, feeling my claws scrape against the comm console. What would they want in Qardho? It's a cold desert. Better start walking, or the captain will blame you for not telling him sooner, Aaron quipped, joining Nuar at the weapons station. Great, I muttered under my breath, wondering what the hell that arrogant moron would blame me for now. The acrid smell of scorched electrical fires tickled my nostrils as I made my way through the dimly lit corridors of the wrecked cruiser. Sparks sporadically rained down from exposed and damaged control panels overhead, forcing me to duck and weave as I walked. The frigid air pierced my lungs with each breath, leaving a frosty chill in my chest. With each step I took through the wreckage, my dread grew as my thoughts kept spinning around the fact we were alone here. I wasn't certain my message to the Margaroot went through, but by now, Embu and Meru would have known we went down and landed in Qardho. However, without comms, how would they find our signal? It could be rotations before a rescue party reached us. I found Joran in the eating area, where a fleet's Nyanga tended to a warrior with a wound on his chest from a metallic piece that had lodged there. Ukuma warriors with visible wounds were strapping the male to a stretcher, and the sight of their yellow rusty blood made my stomach lurch. One warrior had a broken horn that was particularly nasty looking. Joran looked at me questioningly. I motioned for him to speak privately, unwilling to discuss sensitive matters in front of the two Boma lords vying for his attention. Lords Taran and Kinzak had over 15 rings adorning their horns, indicating they had passed their 15th decade. They wore fine robes that contrasted with their pale skin. Lord Taran had grown portly, while the cunning Lord Sinzak had a hardness to him that set my instincts on edge. "You can talk in front of them, Lieutenant." Joran's voice was condescending, as if I were his inferior. "This is sensitive information, sir," I gritted out, but Joran arrogantly dismissed my request for discretion with a wave of his hand. "Speak freely, Lieutenant Kai. Lord Taran and Lord Sinzak have clearance," he barked. "What is it?" His impatience was a blatant disrespect to my rank, and Lord Sinzak raised an eyebrow. Lord Terran reeked of exotic spices and something fouler I couldn't place, an acrid stench that made my nostrils sting and tingle with the urge to sneeze. The gaudy golden rings adorning his curved horns clinked softly as he turned his head. His sky-blue eyes harbored a hint of red around the edges, as they glazed but pierced into me. Sharp-eyed Lord Sinzak stood rigid as a statue, coiled tension radiating from him like a serpent poised to strike. His piercing gaze raked over me, lingering on my sword before meeting my eyes and holding them for a tense beat. Those cold blue eyes promised violence barely restrained as they flicked back to Joran. Inwardly I smiled. The captain was getting on Sinzak's wrong side, and I was here for it. Still, the presence of both lords set my nerves on edge, scales prickling. Despite the temptation, disobeying Joran while under their scrutiny was too risky. Swallowing back a snarling retort, I lowered my gaze, shackled by politics and propriety. Keeping my tone even and emotionless, I reported, "Something's blocking our signal. We can't reach Meru or Embu, and attempts to contact the warriors' camps here in Qardho have also failed." I kept my face expressionless as I delivered the news. My solemn words landed like rocks in a pond, sending out ripples of unease amongst those close enough to overhear. Joran's expression remained stony, but I glimpsed a flicker of uncertainty in his flinty eyes. We were stranded on a frozen frontier, our distress calls unheard. But I would be damned before I let him see me rattled. Lord Terran broke the tense silence, voice cracking as he demanded, "What do you mean something is blocking our signal?" We all paused, swiveling to stare at the Lord's outburst. Terran's eyes darted about the room like a cornered animal. His light skin flushed crimson with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, Terran repeated the question, forcing a semblance of authority into his tone. But the quiver beneath the bravado betrayed his unease. He tugged at the collar of his robes with a trembling hand. I eyed him sideways, my face blank, but my gut revolted with disdain for such a weak creature. The blood trickling down his nose didn't seem to have been caused by any visible injury, and I narrowed my eyes, watching him carefully. "I mean, my lord, that the Zorgo are probably blocking the skies with a comm shield. Nothing can go out, nothing can come in." My dry tone didn't go unnoticed by Lord Shinzak, who smirked, his light blue eyes sparkling with something I couldn't place. Joran growled and started pacing, ignoring us, until he came to a stop, glancing at me with a malicious glint in his eyes. "Take Boran to the nearest warriors' camp. They must have a way to communicate with Embu City." He barked the order as if it was a brilliant idea. A throat clearing made us all turn our heads to Lord Sinzak. He cocked his head to look at Joran. His white blonde hair, plaited in an intricate braid, circled the base of his pointy horns, giving him an authoritative air. "Haven't you said Lieutenant Kai was piloting the cruiser, Captain? Would it be wise to send the pilot that managed to land us, after we had been hit by enemy fire, away on a 2-rotation trip on a skimmer?" The room fell silent, as if everyone had been listening to our conversation, though no one looked at us. I sighed. Warriors were a bunch of gossipers, and in no time everyone would know Kinzak, a Boma, had put the Ukuma captain in his place. Though I felt vindicated, I knew this could cause a slew of other problems we didn't need. Joran huffed but paused. Maybe you are right. We may need him here. He spat, looking at me with contempt. Send Aaron in your place. He is a pilot too and is responsible for comms. Boren is the best tracker we have on board, so if they get lost, he will find his way back here. Yes, sir. I understood Joran's motive for choosing Aaron. As the only Boma warrior on the team, sending him out into the frozen tundra was Joran's way of getting back at Sinzak. That thick-headed twat just didn't get it. I'd had enough of his foolishness to last a lifetime. I nodded briskly to the lords, moving to carry out the orders. But then a waft of floral perfume with a spicy undertone reached my nostrils. I stilled, my scales raising at the melodic voice that caressed my ears. Father, there you are. I was so worried. Are you injured? My eyes snapped to the speaker as she glided from the hallway towards the eating area, hips swaying seductively in a chest-hugging pink dress. Her concern wrapped around me like silk, even though it wasn't directed at me. I stood paralyzed at the entrance, blindsided by her radiance. The heady aroma of blossoms trailed in her wake, instantly emblazoning in my memory. Each breath filled my nostrils with her sweet and spicy perfume as she gracefully approached the door. She kept walking, maybe expecting me to move, until she collided with me. I'm sorry, Her voice trailed off as her brilliant blue gemstone eyes found mine. The breath was stolen from my lungs. Blood roared in my ears, muting all other sounds. It was as though the universe had narrowed down to just her and me alone. My heart pounded wildly, and an invisible thread on my chest pulled me to her. A deep vibration followed, thrumming through my veins and straight to my My breathing accelerated to match the frantic rhythm of my heartbeat. Time suspended as we stood there, scales tingling where the soft skin of her hand met mine. Her floral scent enveloped me, flooding my senses until she was all I knew. After a heartbeat, the female gasped, her brows knitting together as she stared at me wide-eyed. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. She just kept gazing in disbelief. I drank her in, her light seeping into my veins. Her white blonde hair cascaded down her back in soft curls that framed her delicate face and spilled over her chest. The small golden rings adorning her horns marked 6 decades. Exquisite, untouchable, she looked every inch the aristocrat. Her pink tongue darted out, wetting full lips as she stepped toward me. Catching herself, she lowered her eyes demurely, one hand resting on her stomach. The confusion etched on her face must have mirrored my own. She was Boma. Yet, as she snapped her gaze back to me, something ancient and primal awakened in my chest. Like a magnet finding its pole, my soul reached for hers in recognition across the void, binding us in ways I didn't understand. A fierce possessiveness took hold, resonating from my core outwards. Mine.
Chapter 4. Oh. Tarsa. My heart pounded as I hurried through the wrecked cruiser, following my father's scent through the hallway. "Come this way," I called out to Miala. The pain in my neck from the crash was forgotten in my worry. Why hadn't he come to find me? Miala rushed to keep up as I tracked his scent to the eating station. "Slow down before you injure yourself further," she scolded as I bumped into a sharp piece of plexiglass littering the cruiser's floor, but I barely heard her. I had to know if my father was safe. "Oh, shush," I glanced back at her with a grimace. "Can't you scent him?" Miala rolled her eyes, and if she weren't my best friend, I would tell her that that wasn't the correct way of answering her lady. I turned the corner, and my eyes immediately found him in the eating station, unharmed, deep in discussion with Lord Sinzak. Relief flooded through me. "Father, there you are. I was so worried. Are you injured?" His reply was cut short as I bumped into something. No, someone. I craned my neck as an electrifying scent caught my attention. Rich and earthy, with a wild, untamed edge. My gaze snapped to the source, a powerfully built warrior standing frozen, his intense, deep sea-blue eyes boring into mine. Acting on instinct, I reached out, my hand landing on the solid wall of his chest. Smooth, warm scales met my fingertips through the cuts on his suit, sending a jolt straight to my core. Time stood still as the connection between us sparked like a live wire. Our gazes locked, and my chest began to hum. I shook my head. What was happening? I snapped my eyes to his face again, studying him. Cuts and bruises marred his ebony scales. His plaited black hair was disheveled around curved horns, bare of rings. His age a mystery. The battered warrior wore a ripped black fleet uniform, the insignia marking him a pilot. My eyes strayed to his chest, reading the name tag, Lieutenant Kai. I tried to speak his name, but only breathless silence emerged. Despite his wounds, he had the commanding presence of a seasoned fighter. His muscular frame exuded restrained power, though his touch remained gentle as he steadied me. He could surely crush me effortlessly, yet I sensed no threat from him. Shock etched his handsome face as he stared at me, those blue eyes piercing my soul. I tried to force air into my lungs as my heart thundered violently in my chest. The world faded away under his gaze. The chaos, the devastation, the cold, and even my father seemed insignificant compared to the magnetic pull that drew me toward him. I caught myself stepping toward him and wiped my hand on my stomach, hiding the trembling. A glance over his shoulder showed my father oblivious, deep in discussion with Sinzak. Kai shifted, broad shoulders angling toward me protectively, blocking Sinzak's view. The Lord's narrowed gaze flicked between us suspiciously. As a Boma, I had been raised to distrust and avoid any Ukuma male. My tutors warned me they were not to be trusted as lovers. And yet, as I stood there, locked in the Ukuma's gaze, something deep inside me stirred. A thread that resonated within my soul, connecting me to him. I watched his eyes trail down my neck, lingering on the spot where I had been injured. His fingers twitched at his side, as if he wanted to reach out and examine my bruise. When his gaze found mine again, I saw concern mingled with tenderness in those blue depths. An unspoken question seemed to pass between us. Was I all right? My head nodded subtly without my permission, and I saw his shoulders relax in response. In that brief moment, I saw him. It was as if I had known him all my life. Familiar, and at the same time, a stranger. My chest tightened, and then I felt it. A vibration, followed by a thrum of a thread that was supposed to remain dormant for the rest of my life. My brows furrowed, and I watched him tilt his head, face blank, eyes on me. By the goddess! I closed my eyes, breathing deeply, trying to slow my heartbeat. It was impossible, yet undeniable. This Ukuma was my fated mate. Joy and fear warred inside me. We were forbidden, meant to be allies in the war against the Zorgo, but still enemies, or at least not friends. But the magnetic pull between us was undeniable. I yearned to touch him, to let his strong arms encircle me and assure me this wild twist of fate was real. Though we exchanged no words, our bodies seemed to speak for us. He stepped closer. A light brush of his arm against mine was electric, sending sparks skittering across my scales. His claws grazed my wrist, a feather-like caress that ignited my blood. I knew then, with frightening certainty, that nothing I did would change fate. Tarsa! My father's sharp voice cut through the haze. I turned to find his blue eyes darting between me and Kai, a deep furrow between his brows. Step away from him, now. My heart dropped, and I trembled, overwhelmed by this new reality. Then Miala was there, steadying me with her presence on my back. But Kai angled himself to block me from my father's sight before I could move. A silent promise shone in his eyes. I said step away. My father strode towards us, eyes blazing. Kai stood unmoving as stone. I stepped sideways and grabbed my father's arm, forcing him to look at me. Father, please, let me explain, I begged. He scowled down at me. Explain? Explain what, Tarsa? Why are you mingling with a Ukuma? My gaze met his glare steadily. I am not mingling with anyone. I came searching for you. Are you injured? My eyes landed on his nosebleed. Kai spoke then, his voice low and resonating. My lord, I mean her no harm. I am as shocked by this as you are. But your daughter is... There is a bond between us. A low growl in the back of my throat erupted through my lips, and I closed my eyes. Why would he say that in a room full of people? After a deep breath, I turned to him, heart leaping at his words, and whispered, "You feel it too?" His eyes softened as they met mine. Yes, I cannot deny its power. My father's eyes widened, and he jabbed a finger toward Kai. What? This is madness. Have you lost your senses? Lord Sinzak coughed, his eyebrows reaching his hairline. Another Ukuma with the captain insignia on his chest scoffed and glared at my warrior with distaste as if he had spoken blasphemy. Anger flashed in Kai's eyes, and for a brief moment, a fraction of a sec, his eyes turned golden before returning to their deep-sea blue. His face remained expressionless, but the glint in those eyes was unmistakable. I gasped. No, this wasn't happening. Not here in front of father, in front of everyone. Miala muttered something under her breath, shaking her head as if to dislodge her thoughts. No, my lord. Kai's voice turned icy. My senses remain intact. Fates, however... He let the phrase die. My father's face turned a deep crimson, his eyes bulging at the warrior's flashing eyes. He grabbed my arm in a bruising grip and began dragging me from the room. We will discuss this vulgar madness in private, he snarled in my face. I recoiled. My heart tried to find its way out of my chest, and I caught Kai's gaze over my shoulder. His stoic expression gave nothing away, but his eyes smoldered. The occupants of the eating station stared at me as my father hauled me past, some with shock, others with poorly concealed disgust. Heat flamed my face. My father was treating me like an ill-mannered youngling, and I would not let them see me crying with humiliation. Once in my quarters, the doors slammed shut with a resounding crack that made me flinch. Just what did you think you were doing back there? Cavorting with a Ukuma and in front of Kinzak, no less. Do you want to ruin our family? I wasn't cavorting, I cried. You know I could not control it. My father's face turned uglier. You will stay far away from that Ukuma. Do you understand? I will not have his filthy paws sullying my reputation. With that, he stormed out, leaving Miala to tend to me. My shoulders slumped as the doors slid shut. I hadn't even spoken to Kai, yet I already mourned the loss of his presence. My racing heart belied my outward calm. My father's rage had awoken a storm within me as well. I paced the confines of the room, too unsettled to sit. Miala gently grasped my arm and led me to the sleeping pod, her sky-blue eyes filled with concern. Let me tend to your neck, my lady. A hiss escaped my lips when she dabbed at the bruise on my neck with a cool, pungent salve. The scent reminded me of rainy mornings back home. What happened there? Miala asked. I've never seen Lord Terran so furious, or you so... entranced. My eyes met her searching gaze, knowing I could confide in her. I am not sure you are ready for this, but you saw his eyes flash, didn't you? Miala's lips pursed. That doesn't mean they flashed gold for you, she stubbornly chided. A twinge of envy pricked my chest at the thought that Kai could have another mate, but I knew he was mine. No, it doesn't, but I felt the thread that binds us awaken in my chest. It pulled me to him. It was like my whole world tilted. Miala's eyes widened. She opened her mouth, then closed it with a snap. I laughed despite the circumstances. Rendering her speechless was a rare feat. But he's Ukuma, she finally sputtered. I shrugged. The threads of fate weave as they will. I cannot explain it either, only that the connection was undeniable. Miala narrowed her eyes and tried to speak, but stopped again. Had I broken her? I raised my eyebrows in a silent question, but she continued dressing my bruise in silence. I winced as she wrapped the bandage tight, sealing in the pungent salve. I think you might be mistaken. She raised her hand when I swirled around to glare at her. Fated mates are the work of Kayaki, and if the goddess really fated you... She shuddered before continuing. To a Ukuma, I think you need to think very well about your next steps. She finished, staring pointedly at me. I wanted to claim I did not understand, but I couldn't. Mating a Ukuma wasn't only forbidden by the royal council, of which my father was a member, but it had never happened before, and my thoughts swirled. Why had the goddess chosen me? And Kai, who was he? Miala's eyes glinted, and she stood abruptly. She opened her mouth but thought better of it and sat down again. What? I gripped her hand tightly. Did you remember something? I know that look. It's nothing, she rushed to say, but I tugged at her hand hard and narrowed my eyes at her. Fine. You are so stubborn sometimes, my lady. She huffed. I know, but what is it? You are killing me here. Miala released a deep sigh. I don't know if you remember, but a few months back, Princess Suomi was betrothed, but at the last beat... I thought you said it was only a rumor, I screeched. Father forbid me to talk or listen about it. I glared at her. Was it true? Did she run away with a Boma? Biting her lower lip, Miala stared at me, her blue eyes full of conflict. As if admitting defeat, her shoulders sagged. I don't know if it is true, Lady Tarsa, but rumor has it she escaped the palace in a cruiser with her commander, and they were never seen again, despite King Zaul and now Prince Saleh and the royal council having a manhunt on them. I thought you knew more, I growled, exasperated. Why so much drama if you are going to tell me what I already know? Everyone has heard about Princess Suomi and the Boma commander, who fled before her mating ceremony with Ka Laku House. Well? Miala raised her eyebrow, irritated. Did you know that she had golden eyes when they fled? What? My head turned sharply to her. Miala's eyes widened, and she clamped a hand over her mouth. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to talk about it. Oh, but you will now, I ground out, standing over her with my hands on my hips. You will get us both in trouble, my lady. Her tone was accusatory. But I don't know more. I overheard an aide speak with a maid about it while we were at the palace for the king's funeral. Just it. Her features softened, and she gently grabbed my hand. You know the rest. The royal council carried the king's orders, and all matings between Ukuma and Boma were forbidden. Rumors abound that the royal council has executed many mixed mates, and the ones who escaped live in exile. I sat back down, glaring at her. So much mystery for nothing. But my thoughts ran so fast that I had trouble grasping a thread at anything. Princess Suomi had golden eyes. That was a sign of a mated female. A fated mate female, not a matched one. That was so ludicrous that it bordered on fantasy. It had never happened. And now, when Raxans needed younglings, bonding with someone who couldn't produce offspring didn't make sense. Had the goddess made a mistake? I immediately bit my tongue and sent a silent prayer to her, asking for forgiveness for my foolishness. It was more probable that Miala heard it wrong. It was well known that Bomas and Ukumas never mated because we couldn't have children. It was more common for couples to become lovers, but none ever mated, fated, or otherwise. What are you going to do now? She asked, her hands resuming, massaging my neck. It's not as if I have a choice, is it? If he is my fated mate, the mating fever is coming, and if I don't accept the bond, we both may end up mad or dead, I grumbled. Yes, she hesitated. But what if you were mistaken? Maybe you should meet him again to be sure of what you felt. The Ukuma dead before the night rotation is through. Muffled voices drifted in from the hall, even through the thick doors. My father's snarl unmistakable. Miala and I exchanged an uneasy glance as his words became clear. It must be quick and quiet. Slit his throat while he sleeps if you can manage it. If he lives, he will keep pursuing Tarsa, and there is no stopping the bond besides death. I recognized my father's tone, cold and calculating. Ice flooded my veins. He was speaking about Kai, my Kai. Miala's eyes were huge, confirming I hadn't misheard. Make sure his body is never found. Rage and fear surged within me. I could not, would not, allow my father to kill my fated mate. This male I knew nothing about, yet somehow knew better than myself. Miala gasped, hands flying to her mouth, but I barely heard it over the roaring in my ears. He cannot, I cried. I have to stop this. Miala caught my arm as I flung myself toward the door. Tarsa, wait! You cannot confront your father. He will lock you away if he suspects you know his plans. My body shook with impotent fury. She was right, damn it all. I had to be cunning, like the desert serpents of our ancestral tales. You must compose yourself, Miala urged. I promise we will find a way to warn the Ukuma, but you must be careful now. I drew a shaky breath and nodded. For now, I would bide my time. But before tonight's rotation ended, I would see my Ukuma mates safely away from here if I had to pilot the skimmer myself. My father's wrath paled before my need to protect the one Kayaki had faded for me.
Chapter 5. An Unlikely Savior. Kai. I stood frozen at the entrance of the eating area, watching Tarsa being taken away. Our eyes met before she turned the corner and disappeared from view, and understanding mixed with regret crossed her gaze. Never before had I experienced such an immediate, intense connection with another being. It was as if our souls recognized each other. Yet she was Boma. We were ancient enemies, united only to fight the Zorgo. Though the union has lasted more than 5 centuries, Boma and Ukuma still didn't mate. All my years of training, everything I'd been taught rebelled against the idea of her as my mate. But that thrum inside my chest would not be silenced. Nebulas. Could the rumors be true? Were there mixed matings happening in Raxos? I had been in space fighting the Zorgo for cycles, and I thought these rumors were merely gossip of people with too much free time on their hands. My mind reeled with thoughts of Tarsa refusing to release their grip. Her glittering blue gemstone eyes, white blonde locks, the alluring sway of her hips, and her intoxicating scent were all seared into my mind. I was so focused on the throbbing of my and the beating of my heart that I failed to hear someone stop beside me, a stupid, careless mistake that could get me killed. I glanced sideways at Joran and struggled to refocus on my duties. I had to send Aaron and Boren to the nearest warrior's camp and seek help. More than ever, I needed to get off this ice trap and find a way to... What? Joran's flinty green eyes showed contempt that was bordering on tedious. If I was involved, his expression was always angry. What else was new? Explain your interaction with the Boma female, Lieutenant. His sharp voice halted all my thoughts of Tarsa, and I stood rigidly, ready to strike back. Nothing to report, sir. I spat, my mouth souring at the thought the idiot had witnessed me meeting my mate. Do not toy with me, Joran growled. I know desire when I see it. Have you lost your mind? What bond do you speak of? I tightened my jaw, clamping down on my emotions. It was nothing, sir. Joran looked unconvinced, but I couldn't afford to let him suspect she was my fated mate. Such brazen flaunting against the Council's rule would not be tolerated. Lieutenant Kai, be sure that it is nothing. The female is Boma. He spat out the word Boma with distaste. And a highborn at that. Do I need to remind you where your loyalties lie? His green eyes raked over me with disapproval. Of course not, Captain. I kept my tone neutral, though I seethed inside. Joran stepped closer, a menacing glint in his eyes. The prohibition against mating between our kinds has stood since the ancient wars and has been renewed by King Zeul and the Royal Council. Any Raxan who dares defy it pays with their life. His voice was low, but had a gleeful, unmistakable twang. I trust there will be no further indiscretions. I bit back a venomous retort. No, sir. With a curt nod, he stalked away. I let out a slow breath, claws biting into my palms. If he discovered the truth, my head would be swiftly cut off. No questions asked, but not even that thought made me think twice. Despite what I had told Joran, Tarsa was mine. I just needed to take us out of Qardho before I whisked her away from her father. I felt the eyes of the other Boma and Ukuma upon me. Their stares prickled across my scales like physical needles. They regarded me with similar mistrust, though many could not fully disguise their curiosity. No doubt rumors were already spreading about what had transpired between Tarsa and me. My fellow Ukuma crewmates were worse. I glimpsed shock and judgment, even betrayal, in their expressions. They had witnessed something forbidden, an unthinkable breach of tradition. I had defiled the sanctity of our kind's hatred for the Boma. I sighed. This would be a long rotation. As I walked, the whispers raked at me like serrated claws. I kept my face impassive, not wanting to fuel their disdain. But inwardly, I seethed at their small-mindedness. They saw only through the clouded lens of prejudice and fear. None could feel what I had in that fleeting moment, when my eyes met hers, and I scented her heady, delicate aroma. None of them felt the rightness of Tarsa's soul calling to mine. Lord Sinzac's blue eyes narrowed, but not in contempt. Rather, his expression held a cunning, calculating interest that set my nerves on edge. The slightest hint of a smile curled his lips, just enough to reveal the glint of a fang. I schooled my features to remain cold, but inwardly I frowned. Sinzac was far more dangerous than these small-minded fools gaping at me in misguided disgust. His cunning made him an adversary not to be underestimated or trusted lightly. I needed to get us out of Qardho. That mail was trouble. I stalked from the room, claws itching with the urge to tear into something, anything, to release the turmoil inside my chest. But I would not be cowed. One way or another, I would find a way to bond with Tarsa. At the nav cabin, I ignored the stairs and sent Aaron and Borin to the nearest warrior's camp on a skimmer. I could feel Noar's eyes boring into me, his expression pensive. But the mail kept quiet, leaving me alone to my devices, where I spent hours fixing the nav cabin systems and the cruiser's environmental systems. The cruiser started to warm up after the warriors managed to weld the holes in the hull. It wasn't enough to fly, we needed a rescue, but at least we wouldn't freeze. The 3 moons illuminated the ice desert around us, and most crew had retired for the night rotation. Only a few guarded the cruiser from outside, and Noir was at the nav cabin, watching for signs of communication from Meru or Embu. I was due to switch places with him in 4 hours and should have gone to my bunk, but the thought of having to hear whispers about Tarsa and me made me groan. Instead, I headed to the cargo bay. 6 skimmers were docked there, and I could catch a nap inside one if I managed to sleep at all. Tarsa was all I could think of, and for a fleeting moment I considered stealing one skimmer and taking Tarsa with me. But the thought was foolish, as we wouldn't survive a rotation in the wilderness of this frozen continent. I growled in frustration as a chilling thought occurred. What if she didn't accept the bond? Though we were fated, she could choose not to bond with me. If she did that, I stilled as a prickle on my neck made me stop and scan the cargo bay. The space was empty, save for the skimmers, 2-wheelers, and hover cars docked there and the metallic boxes with the food we were transporting to the Marja route. My eyes not seeing anything didn't fool me, though. I had decades of training to ignore my instincts, and as the unmistakable flowery scent of my mate reached my nostrils, I smiled. A whispered Kai at my back made me whirl around. Tarsa stood there, a vision in the dim light. The thread on my chest vibrated, and I stepped forward. She was stunning. "What are you doing here?" I scanned the entrance, but she was alone. She moved closer, stopping a step away from me, and her scent enveloped my senses, making me forget she had wandered alone in a ship full of males. "I had to warn you. My father plans to have you killed." I cocked an eyebrow. "You are surprised?" My voice lowered as I lay a hand on her waist and squeezed. She gasped, and I pulled her to me, touching my forehead to hers. Tarsa's blue eyes flared, and she inhaled sharply, her small hands coming to my chest. "We can't do this." Her voice was rough. "Someone is coming to kill you this night rotation." She licked her lips, her eyes squared on mine, and our breaths mingled. I brushed a lock of her hair and put it behind her ear. Her scales were soft, like the feathers of a baby bird. "Shush, little one. Don't fret. He won't find me easy prey." Tarsa grabbed a fist of my flight suit, her eyes pleading. "Please, you must be careful." Her eyes darted to my mouth before coming right back up. "Kai, if anything happens to you, Her touch was electric, and any lingering doubts that we were meant to be vanished. I ached to taste her. With a finger, I tilted her chin up, my pulse racing wildly. "What would you do if something happened to me, little one?" I lowered my lips and grazed the shell of her ear. She shivered. Her hands skimmed over my shoulders, and she dug her claws into my arms. "Please," she exhaled, her breath meeting mine. Tarsa's eyes fluttered closed, and I smiled. My little one was aroused. The musky scent of her permeated the air, and my hardened painfully against my pants. "Would you defend me from your father, my lady?" I grazed her neck with my lips, peppering her skin with feather-like kisses until I stopped close to the corner of her mouth. Yes," she whimpered, raising herself to her toes, offering me her mouth. For a beat, I stared into those blue pools. How could something so beautiful be forbidden? If fated mates were Kayaki's work, how could this be wrong? A flash of silver was my only warning. I shoved Tarsa aside and threw myself back as a dagger buried itself in the wall where my head had been a moment before. Chapter 6. What do you mean, escape? Kai. Tarsa cried out in alarm. I whirled to see Lord Tehran at the entrance, face twisted in rage. Behind him trailed a Boma female wringing her hands, her eyes wide. Beside her was a Boma warrior. His hard eyes stared at me as one would a prey. I recognized his type immediately, an assassin. The Boma people were known for the art of killing without failing or leaving traces. "Father, no!" Tarsa gasped. Lord Tehran's face purpled. "How dare you lay hands on my daughter, filth!" His chest heaved, eyes full of fury, and he drew out a sword with a hilt full of gemstones. I bared my teeth in a razor grin when I saw his weapon. A lord's sword was indeed good for showing, not for fighting. Remembering what was at stake, I schooled my face immediately. Openly flaunting our bond to her father, a councilman, would only bring swifter ruin. "My lord, there has been a misunderstanding. The lady and I were merely talking." "Lies!" Tehran spat. "I know what I saw. You will not get away with this insult." "Enough, father!" Tarsa cried out, her pleading voice echoing in the cargo bay. She moved to stand between Lord Tehran and me. Her arms stretched out in a futile attempt to shield me from her father's wrath. "I came here only to warn—" I shifted and pulled Tarsa to me. Her bravery was breathtaking and utterly foolish. "You don't need to defend me, my lady." I watched Tehran's hand gripping his sword tight. "And I thank you for the warning." Tehran's eyes darted between Tarsa and me, and a realization hit him. He growled, lifting his sword. "You filthy vermin!" He surged forward, swinging down on me. I pushed Tarsa back and met him halfway, blocking his wild swing. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Tarsa scurry away from the fight. The last thing I wanted was for her to get hurt because of me. Our blades sparked as they met. Tehran was fueled by rage, but I had skill on my side. With a roar, Tehran slashed at me. I sidestepped easily, wary of letting my temper slip, then swept his feet from under him. His sword clattered away as he hit the ground, hard. I pressed my blade to his throat. "Yield!" I kept him pinned. "Your denial will not change what is meant to be," I said quietly. "I'll see you dead first," Tehran spat, his blue eyes seething. "Your threats hold no power over me," I replied, meeting his gaze head-on. It was a bold statement that could very well get me killed, but something inside me rebelled against the thought of backing down now. Not when Tarsa had risked her safety to warn me, and not when I knew she ached for me. Tarsa would be mine with or without her father's permission. "Isn't this sweet?" a voice drawled from nearby. I glanced over to see Lord Sinzak lounging against the threshold, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Have you lost your touch, Lord Tehran?" Quickly I stepped back, released Tehran, and sheathed my sword. Tehran stood, and in a heartbeat, Tarsa moved to his side. Her eyes frantically searched his body, and she shifted to glare at me as if I had injured her father. Maybe his pride, not his flesh. With his jaws clenching, Tehran grabbed Tarsa's arm, and she winced. My fingers twitched to go to her, but she shook her head, digging into her heels when her father tried to pull her closer. Lord Sinzak, Terran seethed, his grip on Tarsa's arm tightening. This is none of your concern. Ah, but it seems to be everyone's concern now, isn't it? Sinzak replied, swinging an arm around the cargo bay's entrance. Behind him, many warriors stood and gaped at the scene. I inwardly groaned. When Joran heard of this, he would literally have my head. Hell. Terran's face palled at seeing all the warriors that witnessed his defeat there, staring at him. Come, Tarsa, he commanded, digging his claws deep into her arm. With a low growl, I stepped closer, but Tarsa's warning look made me stop. She hissed, her voice low enough for only us to hear. Father, have you lost your senses? Her eyes blazed with contempt. I couldn't help but smirk at the sound of her berating tone. Her golden horn rings glinted in the dim light as she shook her head as if exasperated by her father's reaction. You are hurting me while I only wanted to warn an innocent man of your plans, she continued, putting her face on Lord Terran's. I won't let you kill him. He did nothing. She finished with another hiss. Silence! Terran roared, his clawed hand raised as if to strike her. But even that didn't deter Tarsa. She stood her ground, unflinching, as she stared down at her father. Go on then, she challenged, her voice cold and unwavering. Strike me if you must, but know that... Enough of this nonsense. You will not challenge me on this, daughter. Terran lowered his hand, glaring at her with a look that promised retribution. He pointed a finger at me. You will stay away from my daughter, or I swear by the goddess, I will end you myself. Terran stormed off with another string of curses, dragging Tarsa with him. But as I looked into her eyes, I saw something that caught me off guard. A fierce determination that seemed to say, I'm not going anywhere. Ignoring Terran's threats, I clenched my fists, torn between admiration for Tarsa's courage and fear for her safety. How could one person be so incredibly brave and infuriatingly reckless at the same time? Well, that was anticlimactic. Lord Sinzak's voice cut through my thoughts, and I stared at him. Many eyes were on me, and I clenched my teeth. I was so screwed it wasn't even funny. What are you doing here? There's nothing to see. The show is over. Go back to your posts, I barked, irritated with myself for letting this get out of hand. What was I thinking touching her like that? Out here in the open, where anyone could see us. From the corner of my eye, I saw the Boma assassin hadn't followed Terran and seemed to be appraising me. I turned fully to face him and he straightened, nodded to me and casually strolled out of the room. I knew it wouldn't be the last time I saw him again. Everything had got so out of hand I wasn't sure I would survive to see the sunrise. Between Terran, Jorn, and my crew, I was doomed if I stayed here. But I wouldn't leave Tarsa behind. And where would I take her on this desert continent? Stubborn fool, Sinzak muttered under his breath, shaking his head. He turned his attention back to me, his eyes alight with curiosity. So, Lieutenant Kai, what will you do now? Fight for her, I replied without hesitation. I can't let her go, not when I know what we could have together. I was done lying to these lords. I felt the signs of a mating fever taking over my body. If it weren't visible to them now, it wouldn't take longer. Besides, this cunning bastard wanted something, and I wanted to know what. Ah, the fire of youth, Sinzak chuckled, although his expression remained serious. I lifted an eyebrow and stared at him. He was only 50 cycles older than me. Kai, can I call you Kai? Sinzak murmured, placing a hand on my shoulder. I know it's hard, but you must trust that things will work out, he continued, without waiting for my answer. Trust? I scoffed, unable to keep the bitterness from seeping into my voice. And am I supposed to trust you, Lord Sinzak? I shot back, injecting a healthy dose of sarcasm into my tone. Well, yes, he replied simply, his gaze steady and unwavering. If you're truly determined to pursue this path, perhaps I can offer some assistance. Assistance? I snorted, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Besides, Sinzak continued with a sly grin as if I hadn't spoken, who's saying we can't bend the rules a little? There's always a way around politics, my friend. You just need to find the right path. I stilled, heart pounding, unable to keep my expression blank. What could you possibly do? Me? Nothing, Lieutenant. You have to do it all. Sinzak teased, clapping me on the back. Let's just say I know a place where two star-crossed lovers might be able to escape prying eyes and overbearing fathers, he said cryptically, a mischievous glint in his eye. Oh? I wanted him to speak quickly but didn't want to beg, though I was close to strangling the information from the sleazy snake. Sinzak leaned in, his voice barely audible above the rush of blood to my ears. It will be an adventure. You and Lady Tarsa could disappear into the wilderness of Qardho. Depends on your definition of adventure, I retorted, my voice tight with tension. I could do without the constant reminder that we would be one misstep away from certain death. Ah, but where's the fun in that? He asked, grinning wickedly. Besides, a little danger keeps things interesting. I eyed Sinzak sideways. What would he have to gain with a scandal in Lord Terran's household? Disappear? I repeated, suspicious. You're suggesting I kidnap her, Lord Sinzak? Rescue, kidnap, semantics, Sinzak said casually, as if he were discussing the weather. I stared at the entrance. Lord Terran had dragged Tarsa away from me for the second time this rotation. Did I really care what happened to him? No. I also didn't care why Sinzak was willing to help me. Because our lives were so dull before, I muttered sarcastically, my eyes inspecting the vehicles in the cargo bay. If such a place existed in Qardho, would a skimmer be better than a two-wheeler in this weather? Careful now, Sinzak warned, his tone suddenly serious. You're teetering dangerously close to bitterness. Isn't that what you were suggesting? I shot back, desperation creeping into my voice. An adventure in Qardho, I scoffed. You want us to live on the edge, taking risks, defying the odds in a frozen wasteland? Perhaps, he allowed, his gaze meeting mine. But there's a fine line between bravery and foolishness, Lieutenant. Staying here isn't the best option for your health right now, and for your sake, and Lady Tarsa's. I hope you can discern the difference. I swallowed hard, knowing I hadn't much of a choice. If I stayed, I wouldn't live to see Tarsa smile again. And that thought brought a slicing pang of pain to my chest. No, that wouldn't do. What do you want, my lord? I infused my words with deference I didn't feel, but I needed his help. Sinzak's grin turned serious. He looked around the medbay, and after a few beats and confirming that we were, in fact, alone in the room, he spoke. I want you to find the hidden city of Menora.
Chapter 7. Unhand me. Tarsa. Unhand me, I cried as my father's claws pierced the tender scales on my upper arm. Hot blood trickled down my skin, and the sharp scent of iron tainted the air. Miala followed close behind, posture radiating distress. I watched as her hands opened and closed helplessly, as if she wanted to remove his hand from my arm. Quiet. Father shook me roughly, face mottled and eyes bulging with rage. The scandal! He pulled me closer to his face, and I flinched. Mating at Yukuma would ruin our family. Have you no care for my position on the council? I wrenched my arm away, scales burning from his grip. I do not choose fate, I spat as my gaze slid to Miala, hovering behind him. She watched with worry in her sky-blue eyes, hands twisting her apron. She took a half-step forward once, as if wanting to intervene, but stopped herself. Father's hand cracked across my face, making my head snap to the side. Pain bloomed, and I tasted blood from my split lip. I stared at him in shock. Never in my entire life had he raised a hand to me. Not even that time when I brought home alien pets that multiplied like pests and killed our livestock. Miala let out a muffled gasp, one hand flying to her mouth. I saw her shoulders tense, instinct urging her to protect me, though she remained frozen in place. Fate, he thundered. You dare speak of fate regarding that filth? I lifted my chin, defiant. He is no filth. He is my fated mate, though you are too blind to see it. Father's chest heaved, apoplectic. He rotated on his heels, head swiveling as if searching for witnesses. Finding the hallway empty, he turned back to me, eyes red-rimmed and menacing like I had never seen him. Shut your mouth, youngling. He grabbed my shoulder, squeezing hard, and propelled me down the hallway until we reached my quarters. Do you know what the council does to mixed mated pairs? He stopped at my door, eyes hardening. I nodded. Yes, but you can change that, Father. Can't you? My voice was small, and all my bravado from earlier was gone when I saw him like this. Like a monster. You are more foolish than I thought. He flung me inside my room. I stumbled and fell on my knees, but held my ground, lifting my chin defiantly as I faced him. You will stay here under guard until I decide what to do with you, he snarled. I ignored Miala's hand and quickly stood. Father, no. I went to him, but stopped at his warning look. What will you do? My chest tightened, and I felt the prick of tears in the back of my eyes. I'll clean up the mess you made, and Ukuma won't sully my name, be sure of it. With that, he spun on his heel, the door sealing shut behind him. The lock engaging sounded with a dreadful finality. No! I screamed and pounded on it. Please, Father, don't hurt him. A pair of arms embraced me from behind, and I let myself fall into her warmth. He will kill him, I cried, turning around and burying my face in Miala's chest. She kept quiet and held me in her arms as I unloaded all my pain and frustration in her lap. When my sobs faded, I stared unseeing at the door. He almost kissed me, and I would never taste Kai in my mouth. Why hadn't he kissed me when we had the chance? My body still tingled from the ghost of his touch, and not even my father's hand on me made it go away. I hate him, I whispered, wiping my tears. No, you don't. Miala's hand on my hair was soothing. You are hurt, she paused, and regarded me with her ever-so-tolerant smile. Why does everything have to be so complicated? I whined like the youngling my father accused me of being. What is complicated, the Ukuma or Lord Turan? Miala's voice had a hint of sarcasm in it. I huffed, detangled myself from her embrace, and started pacing, stopping to glare at the ornate mirror that captured my irritated expression. My father's handmark on my face did not make me pause. My heart still raced from Kai's touch and his fight with my father. Had he spared father's life because of me? Aren't you funny? I tried to sound uptight, but couldn't muster the energy. The sharp sting of humiliation burned me as I recalled the way father had spoken to me, making me feel small and insignificant. His slap hadn't been as painful as how he treated me in front of Kai and all the warriors in the cargo bay. Mating a Ukuma was forbidden, but could the royal council go against the goddess's wishes? It had to be her. How else could a Ukuma be my mate if it wasn't Kayaki's design? Miala's eyes widened comically before she started tidying up my bed. I am the funniest person you have ever met, but I think it is more than time you decide to make yourself happy. She paused before resuming her work. Away from here, she looked pointedly at me. I sighed, raking my fingers through my long white blonde curls. Easier said than done, Miala. I waved my hands at the closed door. Oh, really? Is that an obstacle to you? I thought you were smarter than that, but I remember now you are a willowy flower that can barely keep her shit together. Miala's condescending voice darted on my nerves, and I lost my temper. I screamed, frustrated, slamming my fist into a nearby bulkhead. The impact sent a jolt of pain up my arm, but it was nothing compared to the ache in my chest. Did that upset you? My bad. I didn't want to anger you, she continued, mocking me. I should tell my father to maim you to teach you a lesson, I growled, annoyed with her impertinence. Shoulda, coulda. You know the rest. Damn it, Miala, I cursed, sinking onto the ledge of the bed. Why do you have to be so mean? I sat there, nursing my bruised knuckles and wounded pride. I couldn't help but wonder if fate was playing some kind of cruel joke on me. Kai, being my mate, forced me to make an impossible decision. If I chose him and our bond, I would have to let my father go. Was I ready for that? Despite all his shortcomings, father was all I had, and I loved him dearly. But if I did nothing, my father would kill Kai. Of that, I was sure. Could I choose fate and let father face the wrath of our people because of my decision? How could I even do that? Locked inside a room, in a crashed cruiser, in a desert continent. I laughed, chest-heaving, belly-cramping laugh. Miala looked at me strangely. "I am not that funny," she said, bringing the back of her hand to my forehead. "And you aren't feverish." She glanced suspiciously at me. I sighed, trying to stop the giggles, but my emotions remained tangled and elusive, like a stubborn knot that refused to be unraveled, leaving me more confused than ever. My hand flew up to my right horn, and I rubbed it, relishing the familiar soothing gesture. "I am mad at father. Seriously, Miala, it's like he still sees me as some naive youngling who doesn't know how to make her own decisions." My scales bristled involuntarily, betraying my frustration. "I'm 63 cycles old, for Star's sake. When will he treat me like the adult female I am?" "Your father has always been overbearing," Miala admitted cautiously. "But you have to remember, Lady Tarsa, he lost your umami when you were born. He's afraid of losing you too, and not only to a ukuma mate." I glanced into her eyes, knowing she meant I could be killed if I chose to bond with Kai. "I know that, Miala. That's the only reason I already forgave him for what he did today. But what do I do with this thread on my chest? I know in my bones Kai is my mate." I snapped, my fists clenched at my sides. "You know what happens to fated mates who refuse the bond. Would father prefer me mad than dead?" I sighed, my anger momentarily forgotten as I considered the pickle situation I found myself in. "Some rotation, Lady Tarsa. You must choose your happiness. You are not your father's keeper." Miala opened the comforter, inviting me to lie down. "And if there's one thing I've learned about you, my lady, is that you never back down from a challenge." "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" I accepted her hand and let her tuck me into bed, as she had always done since I was young. "Take it however you want," Miala replied with a sly grin, her fangs clicking together in amusement. "But remember, sometimes the hardest battles we face are the ones within ourselves. You deserve happiness, my lady, and if Kai is the one who can give you that, then you should fight for him, no matter what anyone else says." "Why are you suddenly so poetic?" I stared at the locked door again and back at her. "Where are you sleeping?" "Lady Tarsa." Her voice sounded sweeter as she rounded the bed and removed her shoes. "I am sleeping right next to you. Did you think I could open the door to go to my quarters?" "Shut it, Miala. You are so annoying." "I know, but you love me anyway." She sighed into the mattress, and I suppressed a smile. I could swear, sometimes I thought the goddess gave me Miala as a gift to keep my life entertaining. "Now, sleep, my lady. You can—" The scrapping at the door made me sit up straight. Miala looked at me, and our heads snapped to the door. A thick silence hung as the door slid open. She jumped off the bed, scrambling for her shoes. Chapter 8. Were you supposed to have a guard? Tarsa. Expecting my father, I gasped when I scented him. Kai's imposing figure in the doorway made my insides tremble. His ebony scales shimmered under the light of the 3 moons coming from the viewport, and his dark blue eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that raised my scales. "Kai," I breathed. His name felt like a prayer on my lips, a prayer I had been too afraid to speak until now. What are you doing here?" "Can't a male just drop by to see his mate?" he said nonchalantly, but his gaze never wavered from mine. I inhaled sharply. Were we doing this now? I tried to hide my galloping pulse as I glanced at Miala for support. She gave me a knowing smile before excusing herself from the room, leaving Kai and me alone. We stood in the silence of my quarters, our eyes locked as if held by an invisible force. In that instant, the world seemed to fall away, leaving only Kai and me suspended in a moment of pure, raw emotion. "How did you pass my father's guard? You didn't kill him, did you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible in the quiet room, but I wanted to avoid bloodshed. "Guard?" Kai approached the bed as I stood, and we stared at each other. "Were you supposed to have a guard?" He cocked his head as if inspecting me from head to toe. "Yes," I breathed again, heart pounding against my ribcage, threatening to break free as I struggled to think with him so close to me. His scent was mangling my brain, and I couldn't hold a thought. Kai's eyes glinted with a golden flash that quickly disappeared, his demeanor changing when his eyes zeroed in on the cut on my lip. His jaw clenched, and his fingers gently touched it. "Your father did this?" His voice was dangerously low, and all my scales raised in warning. I stepped away, avoiding his touch. "It's nothing. It was a rage, and I have forgiven him already." Not letting go, he grabbed my wrist when I tried to walk past him. Chest heaving, he seemed to grasp for control. "Does your father have many rages?" His voice was sharp, and I could almost hear his teeth clenching. "No, he has never touched me before today." That sounded silly even to my ears, but the last thing I wanted was Kai trying to avenge me against my father. Then I remembered what he said when he came in. "Am I your mate?" I bored into his eyes, trying to find a wisp of doubt. My body was electrified with arousal. Even the soft brush of my hardened nipples against my dress made me bite my lips to contain a moan. Kai's eyes darted to my mouth before coming up to my eyes again. "Don't you feel it?" His voice was raw, with a hint of vulnerability. "I do." My voice wavered despite my best efforts. "I feel the thread linking me to you, and every time I'm around you, I can finally breathe." Kai's lips widened in a grin, and he tilted my chin, lowering his mouth to mine, yet not touching it. The heat from his touch on my skin spread like wildfire, igniting my senses and making me acutely aware of the emotions simmering beneath the surface. My breath hitched, caught in the magnetic pull of his presence. "Is that so? Let's start with this." He reached out, gently taking hold of my wrists, locking my arms on my back with one of his hands. "Start with what?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. My thoughts scrambled as my breasts brushed on his chest. And even with layers of clothes between us, I couldn't avoid the gush of seeping through my undergarments. "Us," he said, before lowering his mouth all the way to mine. His lips crushed into mine, and I opened for him, feeling a twinge of pain in my cut that only heightened the pleasure of his kiss. When his tongue touched mine, I moaned and had to lock my knees to avoid falling. His taste was sweeter than honey, and I gave myself to him in that kiss, taking everything he was willing to give me. The thread on my chest hummed strongly, and my panties got embarrassingly soaked. "Kai," I murmured against his lips when I came up for air, disoriented, wanting more. "Shh," he hushed gently, his hand reaching up to cradle my face as his thumb traced the curve of my cheekbone. "We don't need words right now." My heart raced at his touch, the heat from his palm seeping into my skin, igniting a fire that burned through every nerve ending in my body. I knew I should resist and fight against the powerful pull that drew me to him, but as his other hand slid around my waist, I found myself powerless to do anything but lean into him. "Is this really happening?" I asked, trying to wrap my head around the intensity of the emotions coursing through me. Rules and expectations had dictated my entire life, yet here I was, with Kai, the one person who made me want to break every single one of them. "Your scent is killing me," he groaned and held my arms on my back again, away from him. "Yes, little one. This is happening," he whispered in my ear. Despite the shiver that ran through me, my brows furrowed, and I tried to unlock my arms from his tight hold. "No, if you touch me, I won't be able to resist you." His rough voice made my scales flutter. "When I take you, I want to have the time to worship every inch of your skin." He released a shaky breath as he touched his forehead to mine. "Not rush into anything." "I like your plan." I released an embarrassing whimper when I felt the bulge in his pants against my belly. Kai's breath on my skin was intoxicating, and the thrumming of the thread threatened to drown out everything else. I knew there would be no turning back once we took this step. My father would disown me, the Boma would scorn me, and my place in society would be forever altered. But if it meant being with Kai, then it was a price I was willing to pay. "Come with me." Kai whispered into my ear, his voice low and urgent. "You are my mate, and I want to bond with you." Come with me now, Tarsa. Kai. I hesitated, my mind racing as I considered what he was asking. Could I abandon everything I had known, everything I had been, for him? As quickly as the question had formed, the answer came to me. Yes, I could. And I would. Yes, I said impulsively, placing my faith in our bond. I trust Kayaki's designs, and believe you are my fated mate. If we accept the bond and mate, my father will have no choice but to accept it, right? Kai's eyes flashed gold and darted to the door, and for a fraction of a sec, I saw doubt cross them, but it quickly disappeared as he glanced back at me. Right, he said softly. Still burning gold, with all the signs of a mating fever taking over him, his eyes searched mine for something. He didn't voice it, but I felt it. I am sure, I soothed him, my voice steady and resolute. I choose this life, and I choose you, Kai. Then let's get going, he grinned, his humor shining through despite the gravity of our decision. We've got a frozen desert waiting for us. And where exactly are we going? I asked, running to the freshener to change. My clothes reeked of my arousal. Cheeks warming, I put on clean underwear, a pair of pants, a warm cloak, and a pair of fur boots. Kai didn't answer, and when I returned to the room, he was rummaging in my closet. Do you have anything warmer than these? He stared at the array of court dresses with amusement. Noticing how he had failed to answer, I asked again, Kai, do you know where we are going? Of course I do. His voice was lighter than I expected, as he wrapped a fur scarf around my neck and put a knitted blue hat on my head. I was getting annoyed with the lack of concrete answers when Miala burst into my quarters. A look of concern etched across her face. Here, she hurriedly thrust a backpack bag into my hands. I packed some essentials for your journey. Did you pack rocks? I said, heaving the heavy bag onto my back. Thank you. I tried to inject some levity into my voice. What would I do without you? Probably starve and wear mismatched clothes, she quipped back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hey now, I protested with a weak smile. I can match my clothes sometimes. My attempt at humor fell flat as Miala's bottom lip trembled. Promise me you'll be careful, she implored, her voice cracking. And please, try to find a way to let me know you're all right. I promise, I assured her, my heart aching at the prospect of leaving behind my closest friend. We'll figure something out. Miala pulled me into a tight hug, her tears finally spilling over. I'm going to miss you so much, Tarsa. Me too, I choked out, holding her close and blinking back tears. You've been like a sister to me, Miala. This isn't goodbye forever, though. We'll see each other again. Okay, enough of this, Kai chided gently, his words tinged with urgency. We need to get moving. He removed the bag from my back and put it on his. His stony glare didn't give me a chance to complain. Right. I swallowed hard and gave Miala one last squeeze. Will you watch over father for me? Miala nodded and tried to wipe her tears. You don't need to ask. I'll care for him as I cared for you. I breathed in relief. Watch if he takes his pills, and don't let him smoke any of those herbs he likes. It makes him dizzy. My eyes caught Kai's jaw clenching at the mention of my father. I would have to explain to him that father cared only about my well-being, and he didn't mean to slap me. I knew with time, Kai would see that. I know, Miala sniffled, stepping back and bravely trying to smile. Now go. Send word when you are able. Come, Kai said, pulling me toward the door. We are taking a two-wheeler. I already parked it outside the cruiser. No one will hear us leaving. Sounds like a plan, I murmured, glancing at Miala before stepping into the unknown with Kai.
Chapter 9. I'm not sure about this. Kai. Tarsa exuded tension as we made our way through the dark corridors of the wrecked cruiser. The soft hum of the ship's environmental engines muffled our footsteps, which were working overtime to keep the cruiser warm in the cold temperatures of Qardho. My goal was to avoid being seen with her. If Jaren or Terran caught wind of us together, they would unleash the warriors and hunt us down like prey. With my heart hammering in my chest, a shot of adrenaline surged through me. There was no room for error, not with our lives on the line. But I cracked a tense smile when her eyes searched mine. You know, if they ever make a hull of it about the crash, I bet we'd be the stars. Tarsa shot me a look, amusement and incredulity mingling in her expression. "This is hardly the time for jokes," she whispered, her steps growing hesitant as she glanced around. "Kai, are you sure you know where we're going?" "Of course," I replied, a hint of sarcasm in my hushed tone. "I practically grew up wandering this wreck." "That's not comforting," she muttered, though I detected a smile in her voice. As we rounded another dim corner, Sinzak's mad plans crossed my mind. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Getting to my two-wheeler was all that mattered. We slipped past two bickering Ukuma warriors playing cards, too absorbed in their petty argument to notice us gliding by. My senses strained, scanning for any sound or scent out of place. With Tarsa's smooth hand clasped in mine, I couldn't help an amused huff at the absurdity of sneaking my mate past both our peoples to escape their wrath. Just rotations ago, I wouldn't have believed this is where I'd end up. "Left here," I whispered, guiding Tarsa around a corner and into a storage room full of boxes. I pressed her against the door as footsteps approached. The boxes dug into my back as I pressed my body into hers, letting Tarsa feel my She let out a low moan and spread her legs. I stepped in and could hear her heart racing as she leaned into me, her small hands crossing around my neck. I bit back a groan at feeling her hands on me. This female would be the death of me. I let myself revel in her soft curves and couldn't resist tasting her. With a gasp, Tarsa opened her mouth for me, letting me savor her. Heavens. I would kill for her, of that I was sure. Adrenaline mixed with arousal pumped through my veins as I slipped my hand under her cloak and inside her chemise. She whimpered and pulled at the plaited braid on my nape, deepening the kiss. The sting of pain made me groan. My mate was delicious, and I was eager to explore every inch of her delicate skin. But I made myself pause and took my hand off her. Immediately I felt the loss of her warmth. "Why did you stop?" she whined, her breath hot against my neck. "Not here." My heavy breathing made her puzzled look turn into a grin. She raked her eyes over me and stopped at the bulge in my pants. My twitched as if feeling her eyes on it. "Hell, female. Stop, or I'll you right here in a storage room," I growled in her ear. She shivered and moaned low against my shoulder. "Kai, I need you." She lifted her face and bit her lip. Her wince was as if someone had drenched me with cold water. "Had I known he would hurt you, I wouldn't have let him take you from me." My voice was icy, menacing. Tarsa's eyes widened, and she quickly righted herself. "Kai, let it go. I already forgave my father. You should too." Her tone didn't breach a discussion, but one thing my lady didn't know was that neither did mine. I grabbed her chin and made her look at me. "No one touches you and lives to tell the story. No one." "Fine." She pulled her head out of my grasp. "But he is my father, and I won't let you hurt him," she gritted out. "Don't count on it if he touches you again." I leveled my face to hers, almost touching her nose. "You are mine, Lady Tarsa. Mine." She slumped against the door, dejected. "Yes, Kai. As you are mine. Can we do this somewhere else?" Awareness of the room came back to me with those words, and I grumbled. "Yes. We need to get out of here before sunrise." Before opening the door, I put my hand on the back of Tarsa's head and brought her mouth to mine. "You are my mate, and I won't upset you. But be sure, I'll protect you with my life." I spoke against her lips before kissing her. She fought me, her claws ripping my suit in places. She tried to bite my lips, and I tightened my grip on her head, and she immediately surrendered when my tongue touched hers. Goddess. She felt so good. I would never let her go. Never. When I released her, Tarsa's breathing was ragged, her eyes dropped with unadulterated desire, and I was half tempted to forget everything, rip her clothes off her, and sink into her heat. She seemed to read my thoughts, or maybe she felt it through the thread that linked us, and she raised a hand to stop me. "Are they gone?" she asked, looking pointedly at the door. Trying to calm my raging I tried to think of blood and gore, battles, and friends that I lost at war, and realized that her scent wrapped around me. It would be impossible to be soft around this female. Clenching my teeth, I strained my ears, listening for any sign of the warriors outside. When no sound echoed from the corridor, I opened the door and went ahead, cursing myself for my lack of self-control. "Stay close," I instructed Tarsa, ducking inside the cargo bay entrance behind a stack of crates. Tarsa rolled her eyes but followed me, not uttering a word. Her cheeks were flushed, and I wished the color indicated how aroused she was. Her scent was unmistakable, but I was ridiculously proud to make her blush. "I thought you parked the hoverbike outside," Tarsa spoke, her mouth close to my ear. "It is." I pointed to the back of the room at the cargo bay exit door. "Are you sure you can access it?" Tarsa asked, her voice hushed but laced with concern. "Trust me. As the cruiser's pilot, I've got all the necessary codes and credentials," I reassured her, as we walked to the keypad near the door. My fingers danced over it as I quickly entered the stream of code that opened the door and silenced the alarm so Noir wouldn't notice it in the nav cabin, and like magic, I heard the latch unlock. Wow, that was fast. "Are you sure you're not part droid yourself?" Tarsa quipped, her eyes glittering with amusement. "No, I'm just really good at what I do," I said, the corner of my mouth quirking up in a smirk as my eyes raked over her body. "Clearly," she agreed, grinning, her eyes darting playfully to my pants. Yep, she would be the death of me. As soon as the door slid open, the biting wind whipped against my face, and I instinctively put a hand on the small of Tarsa's back to ensure she was okay. "Damn, it's cold," I shouted, more to myself than to Tarsa. "Welcome to Qardho, Kai. Didn't anyone warn you about the weather?" "Must have missed the holo," I said, distracted, guiding her to where I had hidden the two-wheeler under a white emergency blanket. I pulled it out, revealing the sleek hoverbike. I was old school and still called it a two-wheeler, as in the old times. But this one didn't touch the ground, which would serve us well because it didn't leave tracks on the snow. Earlier, I had stripped it from its two locator beacons and filled up the saddlebags with supplies we might need, including a tent and fire starters, which I found in one of the storage rooms. Luckily, we had crashed a cruiser full of supplies that would last us months if we were careful. My thoughts stopped to a screech. There wasn't any us anymore, at least not for my team and me. Now there was only Tarsa and me in the icy wilderness of Qardho. The 3 moons illuminated the sky, and this wasn't the best position to be in. I turned to Tarsa, and she was staring at the two-wheeler with skepticism. "What?" I asked defensively. What could possibly be wrong with this beauty? It was a new model, used only by the fleet. No way she didn't like it. "I never imagined it would be this small." She eyed the hoverbike, and then the vast expanse of the cold desert. "Size matters when you're in the business of war," I replied dryly. "We need speed if we are to make it to our destination before they catch up to us." I nodded to the crashed cruiser a few feet away. "And where exactly is this destination of ours?" Tarsa asked hesitantly, doubt clouding her beautiful eyes. "Hop on, and I'll tell you," I said, extending my hand to her. "We don't have much time before the sun rises," I said, swallowing hard. Following Sinzak's plan might seem crazy, but I couldn't see another way out of there. I pushed those thoughts aside for now. There was no time for distractions. Tarsa's eyes cleared, and she reached for my hand. With a swift movement, I swung a leg over the bike, pulled her up, and sat her in front of me. Sitting behind me would have protected her from the wind, but I didn't want her to carry her bag, so I kept it on. Plus, I wanted to feel her back against my front, feel her warmth seep into me. My female. My mate. "Ready?" I wrapped the emergency blanket over her, leaving only her head out, covered in the cute knitted blue hat I found in her closet. She let out an incredulous laugh, the sound sharp as shattered glass. "Waited all my life for this." Her words dripped with cutting sarcasm as she gestured wildly around the white desert. Fair point, I conceded, revving the engine. The two-wheeler lifted silently off the ground, the icy air instantly biting at our faces as we zipped forward. The white wilderness stretched out before us, and sure, our current situation wasn't ideal, racing across a frozen wasteland towards an uncertain future. But there was no denying the thrill that coursed through me. My fated mate had chosen to be with me, and that was all I cared about. She had chosen me. "Kai, this is amazing!" Tarsa yelled over the roar of the wind, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her laughter was infectious, and I found myself echoing it despite my lingering doubts. "Is that so, little one?" I shot back, grinning. "Have you met me? I'm pretty amazing if I do say so myself." "Such humility," she teased, rolling her eyes. "Truly, your confidence is inspiring." "Hey, I'm just stating facts," I replied, feigning indignation. "Besides, where would we be without my incredible skills and dashing good looks?" "Probably still stuck on that cruiser," she conceded with a laugh. "And for what it's worth, I'm grateful for both." As we continued racing across the desolate landscape, doubt gnawed at me. Had I trusted the wrong male? Our risky escape would likely bring consequences. Yet, glancing at Tarsa, her face illuminated by moonlight, I felt no regret. The prospect of facing those challenges with my mate filled me with an exhilarating sense of hope I hadn't known for cycles. "Kai," Tarsa said suddenly, her voice softening. "Are you scared?" "Terrified," I admitted, my thundering heart belying my calm facade. "But I wouldn't change a thing. Being with you, it's worth any risk." I held her gaze, pushing down the pang of regret. There would be time for truth later. For now, all that mattered was keeping her safe. "Even if it means defying everything you've ever known?" she asked, luminous eyes searching. "Especially then," I responded steadily. "Without you, without our bond, I have no wish to live." I brushed a stray curl from her eye, letting the simple touch speak what words could not. The stillness of the night rotation shattered, as a sudden, shrill alarm split the air. My stomach plummeted, dread settling like a stone. "Damn," I muttered, gripping the handlebars of the two-wheeler tighter. "I thought we had more time." I snapped my head back toward the ship, expecting pursuit, but it remained dark, void of movement. "What is that?" Tarsa asked, her voice tense as she looked back at the cruiser. The alarms still blared, their piercing wails echoing through the icy wilderness around us. "Looks like they've figured out we're gone," I said, gritting my teeth. "Can they track us?" Tarsa asked, worry etched on her beautiful face. The chilly wind whipped at her hair, dancing wildly around her. "Not easily," I admitted, though I hated to give her any reason to be afraid. "But I'll do everything I can to keep us hidden." She was silent for a few beats before turning her head to face me. "Will you tell me where we are going?" "Yes," I swallowed. "I heard of an abandoned weather station a few rotations away. We will figure out from there where we want to go." I held my breath, hoping she would believe me. I needed more time to come up with a plan, and she didn't need to know exactly who gave me the idea, did she? "A weather station?" Brows furrowed, she turned, facing the front. "Wouldn't they think of looking there as well?" "I doubt it." Fuck, my mate was smart. "But if it makes you feel better, we can stop in the caves on the beaten path. I heard there are warm springs near the mountains." Tarsa stiffened as if to protest, but then her body relaxed against mine. "Yes, that sounds wonderful." I should have felt relief at her acquiescence, but instead, heavy dread washed over me. My instincts screamed to backtrack, to reveal our true destination. But Sinzak's plan was madness, and I certainly wasn't telling Tarsa that her father's enemies suggested it. I just needed time to think. So I kissed the top of her head instead. "Tie up your hair, little one, unless you want a tangled mess." "Yes, sir," she sassed, eliciting a faint smile from me. "Yeah, Lady Tarsa would be the death of me."
Chapter 10. Look, a hot spring. Tarsa. The frigid wind whipped violently around us as the hoverbike sped through Qardho. I leaned into Kai, seeking warmth and comfort from his solid frame pressed behind me. Despite the icy chill biting into the exposed skin of my face, a warm ball of heat bloomed in my core at our close contact. My body molded perfectly to his as I leaned on him, the thrumming bike racing into the darkness. I was torn between excitement and sorrow, both churning like an alien blender. I was intoxicated by the thrill of escaping with my fated mate, yet racked with guilt for abandoning my father and Miala. My heart ached, imagining my father's reaction when he realized I had fled. His anger, his hurt, his confusion. And poor Miala, she would bear the brunt of my father's anger. But the thread linking Kai and me hummed in my chest. He was the most stunning Ukuma I had laid eyes on, and fate gifted me with this bond. There was no other choice, and I would always choose him. Earlier, I had felt something wrong through the thread, an agitation not my own, but it was certainly my fears and doubts. I had to stop thinking of another way to live. This was my life now. I had chosen it. Though I knew we couldn't possibly live in an abandoned weather station with my mate, I could live anywhere. I did not regret my choice to be with him. For the first time, I was not afraid to embrace the unknown. Wherever Kai led, I would follow without hesitation. He was my fated mate, my destiny, and I would brave any danger to stand beside him. Kai's warmth seeped into me deliciously, igniting sparks across my skin despite the layers of clothes separating us. I flushed, acutely aware of his muscular chest pressed to my back, his powerful thighs cradling mine. The temptation to melt even closer was too powerful to resist. Our thread hummed, the sexual tension crackling between us, setting my body aflame with need. I took in the stark grandeur of our surroundings, desperate for any distraction from my traitorous thoughts. The mountains are breathtaking. I raised my voice to be heard above the wind, trying to focus on the present, but my voice wavered. The ice-covered mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks piercing the moonlit sky like giant frozen daggers. I've never seen anything quite like them. Kai glanced down at me. Concern etched into his handsome face before he turned back to navigating the icy terrain. Qardho has its wild beauty. It reminds me that there's more to the world than the never-ending war. I didn't know if the biting cold or the thrill of being with Kai made me shiver. Still, as I contemplated his words, I realized that maybe, if our people could see beyond their prejudices, the fights and machinations between Boma and Ukuma would end. Our unity could lead us to win the war against our real enemy, the Zorgo. That could bring peace to us all. I sighed. I had to stop wishing for the impossible and focus on the now. "Are you okay?" Kai asked, his breath hot against my ear. "Fine," I lied, trying to sound casual despite the tightness in my chest. "Just trying to stay warm." Kai paused, his arms tensed, and gripped the handlebars tightly. "You are worried. Is it Miala or Lord Terran?" "Both," I said, struggling to find the right words. I can't help feeling guilty about leaving my father behind to face the scandal of our mating and Miala to deal with his rages. I guess it's harder than I thought to shake the weight of responsibility that comes with being a Boma Lord's daughter. "Hey," Kai said gently, putting his hand on my belly and tightening his hold on me. "This thread. It's as if something deep inside me is reaching out for you, and I am certain the goddess designed it this way." "Sounds cheesy when you put it that way," I teased, trying to lighten the mood. "Don't blame me," he protested, laughing. "I didn't make the rules of fate." "True," I agreed, my heart swelling with affection for this incredible male, my mate. "We'll figure this out," Kai murmured. His dark blue eyes were stony, but his voice was resolute. "Look at that," I exclaimed, pointing towards a particularly stunning vista where the mountains seemed to cradle the sky in their stony embrace. "It's like they're holding up the heavens. Like the goddesses themselves crafted this place just for us." He mused, a hint of poetic charm creeping into his voice. I laughed softly, the sound carried away by the wind. "Maybe they did," I agreed, feeling humbled and pleased. Maybe this is their way of showing us that we belong together, regardless of what our people might say. Or maybe they're testing us, he said with a sly grin, seeing if we can survive the cold long enough to prove ourselves worthy of their blessing. Either way, I'm glad we're here together, I told him sincerely, my heart full of affection for the male who had come crashing into my life, challenging everything I thought I knew about love and fate. Me too, he murmured, his hand tightening around my waist. We continued in silence for some time before I spoke again. Kai, I said, leaning closer to be heard over the wind, do you know what one of my favorite things in life is? Besides me, he quipped with a grin, his eyes sparkling in the moonlight. I rolled my eyes, unable to suppress a smile. Very funny. No, seriously, I have this habit I've never told anyone about before. Huh? Now I'm curious. His voice was warm and inviting, encouraging me to open up. Back in Meru, I would always wake before sunrise and climb to the roof of the house to watch the sunrise. Kai glanced back at me, intrigued. I never took you for such an early riser. You seemed like the type of lady to lounge in bed as long as possible. I swatted his arm playfully. Oh, hush you. Just because I appreciate my beauty rest doesn't mean I can't wake early when the mood strikes. Besides, there's something special about those first few moments when the world is still half asleep and the darkness gives way to light. It's like witnessing the birth of a new rotation filled with endless possibilities. Watching the sun transform the desert sands into liquid gold was magical. I sighed wistfully at the memory. Tarsa, that's beautiful, he murmured, his expression softening. I had no idea you were such a romantic. Neither did I admitted, feeling a flush rise to my cheeks. But there's just something about the sunrise that makes me feel alive. He chuckled. I'm an early riser myself on most rotations. Pilot training will do that to you. Maybe we can make it a tradition. He kissed my cheek, his warm lips lingering there. Watching the sunrise together, no matter where we are. I'd like that. My cheek tingled and my heart softened. I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at the thought. We fell back into comfortable silence again as he expertly navigated the hoverbike through the rocky terrain. The sky was already turning pink and orange at the edges, promising a breathtaking display. True to his word, he eventually turned the bike upwards into a mountain peak, deftly steering it until we skidded to a halt. Are we doing this now? I almost jumped with excitement. Sure, we were fleeing danger, but a female could enjoy herself, right? Kai only shot me a mischievous grin, grabbed me by the waist, and sat me on his leg, turning me to see the mountain view from above. As we sat there, our breaths mingled in the icy air. The beauty of the sunrise contrasted with the frozen landscape, creating a moment that felt almost otherworldly. Thank you for stopping, I told him sincerely. It's been too long since I've experienced this joy. Kai slipped his arm around my waist as I watched the sun peek over the horizon. Anything for you, Tarsa. His voice was rough, and I snapped my eyes to his. He watched me. My cheeks flamed, and I smiled, gazing back at the sky. The colors intensified, the warm pinks and oranges deepening into vibrant reds and purples, turning the sky and icy land a masterpiece of colors. Isn't it amazing how something so simple can be so beautiful? I mused, leaning into Kai's strong arms. It's like a reminder that no matter what we're going through, there's always something worth fighting for. Like you, he agreed, planting a soft kiss on my forehead. No matter the challenges I face, fighting for you is worth it. Any witty retort died on my lips as the first rays of sunlight bathed the icy mountain ridges in dazzling orange and gold. The radiant colors danced across the crystalline snow, making the entire landscape sparkle and glow. It's so beautiful, I whispered reverently, not wanting to disturb the profound tranquility of this perfect moment. Yes, you are, Kai responded, his voice husky. I turned, and his dark blue eyes reflected the soft hues of the rising sun, but were focused only on me. His hand gently cupped my chin, tilting my face toward his. Time slowed as he lowered his mouth to mine. My eyelids fluttered shut. His lips were warm against mine, and I moaned. Kai took the opportunity and breached my mouth with his tongue, nibbling on my lips with his fangs, consuming me with his scent, his touch, and his strength. I was lost in his taste. My hands roamed his muscular chest, trying of their own accord to open his fur cloak and reach his warm skin. His hand stopped mine, and I released a little growl on the back of my throat. Chest heaving, his eyes shone with the light. "Watch the sunrise, little one." Kai's voice was rough with an emotion I couldn't place. "Promise me one thing, though," he added, his eyes searching mine for reassurance. "Never stop chasing the sun." "Only if you promise to chase it with me," I countered playfully, my heart swelling with love for this incredible male who had shown me the true meaning of happiness in such a small gesture. "Always," he whispered, sealing our pact with a tender kiss that tasted like honey and stardust. A sudden gust of icy wind ruffled my braid, reminding me that the universe wasn't all sunlight and tender moments. Kai tensed beside me, his eyes scanning the horizon with a worried expression. "What's wrong?" I asked, feeling the shift in his mood. "Time is not on our side," he said, rummaging in a saddlebag and giving me a protein bar and a thermos. "My former teammates are likely tracking us. We need to keep moving." "Right." I sighed, disappointed but knowing he was right. "Did you bring Aquay?" I asked incredulously, sniffling at the brown liquid inside the bottle. Kai's sly smirk was endearing. "By your tone, I take it you appreciate it." I mumbled as I drank the warm tea. "It's delicious, especially in this cold." I gave him the thermos. Kai took a swig of the drink and handed it back to me. When I finished my food, he packed the bottle and sat me back on his front. "Let's get going," he said, wrapping the white blanket over me. "No breaks for the wicked, huh?" "Something like that," he replied, revving the hoverbike's engine back to life. I curled my fingers tightly into the blanket, steeling myself against the biting chill of the onrushing wind. We had barely gotten back underway when Kai abruptly killed the engine again. I started to ask what was wrong, but he held up a hand for silence, his head cocked as if listening for something. Dread curled in my gut. "Do you hear the others?" I whispered, barely breathing. After an endless moment, Kai shook his head, his posture relaxing marginally. "False alarm, just the wind playing tricks." I let out a shaky exhale, my nerves still jangling from the scare. Kai's head snapped to me, his eyes watching me carefully. "Are you cold? Your lips are turning brown." "No, it was the scare," I fibbed. What could he do? "Let's get out of here." I sighed, watching my breath mist and swirl in the frigid air. A bone-deep exhaustion was settling into my limbs, the events of the past rotation finally catching up with me. Physically and emotionally, I felt utterly spent. Kai noticed my sagging shoulders and drooping eyes. "You're dead on your feet," he remarked, concern furrowing his brow. "We need to rest soon." Too weary to argue, I nodded, stifling a yawn against my hand. The steady vibration of the hoverbike quickly lulled me into a semi-doze. My head nodded to the side, bumping into Kai's arm. He glanced down, amusement flickering across his tired face. "Getting comfy?" Sorry," I mumbled sheepishly, forcing my eyes open. It's not every rotation that a female crash lands on an icy desert, finds her mate, and runs away with him in the same breath. It's been a long rotation. "Tell me about it," Kai agreed wryly. He scanned the snowy horizon, his arm tightening around me. "Just hang in there a little longer. I'll find us a place to warm you up before you turn into an ice statue." I mustered a weak smile at his teasing before resettling against him, soaking up his warmth. The hoverbike continued its steady trajectory across the icy tundra, the landscape blurring into sameness. There was nothing but snow and rock for miles in every direction. Just as I felt myself fading again, Kai exclaimed triumphantly and angled the bike toward a cluster of boulders surrounded by snow-flecked scrub brush. It was the first break in the monotonous environment we'd seen in hours. Wisps of steam rose from a pool nestled between the rocks, promising warmth. I perked up at the sight. A hot spring, Oh, Kai, you're a genius. The warm water sent tendrils of steam into the cold air, creating a surreal mist. He grinned, clearly pleased by my excitement. Just trying to take care of my female. Can't have you turning into an icicle on me. We quickly dismounted and rushed to the glorious heat radiating from the spring. Looks inviting, doesn't it? Kai remarked, tossing his cloak into the bike seat. I beamed at him and hurriedly shed my stiff outer layers until I was down to only the thin chemise beneath. Glancing up, my eyes found Kai staring intensely at me, his eyes flaming gold. I quickly made my way to the glorious heat radiating from the spring. After securing our belongings and the hoverbike, he slipped into the healing warmth of the water. The heat was like a soothing balm against my cold-numbed limbs. Our eyes met across the steamy water, the attraction between us electric. Kai moved closer, drawing me into his arms. His kiss was passionate, conveying all the desire and emotion words couldn't express. The peaceful moment was shattered by the distant hum of an engine. Kai tensed, listening intently. Without a word, we both ducked lower in the water, pressing ourselves against the rocky edge of the spring.
Chapter 11. You like danger, don't you? Kai. The warmth of the spring enveloped us as I held Tarsa close, trying to stay hidden in the shadows of the rocks. The soft hum of the skimmer above us and even the danger of being discovered couldn't break our connection. Her eyes were glazed, seemingly unaware of the peril, or perhaps heightened by it. I held her tighter, fighting to maintain control. Movement from the corner of my eye brought me back to our precarious situation. I stilled, tightening my protective hold on Tarsa. Hush, little one. I yanked my eyes from her and searched the area but saw nothing on the boulders or the shrubs where I had parked the two-wheeler. I wasn't a novice, and my keen senses had picked up the slightest disturbance. What was it? Tarsa tried to speak, but I shot her a warning look. My instincts screamed danger until movement stilled me again. I tensed, scanning the surrounding area closely. My eyes fell upon a figure crouching in the shadows of a boulder, hidden under a white fur cloak. My blood ran cold. His blue eyes locked with mine. At that moment, a million thoughts crossed my mind, but one prevailed. He wanted me to know he was there. The skimmer hovered silently overhead, but the assassin's unblinking gaze was fixed on me. Icy fear gripped my heart in a thorium fist. Every nerve thrummed with adrenaline, muscles coiled tight. The urge to run warred with cold logic. He could wipe us down instantly if he wished. Mine. Tarsa was mine. Possessiveness roared through me. I wanted that assassin to know she belonged to me. My mate. Despite the fear gripping my insides, I ignored the mail sent to kill me. If these were our last moments, I would steal one last taste of her. I lowered my mouth to Tarsa's, gently at first. As if sensing my desperation, she parted her lips, letting me deepen the kiss. I poured every ounce of yearning into that kiss, mourning the life we had barely grasped before it was ripped away. The sound of the skimmer moving away yanked me from Tarsa's mouth, and I searched for the assassin. The Boma male had left without a sound, but his presence lingered like an uninvited guest. I frowned, searching the boulders. Why had he spared me? It made no sense. He'd had me at his mercy. Yet I still drew breath. When reality returned, still breathless from our shared passion, I noticed something wasn't right. The afterglow of our mating should have brought the bond, but I couldn't feel her in my chest, couldn't feel her emotions. My thoughts came to a halt, and I snapped my eyes to hers. Despite what we'd just shared, they were still blue, with not a hint of gold. I ground my teeth and watched her carefully. Kai? Her voice trembled. What's wrong? Her head moved side to side, searching for a danger that was no longer there. She looked back at me, moving the water around us, agitated, our bodies still close from our intimate moment. A gasp. Tarsa brought a trembling hand to her chest and rubbed it there. Brows furrowed, as if trying to figure out something that escaped her. The bond. It didn't lock into place. Even after we... Her voice trailed off, confusion evident in her eyes. No. I held her hand and brought it back to my nape, trying to comfort her despite my own uncertainty. But it will, I said, my voice firm. I should have taken more time with our first mating, not rushed by danger and desire, I said, my voice firm. I should have taken my time with her. Taking her in the open, with a skimmer flying over our heads and an assassin watching us, had been the stupidest thing I had done in my entire existence. Not that I would tell her that. Not about the assassin and surely not about my dumb mistake. One more, but who was counting? You are mine, Lady Tarsa, and I know you can feel it here. I placed a hand over her chest, resisting the urge to play with her still hard brown. And you are mine, Kai. She pulled me to her lips again, and I let her. Don't think because I don't have the mating fever yet. You are not because you are mine, she said in a little growl before kissing me. I kissed her back, tightening my arms around her, feeling my mate's bare skin against mine. My which had never really softened, twitched with her touch, and Tarsa's laughter echoed in the crisp air. Kai, I think we should find shelter before we start again, she teased, splashing some water on me. I felt a smile tug at my lips, my heart swelling at her playful voice. Believe it or not, I was always a disciplined warrior before meeting you, I replied, returning the splash. Her laughter rang out again like the sweetest music to my ears. Disciplined? She raised an eyebrow at my before licking her lips. Her hand reached for me, but I stopped her. Don't. I pushed her away, and my hand caught on her wrist comm. I stared at it and bit down on a curse. I hadn't noticed it under her clothes and felt like an idiot. Was it the mating fever muddling my brain? What? She looked down at it and back at me, confusion swirling in her blue eyes. I reached for it and deftly removed the comm from her wrist. In a panic, I crunched it in my fist and threw it away. I should have asked if she had one before we left. That's how they found us so soon. Does it have a locator? Tarsa's voice was small, and I turned to her, cupping her face with a hand. Yes, but it's gone now. I should have thought of that. I kissed her. We have to get out of here, I said, retracting my claws from the edge of the spring and offering her a hand. But the reminder of our precarious situation was like the slash of an icy blade, jolting me back to reality. You're right. She sighed, shivering as she rose from the water and the freezing air hit her thin, light brown scales. My eyes followed a rivulet of water on her neck before it slid down her. It followed the curve of her toned body to her smooth, and I twisted away. Hell. We were doomed if I kept letting my the thinking. Searching through the bike's saddlebags, retrieving a dry towel I had packed just in case, I handed it to her. Kai, I am sorry. I didn't realize. Shh, I shushed, covering her body with the small towel. It's not your fault. I didn't think of it, but we'll be fine. She chewed on her lip anxiously. But where will we go? Won't they just track us down again? There are ways to disappear if you know what to do, I said evasively. I wasn't ready to elaborate, but the fear that flickered across her face only fueled my determination to protect her. Within beats, we were dressed, and Tarsa sat on the two-wheeler and ate another protein bar, while I searched the hot spring area for any sign the Boma assassin might have left. Their fame wasn't for nothing. He hadn't left a trace of his presence there. But why hadn't he attacked? I was vulnerable, and he wouldn't find another moment like that. I would make sure of it. Ready? I asked, my voice low and urgent as I sat behind her. Tarsa nodded, her light blue eyes filled with trust. I couldn't let her down. I moved the two-wheeler through the mountainside rocky terrain, using my wrist comm for navigation. I had disabled all locators before leaving the cruiser, which kept us hidden and able to access navigation, but was foolish not to check on her comm. My heart tightened at the thought of what could have happened. With the constant threat of discovery, each mile we took away from that place was a victory. I prayed to the goddess to keep me sane and level-headed. What had I been thinking? I wasn't thinking, which is what made me act on my urges. Look what happened because of my recklessness. Tarsa's mating fever hadn't manifested, and I almost got myself killed. What good would I be to her dead? A cold sweat trickled down my back as I scrutinized the two-wheeler, my mind racing. The damn thing was losing power faster than a Thakor beast in quicksand. I'd have to recharge it soon, but that presented another challenge, and if I ditched it, our progress would slow significantly. You are tense. Tarsa's voice broke the quiet, which was only broken by the nipping wind on our hair. What's going on? Chapter 12. It's cold. Hold me. Kai. I stared intently at her face, my gaze drawn to the unsettling brown hue overtaking her lips. An involuntary clenching of my jaw accompanied the spike of worry that knotted my gut. Glancing away, I scanned the icy terrain stretching out before us. Kai. Tarsa angled her head, twisting in the seat to watch me, her voice laced with panic. Are they on our tail? Her desperate tone cut through the fog of my racing thoughts. Instinctively, I tightened my grip around her waist, wanting to offer her some reassurance. Not that I'm aware of, I drawled, though the tightness in my chest belied my light tone. Tarsa's hair whipped wildly in the biting wind, stray strands obscuring her face. She pushed them away with a trembling hand, her eyes locking onto mine, radiating fear. Why are you so tense then? I know my comm brought them to us, but... Her voice trailed off, the implication left unspoken. Stop it! I cut her off sharply, unwilling to let her take the blame. Tightening my hold on her, I tried to infuse my voice with reassurance. It wasn't your fault. I should have thought of it, but that's not why I'm worried. Motioning toward the two-wheeler, I heaved a weary sigh. I'm just contemplating our options. A deprecating laugh escaped me, an attempt to lighten the mood. The two-wheeler is losing power, and we might need to leave it behind. Isn't it solar-powered? Can't you just recharge it? Tarsa asked, tilting her head. I let out a sharp laugh. Sure, if we had a portable panel and an hour to spare. I gestured at the darkening cloudy sky. But I'm guessing time isn't on our side. Tarsa's gaze swept the barren landscape surrounding us, her brows drawn together in concern. No, it isn't. She took a deep breath before meeting my eyes once more. So, what will we do? I ran a hand over my face, tamping down a flare of frustration. We had limited options at best, but voicing hopelessness wouldn't help now. Forcing confidence into my voice, I replied, We'll keep moving, stay off the main routes, and find a place to hole up until sunrise. At my tone, Tarsa's shoulders dropped, and she gave a weak nod. Guilt gnawed at my insides, and I reached for her hand under the blanket, grabbing it. Hey now, I said soothingly, bringing her cold fingers to my lips. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Really? Because it seems like your plans often involve us running for our lives, she quipped, a hint of humor lacing her words. Ouch, I grumbled playfully, rolling my eyes. But seriously, we aren't far from the weather station now. We could walk there. My mind raced through strategies as we hovered over the barren landscape. I rubbed my chin, lost in thought. Navigating star systems and tinkering with ship parts I could handle. But being hunted across a wasteland with a failing vehicle? Not exactly my preferred predicament. As much as I hated to admit it, the two-wheeler had become a liability. But if we ditched it, could I still protect Tarsa out here? I had a sword and a blaster, but Qardho was untamed and ruthless. My crew and her father's assassin were the least of the threats lurking in this wilderness. Kai, Tarsa said, her voice cutting through my thoughts. You're doing that thing where you go silent and brood. I laughed despite myself. So perceptive, my mate. Sometimes I wondered if she couldn't feel my emotions after all. Guilty, I admitted with a wry smirk. Just mapping our next move. Tarsa cocked her head, eyes glinting. And what does the great strategist suggest? Before I could answer, Tarsa spoke again, her words soft yet clear. Whatever you decide, I trust you. Sincerity shone in her voice. She leaned back against my chest as the two-wheeler floated over the rugged terrain. My throat tightened with an emotion I dared not name. I kept one hand on the controls, the other wrapped firmly around her waist. Her warmth and nearness were a bittersweet comfort. After a brief silence, she glanced up at me, and I flashed Tarsa a grin, locking eyes with her. I was genuinely moved by her steadfast faith in me. Her former life of luxury in Meru must feel like a distant dream now. Mivra nuts and Eklis soup would be just memories from another world. Yet here she stood, entrusting her life to a Ukuma who had not been fully honest. Without breaking eye contact, I slowed the two-wheeler to a crawl, then gently tilted her chin. Tarsa inhaled softly, moving her head to grant me better access. I brushed my lips against hers, savoring their softness, before capturing her mouth in a deep kiss. She melted against me as our breath mingled. I threaded my fingers through her silken hair, clutching her slim frame closer, trying to lose myself in her sweetness. But the weight of my deception felt like stones pressing on my chest. I was unworthy of her devotion, her trust. She believed I would lead us to a weather station so we could plan our escape from Qardho, while I followed the mad schemes of her father's enemy. Would she hate me when she learned whose plan I followed? The taste of guilt was bitter on my tongue. I wanted to drop to my knees and beg her forgiveness, reveal everything, and face her justified anger. Only the conviction that the truth would hurt her kept my lips sealed. Or was that just cowardice? A spike of worry pierced my thoughts. Would she reject the bond? Desperate to erase those worries, I crushed Tarsa tighter, devouring her mouth with mine. I had to savor this closeness before she learned what I was doing and put up a fight. Breaking the kiss, Tarsa twisted around, almost facing me fully. Her eyes were dark with desire, cheeks flushed. "What was that for?" she asked breathlessly. I froze, pulse racing wildly. "I just needed to feel close to you," I stammered, scrambling for words. Tarsa studied me, her piercing gaze boring into me as her eyebrows drew together. I could almost see the gears churning in her mind. I needed more time. Every muscle in my body tensed anxiously. A glance at my wristcom showed the weather station was only a half-rotation walk away. But the two-wheeler's dwindling energy levels meant we wouldn't make it there. Making a split-sec decision, I cut the engine abruptly, letting the two-wheeler coast to a halt. Tarsa squeaked in surprise, steadying herself with a hand on the handlebars. I felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly smothered it. I had to act before she started questioning me further. "Come, we have to ditch it," I said decisively, sliding off the bike. I grasped Tarsa around the waist, lifting her down to stand beside me. "Hey, warn a lady, will you?" she protested, though a playful smirk tugged at her lips. I dropped dramatically to one knee before her. "My lady, I beg your pardon," I said solemnly, taking her hand and kissing it. Her cold fingers flexed against my mouth. Tarsa laughed and swatted at my chest. "Kai, you are incorrigible." Grinning, I grabbed her hands and pulled her down to kneel facing me. Our playfulness shifted, replaced by urgency. I claimed her mouth in a searing kiss, unable to get enough. Tarsa moaned my name, gripping my shoulders tightly, meshing her body with mine. My skin felt too tight, my horns tingled, my achingly hard. This kiss was different from the distraction on the bike. It was more passionate and desperate, fueled by my guilt and need to be close to her before my deception raised her guard. I regretted ending the kiss, but I couldn't do it again. I couldn't take her out in the open, risking her safety again. "We have to go," I panted, stealing one last searing kiss before forcing myself to stand and pulling her up with me. "I know," she whispered, eyes clouded with desire. I smirked. My mate didn't have the external signs of a mating fever, but her scent was a clear indicator that she was very much into me. That made my lips widen in a silly grin as I removed the saddlebags from the two-wheeler. I slung one bag over each shoulder, feeling their weight settle against my back. The straps dug into my skin as the bulky bags draped heavily down my front and back, the contents shifting inside. I adjusted the straps to distribute the load evenly across my shoulders and torso. "I can carry my bag," Tarsa said, starting to remove it from my back. I growled in warning, stopping her. "You will not. This terrain is treacherous enough without extra weight dragging you down." I softened my tone on the last words. She nodded, teeth sinking into her lower lip as she gazed at the stark horizon. I revved the two-wheeler's engine, turning it back the way we'd come. Releasing the handlebars, I let it speed off unmanned. Tarsa came to my side as we watched the speck grow smaller, vanishing in the snow-covered mountains. "Won't they find it?" she asked. "Probably, but we'll be long gone by then, and they won't know which direction we took," I said, turning and walking ahead, pulling Tarsa behind me. "We've got a half-rotation trek ahead. We'd better start now." I lifted my eyes to the darkening clouds overhead. We had to hurry before that brewing snowstorm hit. "Half-rotation?" Tarsa squeaked, eyes widening as she looked between me and the white desert nervously. "Don't worry, little one." I flashed a sly smirk, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. "I'll protect you from any wild beasts out there." "Of course you will. I'm a lady, after all," she replied airily, a playful lilt in her voice. "Don't expect me to fight off ice wolves to save you." "I know better than to make demands of a lady," I chuckled as she sashayed exaggeratedly, tossing a teasing look over her shoulder. I pointed towards 3 distant ice-capped peaks. "We head for those mountains." Tarsa's smile faded as she followed my gesture. "Yes, let's walk," she sighed, squaring her shoulders. I laughed, though I knew Tarsa was exhausted. We had no more options, so I went to her side and tugged on her hand. She clasped it tightly as we silently walked toward the abandoned weather station. I only hoped Sinzak didn't send us to a trap, and the information he sought was there. Despite Tarsa's brave front, I could see the journey had taken its toll. Her breathing was ragged, and her once bright eyes were clouded with fatigue. Guilt gnawed at me. My mate deserved better than this. "Hey, Tarsa," I ventured, trying to lighten the mood. "Why did the Boma warrior bring a quill to battle?" "Kai, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now," she huffed, clearly tired. "Come on, just guess it," I persisted, hoping to distract her from the long walk ahead. She sighed heavily. "Fine. I don't know. Why?" "Because he wanted to draw his weapon," I grinned, waiting for her reaction. Tarsa stared at me, mouth agape, but a small chuckle escaped her lips despite her efforts to remain serious. "That was terrible," she said, amusement creeping into her tone. The ghost of a smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Got any more?" "It wasn't that bad," I protested, affecting a wounded tone, though her subtle smile told me she didn't fall for it. Our banter faded to comfortable silence as we trudged on. The hours blended until darkness crept over us before reaching the distant mountain. I glanced at Tarsa, noting the weary slump in her shoulders. I asked if she wanted to stop and eat before continuing on, but she shook her head resolutely, yelling over the now howling wind. "No! I want to find shelter for the night rotation." We pressed on, and as we trekked deeper into the snowy, rugged terrain, a narrow ravine came into view. Carved between 2 sheer cliff faces, it seemed the ideal spot for a weather station. I checked my wrist comm. Sinzak's coordinates matched this location. I entered the ravine cautiously, following its winding path into the mountains, Tarsa behind me. The steep walls provided respite from the biting wind, letting me relax slightly. My scales felt raw and exposed. I worried for Tarsa, a lady not used to such harsh conditions. In combat, enduring punishing weather was always part of the deal. But Tarsa did not have that hardened resilience. Yet she persevered, determined and resolute. It pained me to see her struggle, but her fortitude made me proud of my mate. She had to get out of the cold, and I vowed to get her to shelter as quickly as possible. Sinzak could wait. Tarsa was my sole priority now. After hiking about a half-mile, the narrow passage opened into a small, bowl-shaped valley. Massive icy cliffs enclosed it on all sides. Up ahead, the entrance to a cave came into view. "Look, Tarsa," I breathed, relief flooding through me. "We made it." "Thank the goddess," she murmured, squeezing my hand tightly. I don't think I could have gone much farther. I didn't admit it aloud, but was also at my limit. My legs burned with exhaustion, and my feet were numb inside my boots. A wave of warm air washed over me as we stepped into the cave. The stone walls pulsed with a soft orange glow, like embers in a dying fire. From the shadows, the gentle trickle of water caught my ear. I turned to see a stream emerging from deeper in the cavern, its surface steaming where it met the heated rock below. The soothing sound called to me. I drifted toward it, muscles uncoiling, my guard dropping instinctively as the ever-present tension eased from my shoulders. For a moment, I simply watched the hypnotic flow, letting the warmth seep into my weary bones. After so long in the cold, this place felt like a dream. I let out an appreciative whistle. Not bad for a hideout, huh? The cavern was far larger inside than it appeared, with ample space to rest and escape the brutal elements. Kai, look at this. Tarsa's excitement echoed off the walls. She gestured to a neat pile of supplies and furs. I cocked my head warily. Sinzak hadn't warned me the cave was provisioned. I'd kill him if it were occupied. I was too exhausted to fight. "Who do you think put all this here?" she asked, her voice filled with incredulity. "I don't know. Maybe the weather station scientists?" I said absent-mindedly as I approached the pile. I sorted through it, senses alert for any signs of life, but the supplies seemed abandoned. Jaw clenching, fists tightening, I forced my eyes to remain fixed, scanning every inch of the area for the hidden panel Sinzak had mentioned. "Or perhaps," Tarsa mused, a playful gleam in her eyes, "it's the work of an ice wolf hunter." Despite her light tone, her voice trembled slightly. I glanced at her, noting how exhausted and cold she seemed. "Yes, could be a hunter's stash," I chuckled, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. My thoughts turned to the illegal hunters who sometimes roamed Qardho's wilderness, poaching ice wolves. Even if that was a possibility, my gut said otherwise. My attention shifted to the supplies scattered around the cave, and a twinge of unease slithered down my spine. The supplies were too neatly organized, stacked against the far wall. Someone had been here recently. Did they know about the weather station too? Sinzak claimed it was long abandoned, but someone else knew of this cave. "Kai?" Tarsa's soft voice interrupted my thoughts. "What's on your mind?" "It's nothing," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "Just scanning for threats." Tarsa's growl surprised me. I turned to find her staring me down, eyes burning. "We're not bonded yet, but I can tell when you're lying," she said sharply. "I'm not stupid, Kai. What are you hiding from me?"
Chapter 13. I like this cave. Tarsa. "What do you mean?" Kai's golden eyes darted between mine, and not for a sec did I doubt he knew what I was talking about. Tension rolled off him in waves, and I wasn't letting him get away with not telling me what it was. Not after I had chosen him time and again. After running away with him, I deserved to be treated as his partner. "Don't." I stepped closer, my finger pointing to his chest. "Don't act like that. I am your mate, whether or not we have bonded. Treat me as one." I waved my hand at the cavern. "This is nothing like a weather station. You seem to look for something. What is it, Kai?" Kai grabbed my arm and pulled me to him. I crashed against his chest with a humph and scowled. "I am looking for the weather station entrance. There should be a panel somewhere around here." Kai pointed to the cave walls. "But we can rest here for the night rotation and search for it in the morning." "Oh," I said, feeling silly for my outburst. My heart pounded in my chest, and heat rose to my cheeks. "So the weather station is hidden?" "Yes," Kai spoke near my ear, and I melted into him. "They used to have problems with intruders." "Are you sure this is safe?" I asked half-jokingly. My voice echoed against the stone walls as if mocking me. "Relax, Tarsa," Kai replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "I've got your back." I rolled my eyes and couldn't help but smile. There was something about Kai that made me feel both excited and terrified all at once. His presence had that effect on me, even though I couldn't quite put my finger on why. "I know you do. It's just sometimes I feel your mind is slipping away from me." "No, Tarsa, you are mine. You are my mate, and I'll do anything to keep you." He growled low, and his tone didn't leave doubts that he meant it. My scales tingled from his gaze. This whole situation was madness. Finding my mate in a crashed cruiser, an ukuma that looked at me with such intensity. I slipped from his grasp and walked around the cave, paying attention to the crevices on the wall. I stopped near the far edge, where a warm stream of water ran along the wall. Looking over my shoulder, I saw Kai's gaze locked on me. "The water is warm. It flows from an underground spring," he said, his voice rough. "How fortunate. A natural bath." "Among other things," he drawled, his smoldering look sending heat rushing through me. Silence remained for a few beats before I cleared my throat, grasping for composure. I can feel it. I can feel the thread humming, and I can feel the pull to you. It's just sometimes you're far away. I can't reach you." His golden eyes darkened as he moved closer. The intensity of his gaze made my heart race. Time seemed to slow as he reached for me, pulling me into his arms. His kiss was tender at first, then deepened with rising passion. The thread between us hummed with intensity as we lost ourselves in each other. Later, I lay curled against Kai's chest on the soft furs near the heated stream's edge, our legs intertwined. His deep, steady breaths soothed me as exhaustion seeped into my bones. My mind drifted, lulled by Kai's warmth and the gentle sound of the flowing water. A contented smile touched my lips as I let sleep overtake me. My last thought was that I was a lucky female. I was exactly where I wanted to be, in my fated mate's arms.
Chapter 14. It's not lying, it's creative disclosure. Kai. Still asleep, Tarsa stirred in my arms, her warm body pressing against my scales. I buried my face in her hair, inhaling her sweet scent. Mine. Her soft warmth against me was pure bliss. All I could focus on was her, the feel of her in my arms, her floral aroma enveloping me, the steady beat of her heart next to mine. The mating fever flooded my mind, attuning every fiber of my being to my fated mate. I never wanted this feeling to end. Nothing I ever had could compare to having Tarsa here with me. My grip on her tightened instinctively. She was everything now. My whole world distilled into this one remarkable female. My mate. Of their own accord, my fingers slid down her stomach and nestled between her legs, as if to hold her possessively. Mine. I fell onto the furs, gasping for air, and pulled Tarsa to my side. She buried her face in my chest, and I felt her warm breath against my scales. In that moment, with every beat of our hearts, I did not regret my choice. I was alive, and Tarsa was mine. My thoughts raced with plans for our future together, but a nagging thought crept into my mind. Would she forgive me for not telling her the truth? "I never want to leave this cave," she murmured against my chest. I pressed a kiss to her hair, a pang in my gut. If only it were that simple. Despite knowing she would blow up when she found out I was following Sinzak's plans, I would do it all again. I would do anything to keep her safe and with me. The furs fell away as Tarsa unfurled from our nest. I immediately missed her warmth. My eyes followed the hypnotic sway of her hips toward the stream, and I stepped in after her, shuddering as the warm water lapped at my skin. We washed in silence, hands gliding over each other, washing away the sweat and stickiness. Tarsa sighed, nestling her chin against the crook of my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around her, content to stay there. "I don't want to leave this place," she murmured again. "Can't we stay here, just the two of us?" I stroked her hair, troubled by her words. I had woken earlier and spent some time tidying up the cave and taking inventory of the supplies. If rationed properly, there was enough food and supplies to last at least a few months. The thought of holding up here alone with Tarsa was undeniably appealing, but I knew we couldn't stay forever. "I don't think we can stay here." I motioned to the stack of supplies against the cave wall. "The person who put it there will come back." She looked up at me, her gemstone blue eyes dimming. "Must you always be so practical?" A wry smile curved her lips, lessening the sting of her words. "Can't you indulge my fanciful dreams for once?" I chuckled, kissing the tip of her nose. "Forgive me, my lady. I can't seem to help it. If we could stay—" I squeezed her tighter, a lump forming in my throat that I refused to analyze. Eventually, hunger got the better of us, and Tarsa sighed, her breath tickling my chest. "I should rise and find us some food," she mumbled, though she made no move to leave my embrace. I tightened my arms around her, unwilling to let her go just yet. "Stay, I will prepare something for us to eat." She arched a delicate brow, lips quirking in a teasing smile. "Well, aren't you the resourceful one?" I chuckled, leaning down to brush my lips across her forehead. What kind of warrior would I be otherwise? Reluctantly, I untangled our limbs and left the comfort of her body. I tugged on my pants and built up the fire, then rummaged through our supplies for the dried provisions. Within beats, I whipped up a hearty stew. The rich, smoky aroma filled the cave, making my mouth water. Tarsa downed on her thin chemise and lounged comfortably on the furs beside me, watching as I stirred the pot simmering over the fire. That smells amazing. You're just full of surprises, aren't you?" she said, sitting up. I winked at her as she watched me work, amusement playing across her face. "I never took you for a cook, Fleet Pilot Kai," she teased. I rolled my eyes in mock indignation. "Hey, don't underestimate me. A pilot picks up all kinds of useful skills." "Oh yes, I'm sure stew-making was a key part of your flight training," Tarsa replied, her blue eyes dancing with mirth. "Absolutely essential," I deadpanned. Tarsa's melodic laugh filled the cave, light brown scales glinting in the firelight. The sound lifted my heart, more effective than any medicine. I spooned the stew into a bowl and brought it over to her. She blew on it delicately before tasting it. This is delicious," she praised, eyes lighting up. I grinned, absurdly pleased. We ate in cozy quietude for a few perfect moments. Soon, curiosity sparked in her gaze once more. She took another spoonful, savoring it slowly before asking, "So tell me, what made you become a pilot? What was young Kai like back on Embu?" I locked my gaze with hers, memorizing the beauty of her delicate light brown scales, smooth and unblemished like polished stone. Her gemstone blue eyes had yet to shift to molten gold with our bond, still glowing sapphire bright in the dim light. Her pouty lips were darkened and full, slightly parted as she gazed back at me, a flush on her high cheekbones. Her hair tumbled in white waves over her slender shoulders, large locks tangling on the rings of her little horns woven throughout the silken strands. She was exquisite, my fated one, her lithe frame both strong and graceful. I let my eyes linger on the elegant line of her neck, the rise and fall of her chest as she breathed, the feminine curve of her waist. Every detail of her stole my breath, from her long lashes to her slender hands with manicured claws. She was beauty incarnate, inside and out. My soul recognized its missing piece in her. I silently prayed thanks to Kayaki for gifting me this extraordinary mate. I only hoped I had time. Tarsa still did not know the full extent of what I had set in motion with Sinzak. My lies of omission gnawed at me, but revealing everything now could destroy this fragile bond between us. I had to find the right moment, and soon. My chest constricted with dread. I could not lose her, not when I had just found her. Surely fate would not be so cruel as to gift me an extraordinary mate only to rip her away. Chapter 15. The plot thickens. What is this room? Kai. Tarsa stared at me intently, her brow raised. "Well, are you going to answer or just keep staring at me like that?" I chuckled, warmed by her interest. I angled toward her, inhaling her floral scent as I gathered long-buried memories. As a youngling on Embu, I was fascinated by the ships launching from the city fleet base, I began, reminiscing. I'd spend hours imagining myself piloting, rocketing off on adventures across the stars. Tarsa's eyes lit up, her gaze never leaving my face. Captivated, I found myself opening up to her in a way I never had with anyone before. I stretched out next to her, a smile tugging at my lips. But I also loved tinkering with ship parts and mechanics, a hobby picked up from my father. Tarsa leaned closer, eyes swimming with curiosity. She set her empty bowl aside, giving me her full attention. Ship parts, So you're not just a handsome face with pilot's finesse? She teased. I feigned offense, pointing at myself dramatically. Hey now, watch it. I happen to have many talents, you know. Tarsa raised an eyebrow, her eyes heating, roaming over my body. Oh really? Enlighten me, oh talented one. Grinning mischievously, I boasted, apart from being an extraordinary pilot, I also possess exceptional skills in the ancient art of procrastination. Tarsa gasped, her hand flying to cover her mouth in mock shock. Oh, such a rare and admirable talent. We burst into laughter, our voices echoing through the cave. Tarsa's eyes still danced with mirth as she crossed her legs and propped her chin in her hands, waiting expectantly. Okay, spill it. How did you go from tinkering with ship parts to navigating through space and dodging enemy fire? It was my father who introduced me to the art of flight mechanics. He was also a pilot in the fleet, and the pull of the unknown made my heart race. Oh, and a bit of healthy rebellion, too. Tarsa smiled, clearly able to picture young me dreaming of spaceflight. Where is he? Your father. Her voice was small, as if she remembered her own, which saddened her. My father died in battle, cycles ago, I said, not wanting to go into detail. What about you? I asked. What would you do if the council hadn't forbidden females to work? As soon as I asked, I wanted to kick myself in the ass. She was a highborn and would probably never work. Tarsa's smile faded. I'm sorry about your father, she said softly. Her fingers traced the golden rings adorning her right horn, eyes distant. I understand loss. She paused before looking at me. My umami died birthing me. I have no memories, just secondhand stories. I reached out and gave her hand a comforting squeeze. I'm sure your umami would be very proud of the female you've become. She gave me a bittersweet smile. I'm not so certain of that, she murmured cryptically. After a moment, her eyes lit up again. But to answer your question, if I were born into a simple family, I would have loved to study history or become an ambassador. Her eyes lit up as she spoke. I've always been fascinated by the diversity among planets. As a child, I was obsessed with Raxos's ancient history. She chuckled. I drove my tutors mad with the books I would collect from the interplanetary trips I took with my father. Miala was always finding manuscripts hidden in my bedroom. I grinned, easily picturing a young, inquisitive Tarsa poring over ancient texts. You would make an excellent ambassador, I said sincerely. She nodded thoughtfully. I enjoy learning about different cultures and peacemaking, though my father only values warfare and trade. Her gaze grew distant as she stared into the flickering flames again. I remained quiet, sensing her need to gather her thoughts. I wish our people could live in harmony, Tarsa continued. But my father claims the council is set in tradition. She turned back to me, her blue eyes burning with intensity. That's why I believe in our bond, despite what they say. I feel as if Kayaki herself is showing us the path, and we need only to take it. I see a future where Boma and Ukuma are truly united. I stared at her, a swirl of emotions running through my mind. My chest tightened at her brave but idealistic words. Maybe, I allowed softly as I tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, my voice firm. But until that happens, I am not risking your safety. Tarsa held my gaze, brows pinched. She opened her mouth as if to argue further, then seemed to think better of it. Her shoulders sank a fraction before she took a slow breath, nodding in acquiescence. Enough of serious talk, she said, after a weighty pause, injecting brightness into her tone. Tell me, talented one, how will you quench your passion for the stars now? I offered a small, conciliatory smile, hoping to convey without words that talking about her naive ideals was not rejected, but merely postponed. However, I realized that further discussion of our future now would only lead to discord, especially as I was the one keeping secrets. I decided to let the matter rest for now. She raised a perfect eyebrow, waiting. Her lips quirked with a wry smile. Or maybe tinkering in a workshop suits you better? Grinning, I leaned back. There's something intoxicating about discovering uncharted territories, I mused, raking heated eyes over her body. Tarsa's eyes sparkled, her smile widening. But truly, I find peace in my workshop, losing track of time while repairing engines and machines. I pictured my workshop, sighing wistfully. Tarsa searched my face. Even if it means giving up the freedom of the skies? I took her hands in mine. I would sacrifice the stars themselves if it meant having you. My old life means nothing without you in it. Tarsa's eyes glistened as she squeezed my hands. But you worked so hard to become a pilot. I can't imagine you. I cut her off, smiling. I have zero regrets about any of this, Tarsa. I would steal you away 1,000 times over if it meant we could build a life together, I said firmly. Besides, I can fly other cruisers and tinker in other workshops. We won't stay in this cave forever, mate. No, we won't stay here forever, will we? She sighed. Pity, I like it here. Tarsa tilted her head, a playful smile dancing on her lips. There's not much for you to repair here, but... She sprang up suddenly, bounding for the supply stack. Let's explore the cave more. Okay. We weren't talking about our feelings anymore. Message received. I slowly nodded, following along after her. In truth, I had to search for the hidden panel that would open the secret door to the old weather station. A twinge of guilt went through me for not telling her the real reason I would be exploring, but I pushed it away. Better if she believed this was just a fun adventure. As Tarsa wandered ahead, gazing around with wide-eyed wonder, I broke off down a winding tunnel, running my hands along the rough, rocky walls. What had seemed like a single large cavern was actually a network of tunnels branching off in several directions. Find anything interesting? Tarsa called out, her voice echoing faintly down the passage. Not yet, I replied, my words absorbed by the darkness as I ventured deeper. My fingers slid over the uneven stone, searching each crevice and groove, hoping to trip the hidden mechanism. The smoothness of the walls and floor here seemed too uniform, too intentional to be natural. Tracing my hand along the stone, I felt a small indentation cleverly concealed within a fault in the rock. Heart pounding, I pressed down. With a grinding scrape that set my teeth on edge, a panel slid open, revealing a narrow pitch-black passageway. Coughing as dust rose in plumes from the disturbed entrance, I stared into the inky corridor, my mouth going dry. Was this what Sinzak had hinted I would find? Before entering, I listened for Tarsa but heard only silence. She hadn't followed me into the tunnel. How far had I gone? Activating the light orbs, I stepped through the passageway. The scent of mold and rot hit my nostrils. Some creature had died in there. I steeled myself against retching and moved deeper. The chamber opened into a large control room with an expansive central console covered in switches, screens, and instruments. My eyes widened and relief crashed over me. Sinzak hadn't lied about this place, at least. This had to be the old weather station, which meant the answers I sought were here. Somewhere. I began examining the equipment, looking for useful data. Most were non-functional from cycles of disuse, but Sinzak promised the location of the hidden city of Menora was stored here. I prayed he wasn't delusional, and that this wasn't a waste of time. Frustration mounted as my search yielded nothing. Sinzak's words mocked me. Come now, don't look so glum. I know the predicament you two find yourselves in with her father and the council. But it doesn't have to end in tragedy, Lieutenant. There are alternatives. I still remember how Sinzak fixed me with an intense, knowing look before continuing smoothly. I happen to know the existence of a safe haven where those wishing to disappear can live in exile. No questions asked. When I raised an eyebrow and asked him to elaborate, his tone turned ruthless. Find the city, and I will ensure you and your lovely mate my protection." Now I doubted my judgment. Maybe the mating fever fried my brain, because what had I been thinking? Sinzak had certainly only his interest in mind. I was lured by the promise of escape with my mate, but now what? The fleeting look in his eyes, the way his hand trembled ever so slightly before he tried to hide it, had me taking his deal. He desperately needed whatever information was hidden here about Menora. I could see that plainly. Even knowing how crazy stupid it sounded, if I actually found it, I'd have real leverage to negotiate our escape from the fleet and Tarsa's father. Rubbing a hand over my face, I almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. Here I was, searching for an ancient lost city in some abandoned weather station. I definitely wasn't thinking straight when I accepted Sinzak's offer. But that nagging feeling persisted. He wouldn't have sent me here if there wasn't something to find. I let out a hard sigh, hands on my hips as I hung my head in frustration. The tunnels were silent. Though Tarsa must have wandered to other parts of the cave system, I could still feel her through the thread on my chest. I ran my fingers through my plaited hair, eyes darting around the decrepit control room. I just needed to dig deeper. An hour slid by as I tried every trick to access the systems. Finally, buried deep in an auxiliary drive, I located a series of encrypted files. With bated breath, I bypassed the security protocols and began scanning the data within. I was engrossed in mentally reviewing Qardho's map when Tarsa's voice suddenly rang out behind me, making me jump. "Kai, what is this place?" I whirled around, cursing inwardly that I hadn't heard her approach. Tarsa stood in the doorway, peering around with eyes as big as saucers. I found the entrance to Qardho's old weather station," I said, turning back to the console and trying to appear casual despite the unease swirling within me. "Does this mean the person who claimed the cave never discovered the passage?" Tarsa asked. She came up beside me, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar equipment. Running her finger along the dusty console, she frowned. "Do look like it," I said, my voice strained. "I was just poking around to see if any of this old tech still works. It was a partial truth. Have you had any luck?" I shook my head with a grimace. "No, everything is completely shut down." "That's too bad," Tarsa replied. She glanced at me, eyes full of unspoken questions. "It would have been amazing if we could have gotten some systems running again." I forced a smile, hoping it didn't betray my inner turmoil. "Yeah, unfortunately this place has been abandoned for too long. I doubt any of it can be salvaged." I met her gaze and then quickly looked away. Tarsa was studying me intently, a crease between her brows. I could almost hear the questions swirling in her mind. An awkward silence fell. Sensing her scrutiny, I busied myself sifting through data files, pretending to still be searching. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Tarsa fold her arms, lips pressed together. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then seemed to think better of it. After a few moments, she wandered back out of the control room, and I sagged against the console in relief. I couldn't avoid telling her everything forever, but I still needed time to decide our next move. This mess was my doing. I didn't want Tarsa to suffer from my lapse in judgment. Qardho was nearly inhospitable, and I couldn't just drag her back out into the cold with no destination. But staying here was risky too. We could be found by the hunter who stashed supplies, my team, or her father's assassins. "Nebulas," I growled low in the back of my throat, claws digging into my palms in frustration. I should have planned this better, should have pressed that infuriating lord for more details instead of blindly following his vague instructions. But standing here indulging in self-pity wouldn't fix anything. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my swirling thoughts. The situation wasn't hopeless yet. I just needed time to strategize. Over the next few hours, Tarsa flitted in and out of the control room, never staying long. I sensed she was giving me space, picking up on my tension. In the brief moments our paths crossed, her eyes shone with excitement as she described the marvels she'd found exploring the winding tunnels, ancient carvings, mineral formations, hidden alcoves. Tarsa soaked up every detail with childlike wonder, but her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. She watched me closely when she thought I wasn't looking, a crease forming between her brows. Her hands fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, lips pressed in a thin line. Though she chatted brightly about her discoveries, an unspoken question hung in the air between us. I could tell she was holding back, her eyes darting between mine, waiting. For what? Did she know what I was hiding? Late in the rotation, as I stared blearily at another useless document, Tarsa burst into the room with even more vigor than usual. "Kai, you have to come see this!" she beamed at me. "I think I found something!" Before I could speak, she had grabbed my hand, all but dragging me along behind her in her excitement. I followed, bemused, as she led me deeper into the cave system. We entered a high-ceilinged cavern dotted with luminescent crystal formations. Tarsa brought me to the far wall where a single stone jutted out prominently from the otherwise smooth surface. "Watch this," she said with a grin, pressing her palm against the misshapen rock. The stone depressed slightly, with a grinding sound, and a whole section of the wall slid away, revealing a doorway and passage beyond. "Stars above," I breathed, stunned. After I'd spent all my rotation scouring the weather station's databanks, my brilliant mate randomly stumbled upon a hidden passage by sheer luck. The irony wasn't lost on me. Why hadn't that weasel warned me there was more than one chamber? I shook my head with a wry, self-deprecating smile. Of course, Tarsa would uncover what I had failed to find after hours of searching. She turned to me, eyes dancing. "Do you think it is part of the weather station?" Without waiting for a response, she ducked through the doorway, shaking me off my surprise. "Tarsa!" I shouted, running after her. "Damn it! Wait for me," I gritted out. But she disappeared from my view, and my heart stopped.
Chapter 16. You Scheming Liar. Tarsa. As soon as I stepped into the chamber, somehow even larger than the first one where I found Kai, I sneezed as dust invaded my nostrils. My steps faltered as I took in the stale air of the dusty, dark room. It was filled floor to ceiling with towering shelves carved directly from the native rock. Eyes wide, I stared at the strange equipment filling the space. Rows of complex machinery lined the room, with panels blinking with lights and screens glowing with symbols in Raxo's oldest tongue. I could understand most of it, but couldn't wrap my head around what I was seeing. Holographic monitors hung silent and dark from the cavernous ceiling. Shelves along the back wall held countless instruments and old tablets. I stilled as confused thoughts swirled in my head, and I blinked. My forehead creased in a frown as I slowly turned, taking it all in. I chewed my bottom lip, tilting my head quizzically. This was clearly some kind of operations center, but for an old weather station? The room echoed with a low hum from the machinery, and Kai's rushed footsteps echoed on the stone floor behind me. I stared in awe, my senses overwhelmed. "Tarsa!" Kai's panicked voice made me whirl around. He grabbed me roughly, pulling me against him and burying my head against his neck, his breathing ragged. "Don't do that again," he growled, clutching my head in his hands. I lifted my eyes, perplexed. "Do what?" "Run into unknown rooms like that," he breathed, touching his forehead to mine, his body rigid with tension. "This could have been a trap." He waved a hard stare around the chamber. I pulled back, frowning. "There's no danger here. It's only us," I said, moving further inside. "What is this place?" I murmured in awe, firing questions rapidly. "Is it part of the weather station? Why would they still use tablets?" Kai just shook his head, jaw tight. "Tablets?" His head swiveled, taking in the room with appraising eyes. He followed behind me silently, body rigid with tension, as I trailed my fingers along a machine, examining the engraved markings in the old tongue. "How old is this station?" I asked, reaching tentatively for a tablet on the shelf. "Don't touch anything!" Kai snapped, eyes flashing in panic. I yanked my hand back as if burned, stung by his sharp tone. "Well, excuse me for being curious," I growled back, irritation flaring. "No need to bite my head off." Kai dragged a hand down his face, looking uncharacteristically on edge. "My apologies. I shouldn't have yelled. This place just caught me off guard. I studied Kai, my eyes narrowing as I took in his panicked demeanor. His reaction was extreme, and his eyes darted about like a caged animal. I didn't need a thread of a mate bond to know. He was hiding something. The way he'd been acting all rotation, and now this strange weather station. My stomach fluttered with unease. He'd been cagey about this place from the moment he first mentioned it on the cruiser. What was really going on here? I ached to confront him, to demand the truth. But at the same time, fear held me back. We were still finding our balance, exploring the fragile thread of our unconnected bond. I didn't want to damage it with accusations and mistrust. I chewed my lip, my emotions swirling, confusion, suspicion, but also care and love. I wanted to trust Kai, to give him the benefit of the doubt. But how could I, when he was clearly keeping secrets? Kai pulled me back to him, breathing me in deeply as if to reassure himself I was there. I'm sorry, little one. That was out of line. But when you disappeared down that tunnel, I thought... He shook his head, brow furrowed. I thought I'd lost you. Next time, would you please let me go in first? He gently tapped a finger on my nose. I am the big, tough warrior, after all. I wrinkled my nose, swatting his hand away playfully. Oh yes, of course, brave sir. I bowed dramatically. Us poor damsels should let the menfolk lead the way into dark caves and creepy tunnels. I peered up at him impishly as he rolled his eyes. His posture relaxed slightly, and some of the panic faded from his eyes. Always so humble, I teased. I reached up and stroked his cheek gently. He leaned into my touch, the tension in his shoulders easing. His eyes softened, though I could still see the shadows lurking there. Just trying to keep you safe, he murmured. I smiled, but it didn't quite reach my eyes. We needed to talk, but I wasn't willing to confront him yet. As my mate, surely he would open up when he was ready. Wouldn't he? I moved further into the room, peering around curiously. If this is part of the old weather station, why was it hidden away like this? I mused aloud. My fingers trailed over the equipment as I examined it. They clearly didn't intend for this area to be easily found. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kai shift his weight. His eyes darted around the room before focusing intently on a console as he avoided meeting my gaze. I honestly have no idea what this place is, he replied after a moment, his voice carefully neutral. My guess is it wasn't originally part of the station, but they might have expanded operations here later on. I nodded thoughtfully, though his answer rang hollow. There was more he wasn't saying. But I wouldn't push, not yet. It's incredible how many old tools and artifacts are here, I said, spinning in a slow circle as my eyes roamed over the shelves. Just imagine the secrets and history buried in this place. It all belongs in a museum. I turned to Kai. You didn't say. How old do you think this station is? Kai seemed to relax slightly as he considered. I haven't the faintest clue, he mused, leaning against the console. I knew there was a station somewhere in these caves, but I didn't have much time to do any research. He gave me a knowing look. You mean we had to flee for our lives if we wanted to be together? Got you, I smirked, but my mind still churned with rapid, fleeting thoughts. Well, this area clearly wasn't meant to be found. It's hidden away and covered in dust. I tilted my head, staring up at the dark holograms overhead. How had I managed to get the door open? I wandered along the shelves, reading serial numbers engraved on tablets and examining strange instruments. Who built this place? Kai moved to a console on the far wall. He tapped a few buttons and the screens flickered to life, projecting a detailed holographic map unlike any weather data I'd seen. What is it? I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. Do you think this is part of a secret fleet outpost? Well, I'll be damned, Kai muttered, ignoring my question. There must be a backup power source somewhere keeping systems online. His eyes remained fixed on the screens, fingers flying over the controls. Tension rolled off him in waves. I peered eagerly over his shoulder. What have you found? Strange yet familiar symbols and diagrams flashed across the holograms. Do you know what those symbols mean? They tugged at my memory, but I couldn't grasp what exactly it was. "Give me a moment," Kai said, focused intently on the console. As he worked, blurred maps and images resolved into... I gasped, staggering back a step. Rubbing my eyes, I looked again, jaw slacked. My eyes darted between the screens, and I braced myself against the console, shock reverberating through my body. That wasn't right. The image showed a vast underground city nestled underground towering mountains, its buildings glowing with a warm amber light. Crisp details of sleek architecture carved into mountain rock, monorail tracks winding through expansive caverns beside water streams that reflected the city's radiance. I had seen a similar image hanging in the foyer of the Royal Library, but that faded map hadn't captured the scale or brilliance of the metropolis before me now. Kai zoomed out, and an aerial view appeared. 3 peaks surrounded the glowing city, the range unmistakably located in the Qardho wilderness. It was stunningly beautiful and utterly impossible. I blinked rapidly, inhaling the musty cave air as I struggled to process what I was seeing. Is that... My voice faltered, and I turned to Kai, eyes wide. Is that the lost city of Menora? The words were out of my mouth when Kai breathed, relief tinging his tone. Sinzak was right. His voice was barely audible, yet his words sliced through me like a blade. I turned sharply, trying to process what he'd said. What? I stared holes in the side of his head, and my stomach sank. Kai froze, eyes going wide. His nostrils flared, and his gaze snapped to me, a pained expression flashing across his face. After a beat of silence, my voice became dangerously low and sharp. What does Lord Sinzak have to do with any of this? I demanded, urgency and frustration rising. Kai's shoulders tensed, spine rigid as he snapped his gaze towards the screens. His jaw was clenched with such force that the muscles in his face stood out in stark relief. Claws digging mercilessly into his palms, every line of his body radiated a palpable tension. It rolled off him in tangible waves as he stood frozen before me, the usually fluid grace of his movements replaced by a coiled, predatory stillness. "Kai!" I gritted out. "I never took you for a coward." I prodded, eyes narrowing. Something wasn't right. The feeling I had all morning was like a buzzing insect inside my head now, hard to ignore. His mention of Sinzak was the final straw. He flinched, eyes squeezing shut for a brief moment, before meeting my glare, resignation etched across his face. Back on the cruiser, Sinzak gave me information about this facility, he said slowly. Claimed it contained the location of Manora. What? My mind reeled. You've been working with Sinzak? My hands balled into fists. I stepped forward until we were nearly nose to nose. That sneaky snake? You're actually trusting him? Clearly, his information panned out, Kai bit back, gesturing to the screens. Menora's map is right where he said it would be. I staggered, swaying on my feet. Wait a sec. Is this why we came here? To find Menora? Horror filled my stomach. Tarsa, stop! He tried to reach for me, but I took another step back. His golden eyes flashed with something akin to hurt, and he sighed. Yes. But that's only part. I lifted a hand, cutting him off with a sharp, slicing gesture as he spoke. My shoulders tightened, mind racing. He must want something in return, I thought, the suspicion flaring in my mind. Why is he interested in an ancient city, and why would you help him? Kai raked a hand through his hair. It's complicated. I don't think so. I cut him short again. Tell me exactly what Sinzak is up to. Dread threatened to drown me, but I clung to the hope that Kai would somehow make this right. He couldn't truly be working with Sinzak. Not him. Kai turned away, fists clenched at his sides. The silence stretched on endlessly before he finally faced me again, grim determination on his face. Sinzak proposed we help him locate Menora, he admitted quietly. In exchange, he'd assist our escape. "We!" I screeched, staggering as if struck. "You made a deal with him?" Kai growled in frustration. "I did what I had to do to protect us." I shook my head in disbelief, arms crossed protectively over my chest. Goddess above. You played right into his scheming hands, I whispered, my heart wrenching from my chest. I searched the face of the man I had started to love, now a stranger before me. Prayed this was a twisted dream I'd wake from, that we could start fresh. But the torment in his eyes told me this was horribly real. Kai's bitter laugh echoed through the cavernous room. Scheming hands? He stalked towards me, stopping barely an inch from my face. Yes, it was Sinzak who suggested I take you away from your father. He lowered his mouth to mine, his nose brushing against me as he growled. But even without him, I would have done anything to keep you. Anything, Tarsa. I shuddered at his proximity, the desperation in his eyes. So yes, I made a deal with Sinzak, he spat, because it meant I could keep you. How could you not tell me? Hurt and anger warred within me as I searched Kai's face for answers. But he only clenched his jaw, eyes hardening like stone. Confusion and betrayal swirled sickeningly inside me. Kai opened his mouth as if to explain, then closed it again, the silence between us deafening. I realized then, more acutely than ever, the consequences my actions would have. I had shamed my family, my father. Sinzak could use this to ruin him. I stepped back, heart pounding, shame and regret pressing on my chest alongside anger at Kai's deceit. I disgraced my father's name, I whispered, still hardly believing my stupidity. And you've given his enemy the power to destroy him. Kai reached for me, eyes pleading. Tarsa, listen, I had no choice. I smacked his hand away, blinking back furious tears. Don't touch me, you lying snake! Kai recoiled as if I'd struck him, shock and hurt flashing across his face. But I was too far gone in my own anguish to care. He should have told me the truth from the start. I trusted you, Kai, and you betrayed that trust, I spat, tears now streaming down my cheeks. How could you hide something so important from me? I stepped closer to him, jabbing my finger against his chest. Something that could have changed my choice? Kai flinched. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Before he could react, I whirled around and fled the room, barely registering the pain in his eyes. My heart hammered as I ran blindly through the tunnels, needing to escape. The cavern echoed my chaotic thoughts. I raced on the cold ground, frustration bubbling inside me like a stormy sea. I had let impulse sweep me away, the thrill of freedom, of finding my mate. But now, facing the harsh reality of consequences, I was lost. What had I done? I thought of my father, his work and honor I'd so recklessly cast aside. And Kai, I had trusted him completely. Yet he kept secrets that endangered everything. Bursting into the main cavern, I raced for the cave's entrance, gulping down lungfuls of frigid air. My breath came in white puffs as I collapsed to my knees in the snow. The icy chill seeped through my clothes, raising my scales, but I welcomed the numbness, wanting it to freeze the roiling emotions inside me. Guilt clawed at my throat, threatening to choke me. My reckless mating was a scandal that shamed my father. But with Sinzak orchestrating our escape, it was clear he aimed to exploit it and destroy my father's standing in the council. By fleeing with Kai, I had ruined my father's political career, his life's work, in one foolish move. I had been too weak and thoughtless to consider the consequences. I squeezed my eyes shut against the sting of tears. The wind howled through the mountains, buffeting me cruelly. I had single-handedly destroyed House Turan and my father's ambitions. And I had no one to blame but myself. Chapter 17. Betrayal is a shitty thing. Tarsa. My shoulders trembled, my chest burning with quiet sobs. What could I do now? Was there any way to fix this? Soft footsteps echoed behind me, and I stilled, my heart aching. Kai's rich, earthy scent reached my nostrils, untamed and tantalizing. My body tensed, stomach fluttering with desire, even as hurt still smoldered within me. The bond thread hummed in my chest as he approached. Part of me longed to melt into his arms, to forget the lies and go back to how things were. But I couldn't ignore how he had betrayed my trust, and kept the truth from me. Making a deal with my father's enemy to save us wouldn't erase the scandal. I had hoped father could explain my absence with his normal excuses and smother any talk of my mating. But if Sinzak was behind our escape, I was so stupidly naive that it wasn't even funny. Didn't I know Kai was hiding something and chose to ignore it? Anger burned in my chest, and I let the fury for his lie fester inside me. "Go away," I hissed half-heartedly, claws digging into the snow. Part of me hoped Kai would help make things right with my father. He would fight for us in the council, but practically, I knew it was akin to suicide. The Royal Council wouldn't bend their rules for us. Kai's footsteps crunched closer until he crouched beside me. His nearness radiated warmth along my side, making my scales tingle traitorously. I refused to look at him, staring blindly ahead as snowflakes drifted down in the silence. When Kai finally spoke, his voice was rough with emotion. "Little one." His hand found my shoulder, searing my scales despite the layers of clothing. "Look at me." Still, I sat frozen, torn between anger and the need for his warm embrace. Kai sighed, his fingers gently pressing into my shoulder. "I know you feel betrayed, but have you asked yourself, what would you have done in my place?" His thumb massaged the nape of my neck, and I nearly moaned, arching into his touch. "You said I took away your choice." He paused, meeting my eyes. "But would you have chosen to reject the bond?" "Reject me?" His voice trailed off, sparking with uncertainty. I recoiled at his words, tension rising again. I opened my mouth but faltered, conflicting emotions churning within. Kai was my fated mate, though our bond hasn't locked yet. I knew it deep in my bones. "No," I finally whispered, the hurt still lingering in my throat. "I would never reject you, Kai. But this isn't about our bond. You made a deal with my father's political rival." I turned to face him fully. "Do you understand what that will do to him?" Kai's hand never left my nape, as if trying to keep me close. I wasn't aware they were rivals, as they were on the same commission to the intergalactic meetings, Kai started, seemingly unaffected that his deal would break my father. "But with what happened in the cargo bay, with Duran on my tail, and the assassin your father sent to kill me, did we really have another choice but to flee?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again, hesitating. Why was he being so rational? After a moment, I found my voice again. "But did you really have to make a deal with Sinzak?" I huffed, almost pleading. "Why him, of all people? He's cunning, Kai. He won't just help us out of the goodness of his heart. Little one, do not forget where we crashed. If Sinzak hadn't offered help, we wouldn't have a place to flee to." Kai's voice was exasperated, though he never removed his hand from my neck, his thumb making circular, soothing caresses around my cheek. "Why didn't you tell me? Why the lies? Is that how you intend to go when the bond locks?" Kai's growl rumbled, and his eyes flashed. "Tell me, mate." His voice dropped to a low octave. "Would you have agreed to flee with me had you known about my deal with Sinzak? About Menora?" His words stirred conflicting emotions beneath my stubborn anger. If Kai had told me everything up front, I likely would have thought him mad. That thought left a hollow ache in my chest. "That isn't a reason to lie to me," I fired back, standing up and moving out of his reach, fire burning in my stomach again. "I'm your fated. We should be honest with each other. Otherwise, why even bother?" Kai clenched his jaw, eyes flaming. "You make a moot point, as you wouldn't have believed me anyway." I deflated slightly, staring at him. No, I wouldn't have believed him. "I don't know what I would have done," I admitted, my voice a broken whisper, "because I wasn't given the choice." I stepped closer to Kai, searching his eyes and ignoring the icy chill biting at my exposed scales. "Making a deal with Sinzak is madness," I insisted, my voice resounding off the cave walls. "You must be crazy if you think he'll actually uphold his end." I threw my hands up in frustration. Why does he even want to find the ancient city? My words faded into the heavy silence around us. I thought back to Sinzak's cunning manipulation at court, the way my father had warned he would stop at nothing for power. I gestured wildly at the snowdrifts and icy rock formations surrounding us on the desolate mountain peak. And why are you so set on finding the hidden city? It makes no sense, Kai. He just gazed back steadily, unspeaking. I grabbed his arms, feeling the heat radiating from the scales beneath his sleeves. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough, eyes shifting between mine. We are going to live there, Kai said, circling his arm around my waist and locking me in an embrace as if to stop me from fleeing. What? I recoiled, struggling in his grip. My gaze searched his face for signs of madness. Maybe our incomplete bond had already fractured his mind. Stop that. Kai stared intently into my eyes. Sinzak claims there's a hidden community of exiled Raxans in Menora. While not ideal, it may be the safest option for now. Panic rose in my chest. He was losing it. Was it the bond? Kai, I said carefully, Menora is ancient history. Ancient. There is nothing left of it after 1,000 cycles. Kai smiled then, and I thought I saw a deranged glint in his eyes. That's just it, Tarsa. Sinzak says people found the city and are rebuilding it. His hands gripped my arms. He suggested we escape there, beyond your father's reach, and... I wrenched myself from his grasp and stumbled back. Don't you see? I cried. Sinzak is manipulating you. There is no lost city to run to. I rushed back to him and took Kai's face in my hands, forcing him to look at me. The bond is fracturing your mind. Please, we have to complete it before... My voice broke as I imagined losing him to madness. How could I force the mating fever to take me when I felt nothing of the sort? Kai's eyes gleamed golden, yet apart from the odd thrumming of the thread over my heart and the inexplicable sense that Kai was meant to be my mate, I felt none of the same feverish urges. My body did not shake with the same violent need to cement our bond. While a desire for Kai smoldered inside me, it was a far cry from the delirious mating compulsion that I could see in his eyes. I swallowed hard, willing my body to react and give me some sign or symptom I could use to force the issue. But nothing came. Only the steady, low hum of the thread tying us together. Kai growled in frustration, his hands going to his hips. He lowered his head as if reaching for patience. You're acting just as I expected if I'd told you about this on the cruiser, he said, lifting his gaze to mine. It's only been 2 rotations, Tarsa. My mind is fine. I stilled, considering his words. He was right. Full madness took much longer to set in. Okay, I said slowly. Humor me then. Why would Sinzak help you? Help us? I started pacing, mind spinning as I re-examined the puzzle pieces. What exactly does he want in return? Kai remained silent for a sec, the tip of his tongue running through his extended fangs. He wants the hidden city location once we find it. I spun around to face him, staring incredulously. He doesn't even know where it is? Shock coursed through me. I craned my neck to peer closely at Kai. Are you sure this mating fever hasn't damaged your brain? I asked slowly, enunciating each word. I resumed pacing, my steps kicking up snow. A bitter laugh escaped my lips as I whirled to face him again, feeling defeated. There's nothing there, I declared, gesturing wildly toward the tunnel entrance behind us. Scholars have searched for those ancient ruins for centuries. Menora is long gone. A heavy stone dropped in my gut, and despair threatened to swallow me whole. What had I done? You should have trusted me with the truth, I whispered, my voice barely audible in the wind. Kai's gaze dropped to my mouth, no trace of shame or regret in his features. I thought by taking you away, we could forge our own path, free from the fleet and politics, he stated, tone brooking no argument. I bristled at his audacity, hands clenched into fists. How dare he be so arrogant after lying to me? Kai stepped closer, heat radiating off his fevered body. I'm selfish, Tarsa. After how your father treated you, I stopped caring about him. His eyes blazed with single-minded purpose. Lord Terran put his hands on you and would have doomed you to madness rather than let you mate a Ukuma. Mate me. I recoiled at the accusation, even as part of me acknowledged the truth in it. My father's prejudice ran deep. Kai moved until we were nearly touching, his breath hot on my face. Why do you still care what happens to him? Why would you still be worried about shaming him after he slapped and kept you from your fated mate? His words struck deep, a painful chord in my chest. I understood his reasoning, yet the betrayal still tore through my heart. I met his gaze defiantly, anger simmering in my blood. He's still my father. I can't just stop loving him or forget my duty. My voice grew hoarse, a lump forming in my throat. He's my only family. How can you expect me not to care what happens to him? I blinked back furious tears, chest heaving. Even after everything, the thought of my father's suffering racked me with guilt. He didn't deserve that pain, no matter his faults. Kai's gaze remained locked on mine, intense but not harsh. I won't apologize for keeping my plans from you, knowing there was the slightest chance you could have balked, he said steadily. But I never meant to hurt you, Tarsa. He reached out, his fingertips just barely grazing my arm. We already ascertained you wouldn't have believed me had I told you everything up front. He searched my eyes. But would you have felt bound by loyalty to stay with your father? I looked away, not knowing how to answer him. But he was right. I would have doubted his claims about Sinzak and Menora. Well, it's not like I believed in the existence of the ancient city now, but I wouldn't start an argument. The adrenaline of the last hour had left me exhausted, and I just wanted to curl up in a bed and sleep. Kai moved closer, his presence comforting despite my hurt. I made a hard choice because I couldn't risk losing you. His voice softened as he tucked a curl of hair behind my ear. But I see now it wasn't the right way. I should have at least trusted you about Sinzak. He shook his head ruefully. Politics don't interest me. I knew he was scheming, but taking your father's council seat never crossed my mind. He tilted my chin up gently. Can you forgive me, my lady? As much as I wanted to cling to my anger, deep down, his words rang true. I would have chosen Kai regardless because he was my fated mate. I would do anything for him. But all that didn't erase the sting of his dishonesty. Kai reached for me, trying to pull me into an embrace. But I shrugged off his touch, stepping back out of his reach. If I let him hold me, I would forgive him too easily, my body already leaning toward him. But my bruised heart held back. His eyes flashed with hurt as I evaded his arms. His fists clenched at his sides, muscles taut as he stood frozen, watching me retreat further. The cold cave air raised my scales, and I missed Kai's warmth. I suppressed a shiver, hugging my arms around myself. The bonding thread lurched in my chest, urging me back to him. I steeled myself against its pull, shaking my head. I need time, I rasped, voice tight, blinking away stupid tears. I need to help my father. Kai's jaw tightened, a war of emotions playing across his face. The mating fever simmered in his veins, heating his gaze. After a tense moment, he gave a short nod of acquiescence. Take the time you need, he said roughly. But don't forget, nothing can sever what the goddess bound between us. He turned and strode deeper into the cave, his footfalls receding. I let out a shaky breath as the cold seeped into my bones. Walking to the firs, I sank down by the fire's glow, alone with my aching thoughts. I curled up on our makeshift bed, exhaustion weighing on me. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing my racing mind to quiet. Why had my eyes not changed yet? I felt the other signs of a mating bond, the thread's hum, my tingling scales, my attraction to Kai. But where were the mating fever and the golden eyes of the fated bond? A sneaky suspicion began creeping in, but I pushed it aside. No, I refused to doubt my feelings for Kai. He was my mate. I knew from my initial rights teachings that bonding progresses differently for everyone. For many pairs, it took time for the mate bond to fully solidify and lock. Kai and I had been distracted, first by our narrow escape from my father and his assassin, and now by this shocking discovery. But could lying to one's mate truly delay the bond from locking into place? I tried to reassure myself it was normal, but doubt crept in. Deep down, I sensed something wasn't right with Kai. Perhaps this lingering wariness stirred in me because, on some instinctive level, I knew he was keeping secrets. My heart squeezed at the thought. Bonded pairs couldn't hide anything from each other. Why would Kai risk damaging something as fragile as a new thread by not being forthright? I wanted to trust him completely, but my unease remained. For the bond to truly progress, we needed honesty and openness between us. Kai's deception, no matter his reasons, was an obstacle neither of us could ignore. Bone-deep exhaustion pulled at me, but I fought to stay alert, trying to focus on how to help my father. I couldn't go back to him, but I had to at least warn him about Sinzak. How would I do that? Despite my efforts, weariness seeped into my limbs. Kai's earthy scent clung to the furs surrounding me. Against my will, my body relaxed into the soft pelts. My breath slowed as I drifted into uneasy dreams, caught between wake and sleep. Kai. I sighed, the anger and hurt slipping away. Lost in the haze of sleep, I felt the gentlest touch, a calloused hand caressing my cheek. Through the fog still clouding my mind, a voice came, soft and reassuring. "I'm here, little one." The words wrapped around me like a soothing blanket. I blinked awake slowly, still half dreaming. Blurry cave walls came into focus. Amber firelight illuminated Kai's face as he gazed down at me. Reality crashed over me, and I jerked upright. "What are you doing?" I demanded, glaring at him. Kai pulled me back down, tightening his hold. "You were shivering. I only wanted to warm you," he said, his grip tight, not budging. I scoffed, desire and frustration warring within as I pushed at his chest. "Let me go," I protested, even as his scent enveloped me, my traitorous body melting against him. In one smooth motion, Kai turned me around, my back to his chest, my bottom pressed to his hardness. "No," he said calmly. "I won't let go." His arms tightened possessively. "Rest now. Be angry later." His voice rumbled through me, low and soothing. Exhaustion crept in, and I struggled against him for a beat. But Kai's arms were comforting, and despite the lingering hurt, I didn't want to fight him anymore. Our connection defied logic. He was my mate, and I needed him. Slowly, my eyelids grew heavy, the weight of my anger fading as I drifted toward sleep. Kai purred with contentment, sensing my surrender. I let my head fall onto his arm, listening to the steady thrum of his heartbeat. Later, we would decide our next steps. I couldn't prevent a scandal, but I wouldn't let Sinzak control my father. Kai would have to help clean this mess. But for now, I let myself drift into blissful oblivion, lulled by the soothing sound of Kai's heart. Temporary peace settled over us. Our issues could wait until dawn. This night rotation, I simply needed him. Chapter 18: The Perfect Sunrise. Tarsa. My eyes opened, and I jolted awake, feet tangled in the furs, all my clothes still in place. My heart pounded, my cheeks were flushed, and my empty core ached. "What?" I stared at Kai, laying on the furs next to me. The phantom touch of his hands and mouth still lingered on my skin. "What are you doing here?" I shifted my legs restlessly, seeking friction, but it wasn't enough. Kai's gaze raked over me, devouring every inch before settling on my thighs as I squeezed them together. He slowly brought his eyes back to mine, desire darkening his golden irises to red flame. Heat flooded my cheeks under his brazen appraisal, but I refused to be ashamed. Dreaming of him like this had to be a sign of the mating fever taking hold of me. I stared unabashedly at his mouth, my breaths coming faster. Kai prowled closer, the muscles in his powerful frame coiled with restraint. His nostrils flared, picking up on the scent of my growing arousal. When he reached to trace a claw along my jaw, my lips parted instinctively. "Pleasant dreams?" he rasped, lips curling into a knowing smirk. I scrambled upright, smoothing my disheveled hair. "That's none of your business," I snapped, though my racing pulse surely gave me away. Kai leaned closer, eyes flashing. "Seemed like you could use some assistance." His claw traced up my thigh teasingly. Though my treacherous body responded, wetness dripping from my core at his touch, I growled and batted his hand away with a scowl. "Don't touch me!" I hissed through gritted teeth. The hurt from his betrayal was still too fresh. Kai tilted his head, gaze searching mine for a moment. Then he nodded slowly, jaw clenching with resolve as he stood. "Come with me, little one. I want to show you something." He extended his hand, his eyes shining with an emotion I couldn't place. I hesitated, curiosity warring with caution. But I steeled myself, keeping my arms crossed firmly over my chest. "Why?" I demanded, eyes narrowing. "So you can convince me to search for Menora? This is madness, Kai." He sighed, raking his claws through his inky black hair. "That's not what I wish to show you. Will you not even hear me out?" His eyes implored me to relent, but I held firm, standing my ground. "No, you said enough yesterday, and you promised to give me the time I needed. Or have you forgotten your word already?" I jabbed accusingly. In truth, I wanted nothing more than to sleep and forget this mess. To go back to when I naively trusted my mate. But I couldn't ignore the ease with which he managed to lie to me. What if he did it again? We weren't bonded, and I couldn't feel his emotions yet. More pressingly, I needed to hatch a plan to stop Sinzak from further destroying my father. I had damaged our house enough by leaving. I refused to let that vile lord deepen our downfall. Kai opened his mouth to respond, but I slashed my hand through the air, cutting him off. "I don't want to hear it. You gave your word, now honor it." I kept my tone biting, leaving no room for argument. Stubbornness was a family trait I wielded well when needed, and I would remain unmoved on this. Before I could react, Kai swept me up into his arms, ignoring my indignant protests. "Put me down this instant!" I pounded at his back furiously, claws leaving yellow rusty trails across his skin. Kai continued walking undeterred, striding from the cave out into the crisp morning air, my ineffective blows raining down on him. I twisted in his arms, spitting curses, but his hold remained secure. His jaw was set with determination as he carried me. Only when we reached the cliff's edge did Kai finally set me down. He wrapped me in furs against the cold and turned me to face the lightning sky. My tirade died on my lips as my eyes caught the sight. Rays of crimson and gold spilled like liquid fire across the horizon. It stole my breath away. "The sunrise," I whispered, anger momentarily forgotten. Kai's arms encircled me from behind, and I didn't fight it. I was lying to myself if I thought I would be able to resist my mate. "I'll continue chasing each new dawn if only you'll stay by my side," he murmured against my temple. Despite myself, I leaned into him, sharing our fur cocoon as the sun crested the distant mountains in a blaze of brilliance. For this fragile moment, my hurt faded away, leaving me in wordless awe. Kai was the first to break the silence. "Will you listen now?" At my hesitant nod, he continued. "I know Sinzak planted the idea of Menora, but I am not his pawn. No one manipulates me, Tarsa." He grabbed my head, turned my face to him, and held my gaze. After a pause, he slid his hand over my heart and said, "You know this to be true." I looked away, uncertainty gnawing at me. "I want to trust you, Kai, but Menora is a myth. Even if that map was real, only ruins await us there." Kai turned my chin firmly to meet his fiery gaze. "We go to find the truth then," he declared, jaw set with determination. "If Menora is but ruins, I'll accept Sinzak manipulated me to target your father." He pressed an urgent kiss to my forehead before pulling back, his eyes boring intensely into mine. "But my instincts say otherwise." Kai paused before continuing, gesturing out towards the distant rocky plains, claws splayed wide. His words came faster, tone insistent. "We can't stay here. The cave is not safe. We must find another shelter." His grip on my chin remained anchored, our gazes locked. "I can't explain it, but I know there is something Sinzak wants that we can get. Even if Manora is but ruins, we can still get the information to bargain our escape." He finished, conviction blazing in his eyes. I searched his face intently, seeking any hint of deception. But all I found was iron resolve and desperate hope that I would trust his instincts on this gamble. The fading colors of dawn caught my eye, and I turned my head, heart and mind torn. Deep down, I knew we couldn't stay here, even if the cave had been unoccupied before. Whoever had stocked these supplies would return eventually. What then? Gazing into Kai's eyes, I saw truth there. And hope. Hope for what? That we would find exiles in Menora's ruins? But looking out at the desolate ice desert before us, what did we have left to lose in going there? It wasn't like we were on a schedule. I sighed, and after a long pause, I nodded. Let's see if Menora lives up to your expectations then. I just hoped I wasn't losing my mind. Or was I? Why else would I agree to search for a lost city while escaping the royal council, my father, and the fleet? His smile spread, but I put my hand up. I am not confident there is something there, Kai. I still think we could try to find another shelter and lay low for a few months. I tightened my end of the fur as a gust of frigid wind blasted through us. But if Menora is where you really want to go, we lose nothing by trying there first, I finished, leaving the quiet part unspoken, that there was nothing to find in those decrepit ruins. If we managed to uncover secrets that thousands of researchers and scholars had failed to find over the cycles. The lost city had been picked over and studied extensively. What hope did we have of discovering anything new? But I held my tongue, not wanting to dampen Kai's enthusiasm. If this detour gave him purpose, then so be it. At least until we arrived and found Menora to be the dusty, forgotten relic I knew it to be. Kai would have to accept reality then. Sinzak saw an opportunity and took it. And despite it not being Kai's fault, I still needed to warn my father. A slow smile curved his lips, exposing a hint of fang. I can live with that, my lady. Chapter 19. I don't believe in mythical cities. Tarsa. We left the cave in the crisp morning air. My cheeks burned from the icy wind as we descended the mountain path. I insisted on carrying my own pack despite Kai's protests. A huge part of me loved that he cared, but I didn't want him to see me as weak or a lady who couldn't hold her own. You seem troubled, little one, Kai remarked, breaking the tense silence between us. What's on your mind? I side-eyed him hesitantly. Despite my lingering anger over his deception, I needed to level with him about Sinzak's scheme. I'm worried that fleeing has played right into Sinzak's hands, I began carefully. Kai's expression clouded, and he stopped abruptly, turning to face me. Tarsa, even if Sinzak hadn't suggested I take you to Manora, a scandal was inevitable. Your father and half the cruiser crew saw us in the cargo bay. Kai's voice was patient, as if talking to a youngling. I know that, I spat, continuing to trudge through the snow. Kai's strides caught up with mine, and after a long pause to gather my thoughts, I continued. Our escape gave him the perfect opportunity. My father will be shamed, perhaps even ousted from the council. Kai was silent as we trudged through the heavy snow, the biting wind making my eyes water. After a few moments, he lifted an eyebrow and stared at me pointedly. You do remember your father sent an assassin for me, don't you? I winced and then nodded sheepishly, a flush rising to my cheeks. Kai's expression turned somber. He stopped walking and met my gaze directly, his question heavy between us. If your father had demanded it, would you have rejected me to save him from the scandal? My heart stopped for a sec, and my steps faltered. I searched his golden eyes and realized he was uncertain of my answer. The thought of Kai doubting I would always choose him made my stomach churn. Never! My voice was clear, leaving no room for doubt. You are my mate, Kai. And even though I don't know what I would have done if you had told me your plans from the start, I am certain I would have chosen you. He only stared at me, his face stormy. Are you lying now? He asked, eyebrow lifting accusingly as he crossed his arms. Do you believe Sinzak and I plotted your father's ruin? His breath misted in the frigid air, and despite his hard facade, his tone held a lingering vulnerability. Anger boiled hot inside my chest, and I started laughing, a maniacal, unhinged laugh. Projecting much? I walked up to him until my finger jabbed his chest accusingly. It wasn't I who started this matehood with lies. Don't project your actions onto mine, I shouted, clenching my fists as fury blazed through me. Tarsa, Kai murmured, eyes pleading. He laced his hands around my waist and locked me into his embrace. I didn't mean it like that. It just... He trailed off helplessly. Desperation seeped into his voice as he tried to hold me still, refusing to let go. I don't know what to do here. You are still angry. Even if you don't speak of it, I can feel it. And I don't know how to fix it, Tarsa. Tell me how to fix it. The thrum of our thread flared between us, and we stared into each other's eyes, locked in a searing gaze. My anger deflated under the weight of his regret. I felt his heartbeat against mine, and scenting his earthy smell, wrapped in his warmth, I couldn't sustain my rage. No, I said finally. I do not think you and Sinzak conspired in that way. My voice was raw with emotion when I spoke again. You hurt me by withholding the truth, Kai. If only my eyes had changed, I would have felt it through the bond. I pulled his head down until our foreheads touched, noses brushing. It pains me that I can't sense your emotions, that you hid this from me so well. I wanted us to be one. Kai's breath hitched, and his hands came up to cradle my face. Forgive me, Tarsa, he whispered, thumbs gently caressing my cheeks. I was a fool to keep this from you. But no more secrets, I promise. The thread connecting us thrummed wildly, the urge to surrender almost irresistible. Scales tingling, mouth dry, I continued. You asked if I'd have rejected you as my father wished. I smiled sadly. The answer is no. I would have convinced him to permit our bonding. He would have helped us leave Raxos to find a new home, I'm certain of it. Kai's jaw tightened, a shadow flickering through his golden eyes. You would have convinced a royal counselor, a Boma, to let you mate a Yukuma? He asked, his voice skeptical. I huffed. It's one of my many talents, I quipped. Kai raised an eyebrow, but I continued, ignoring his questioning look. I could always make father see reason, even if it took some time. I know he would have agreed. My voice rasped with emotion. Kai's throat bobbed as his gaze flicked between my eyes. Why did you come with me then? His tone grew softer, but his fingers digging into my hips betrayed his lingering tension. I heard father ordering you killed, and I lost my mind. I sighed heavily. Had I kept a cool head, I could have convinced him to let me leave with you, and his reputation would still be intact. Regret laced my words, and I looked away, anxiety churning in my gut. Silence remained. Only the sound of the wind and the snow falling surrounded us. I had laid myself bare, yet Kai remained stoic, searching my face. Damn it! I wasn't the liar here. Working his jaw, Kai lifted his head, eyes scanning the horizon intently. Sinzak may be cunning, but he's not infallible, he declared. We will find a way to help your father. His voice dropped to a fierce, passionate whisper. But let this be seared into your mind, my pretty lady. I'm not ashamed of the choices Kayaki made for us. You being a Boma is just a blip on my radar. Kai brought his hands desperately to the sides of my face, holding my gaze with fiery intensity. If we weren't meant to be mates, the goddess wouldn't have fated us. He lowered his lips and kissed me fervently. I gasped in surprise, mouth opening, and his tongue swept in boldly to tangle with mine. The kiss seared through me, urgent and devouring, stealing my breath away. Kai's claws threaded through my hair, angling my head as he claimed my mouth with unrestrained passion. I clung to him, senses overwhelmed, as our tongues danced and dueled hungrily. When we finally broke apart, panting raggedly, Kai pressed his forehead to mine. You are everything to me, Tarsa, he breathed. Never forget that. His eyes smoldered with single-minded devotion. We'll help your father if it pleases you. He finished with a grimace as if swallowing bitter medicine. I narrowed my eyes, searching his face intently. Why do you say it like that? And how can we help him with the fleet hunting us? Sinzak surely has contingencies for when you fail to deliver. Kai fixed me with a deadpan look. I'll be honest, Tarsa. I'm only promising to help your father because it hurts you if I don't. He held up a hand before I could retort. And before you protest, remember the assassin he sent to eliminate me. I shut my mouth, chastised. Kai placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. One step at a time. Escaping the fleet is most crucial now. Once we find refuge in Menora, we can reassess the situation and strategize. His voice softened. I know you want to help your father. And because it matters to you, it matters to me. We'll find a way, my mate. My shoulders sagged in relief, and I managed a small, hopeful smile. Okay, I didn't want to unravel the fact my father was also hunting us. But after I ran away, it was to be expected, right? I still had misgivings about this quest for Menora, but if finding the ancient city would make Kai help my father sooner, I would gladly hunt the lost ruins down. I felt a spark of optimism that everything would fall into place, and I might be able to help repair the damage I had caused my only family. Kai's mouth descended on mine, and the kiss felt like a million stars exploding in my belly. His taste was exquisite, and I wanted more, needed more of him. But the howling wind reminded me we were still exposed in the open wilderness, with countless miles left to traverse. Reluctantly, I broke the kiss, my breathing ragged. Kai's eyes smoldered, lips parted and wanting. He blinked slowly as if shaking off a daze, then caressed my cheek with a claw-tipped hand. We should go, he murmured. I nodded breathlessly. Though I miss seeing your cheeks flush such a delightful shade of pink, you are turning blue. I think we should keep moving, Kai teased playfully. Insufferable male, I said, rolling my eyes. But I couldn't help grinning, fingers worrying the straps of my backpack. We walked on as the wind picked up, stinging my eyes and numbing my nose. I already missed the warmth of the cave. The terrain grew steeper, turning into a treacherous slope of ice and jagged rocks. My boots slipped with every step, and my heart lodged in my throat. Kai grabbed my arm, steadying me. Careful. We'll have to move slowly. I sighed, already exhausted, my limbs heavy and numb. At this rate, we'll reach the hidden city just in time for my 100th cycle celebration. Your stamina will improve. His mouth quirked. Besides, we have other ways to keep warm. Heat flooded my cheeks as I caught his implication. But I couldn't deny the spike of arousal the thought evoked. Kai pulled me close, his arms wrapping around me. I leaned into his warmth with a contented sigh. Just think of the rewards waiting for us in Menora. Our new life, with no more running and hiding. He nuzzled my hair tenderly. That will give you strength to continue. His words were like a cold bucket of water on my lust. Though I was glad he agreed to help clean up the mess our escape would do to my father's political career, I wasn't happy to trudge through snow and wind to get to ruins. The good news was, the quicker we got there, the quicker we would be able to finally plan our new life, preferably out of Qardho. Chapter 20. Tracker's Gonna Track. Tarsa. Kai's eyes scanned the stark landscape, vigilant for any lurking threat. We had been trudging through the snow for about an hour when he suddenly halted, his hand seizing my shoulder. In a single fluid motion, he swung me around behind him and unsheathed his sword with a metallic ring. My heart leaped into my throat as I peered around his broad shoulder. The icy wind stung my eyes and burned my cheeks raw. I blinked against the glare of the snow, trying to discern what had put Kai on alert. "What is it?" I whispered, scanning the vast whiteness around us, nervous energy making my stomach roll. Kai's muscles coiled tight as a spring, his head swiveling ever so slowly as he surveyed our surroundings. His eyes narrowed to slits. "Quiet," he murmured. Then louder, You may reveal yourselves." At Kai's command, 2 warriors emerged from behind a jumble of ice-covered boulders. One was a Ukuma warrior. His piercing green eyes looked us over dispassionately, dark hair still neatly plaited despite the elements. A pristine black fur cloak covered his crisp fleet uniform. The other warrior was a Boma, tall and broad-shouldered beneath his own cloak. Despite wearing the same formal suit uniform, this Boma looked far more disheveled than the impeccable Ukuma. His white blonde hair stuck out at odd angles from beneath his hood. I glimpsed the blaster strapped to his thigh beneath the open cloak, along with the glint of swords crossed over his back. His heavy boots crunched loudly through the snow as he lumbered toward us. My heart sank. Kai's teammates had tracked us. "I was afraid you had lost your touch, Kai." The Boma spoke in a conversational tone, as if they were friends. Grinding my teeth, I closed my eyes. Of course they were friends. They were part of the same crew. "You forget who taught you that trick," Kai replied lightly, but his muscles remained coiled tight, ready to strike. Peering over Kai's shoulder, I watched the Boma warrior closely. His pale blue eyes flicked between us, taking in our bedraggled appearance after rotations of travel. For a moment, he simply stood there silently, brow furrowed as if working something out in his mind. Then his eyes widened in surprise, fixed on Kai's face. I tensed, knowing he must have noticed the changed color of Kai's eyes. "Well now," the Boma murmured, shock evident on his rugged features. "Looks like the rumors were true." He glanced between us again, as if seeing us clearly for the first time. "How is this possible?" "Curious about my mate?" Kai asked pointedly, claws flexing in warning. The Boma warrior snapped his gaze back to me, and I held it, smothering a flinch. After a brief pause, he spoke again, confusion seeping into his gruff tone. "Is she your mate, though?" he asked, skeptically looking at me, at my still blue eyes. My cheeks flamed, and I looked away. "She is," Kai confirmed, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He bared his teeth, a threatening growl building in his throat. Before he did something rash, I grabbed his arm, my touch seeming to calm him. "I'm impressed you managed to catch us, Aaron," Kai continued evenly, though I could feel the rage simmering beneath his controlled exterior. "Boren, you taught him tracking skills? He's certainly improving." The Boma warrior, Aaron, let out a gruff chuckle. "Don't patronize me, Kai. I could track your scent halfway across the galaxy." He tapped his nose knowingly. Boren sighed and released a low, rumbling growl, his eyes darting pointedly to Kai's changed eyes. "Enough yapping! Let's get this done." He snapped, impatience souring his features, his breath frosty in the frigid air. Aaron turned to Boren and glared at him, clearly annoyed. "Why are you so impatient? I told you I would handle this." "Then handle it," Boren growled back. "I don't need to freeze my ass off out here while you chatter away." He stamped his boots, irritation radiating from the brusque gesture, clumps of snow falling off. I had to stifle a smile at their bickering. For all their intimidating presence, they argued like an old, mated couple. Kai caught my eye, the corner of his mouth quivering upward. Aaron scrubbed a hand down his face in exasperation. "Fine, we're wasting time." He turned back to Kai, all business once more. "Well, will you come willingly or not?" Kai raised an eyebrow. "Why would I?" Boren huffed and lifted his eyes skyward as if searching for patience. Unfazed, Aaron shrugged. "The fleet will never accept this, Kai," he added, with an unexpected gentleness. "Come back with us. We can sort this mess out." "You want to talk? Is that your plan?" Boren stared daggers at Aaron, but the Boma ignored him completely. "Come easy, brother," Aaron casually urged Kai. "Don't make this hard on yourself." Kai's chest rumbled with a barely suppressed growl. "Hard on me? There's a problem with that plan. I have no intention of going anywhere with you." As he spoke, his claws flexed at his sides, his stance widening subtly. Aaron stepped forward, though his tone didn't match the tension in his stance. "Don't be stubborn. Captain Joran just wants to talk. Clear this mess up." "Yes, I'm sure he wants to have a calm discussion, Kai said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. That's why he sent a heavily armed retrieval team. I could feel the anger simmering beneath Kai's flippant words. Aaron seemed to sense it too. He held up his hands in a conciliatory gesture. No tricks, brother. Come along and we'll sort this out back at the cruiser. No one needs to get hurt. Aaron's voice turned pleading. Don't make us take you by force. Kai bared his teeth again in a mirthless grin. You're welcome to try, but it won't end well for any of you. I shifted uneasily. What was Kai thinking antagonizing them? Boren had clearly had enough talk. With a snarl, he aimed his blaster at Kai. Enough. I'm tired. I'm cold, and I'm hungry. You and the lady get on the skimmer, now. He motioned behind the mountain. Kai ignored him, eyes locked on Aaron. Aaron sighed, seeming unsurprised by Kai's stubbornness. He turned to Boren with a snarl. You should have let me handle it. No, Boren said, narrowing his eyes and tightening his hand on his weapon. You had your chance. I want to take a warm shower and sleep in a warm bed this night rotation. Confusion swirled within me. What was Kai doing? I wish we were already bonded so I could feel his emotions and have an inkling of what was happening. Boren, I'm not going with you. Kai started, but his words halted when a bone-chilling howl split the air. I whipped around, heart lurching, as heavy paws crunched the snow above us on the mountainside. Dread pooled like ice in my stomach, and my body tensed reflexively, claws extending with a snick at the sound. Ice wolves, I whispered, my throat dry as dust. Paralyzed, I watched in terror as 7 hulking, pale-furred beasts bounded down the rocky slope toward us, their white coats perfectly camouflaging them against the snow. Qardho's apex predators were swift, merciless hunters, and we were trapped in the open. Visceral panic seized me. We were exposed, at the mercy of their frenzied bloodlust. Get down! Kai shouted, his voice jolting me from my frozen state. He dropped us both into the snow, drawing his blaster in one smooth motion. Aaron and Boren swiftly followed suit, scattering for what little cover the terrain provided. My heart pounded wildly as I huddled behind Kai. The wolves were nearly upon us, their hot breath steaming the air, lips curled back to reveal razor-sharp fangs. We had seconds before they would be ripping into our flesh. The wolves lunged, all teeth and claws. Aaron blasted one, but the rest attacked fast. Their snarls mixed with shouts and laser fire. I clung to Kai, shredding his coat with my claws. We can't fight them off, I screamed, desperate to wake up from this nightmare. Scooping me up, Kai sprinted away as howls and shouts of the warriors echoed around us. I know. Kai's eyes flicked from the wolves to the sheer drop of the cliffside. You have to jump, he said with a grimace. What? Are you insane? Panic clawed at my chest. No, we should stay together. He tightened his grip, gaze intense. You'll be safe. The fall will throw the wolves off your scent, and you can hide below. I gawked at the sketchy plunge in horror, then back at the warriors battling the snarling beasts. Kai continued hurriedly. After you land, stay hidden. I'll come for you. He glanced back at the warriors, fighting the ice wolves, steely determination in his glowing eyes. I must help them. Kai, please, I begged, eyes blurring with tears. Don't leave me. Kai gave a squeeze. Do you trust me? I sucked in a shaky breath, forcing down my fear. If this was it, I wanted him to know how I felt. Yes. He yanked me close, kissing my forehead hard. Jump, he yelled, setting me down at the cliff's edge. Try not to die, I shouted, then leaped into the open air. As I plunged into the abyss, the wolves' raging howls faded. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the end. A bone-jarring slam drove the breath from my lungs. Powdered snow buried me horn to toe, and I lay frozen for a beat, stunned I wasn't smashed to bits. Dead silence except for my ragged breaths. Turns out the abyss was only like a 30-feet drop. Damn you, Kai, I whispered, voice cracking as relieved tears spilled down my cheeks. A warning would have been nice. Wiping my eyes furiously, I peered up the cliff that was more like a steep embankment. Though, to be fair, from up top, it had looked like a way deadlier drop. My legs had definitely trembled taking that leap of faith. Kai had trusted I could handle it, even if he looked ready to push me if I hadn't jumped. Please, Goddess, let him come back to me unharmed. I would make him pay for this reckless stunt, and... My thoughts screeched to a halt. Kai! I screamed, scrambling to my feet. He had told me to hide, but how could I while he fought the ice wolves? What if he needed my help? I had to get back up there. He was my mate.
Chapter 21. Those are ice wolves. Kai. I watched Tarsa leap from the cliff's edge, my heart in my throat. Every instinct screamed to follow and protect her, but the snarls of the ice wolves drew me back. I had to trust my mate could survive the small fall. Hide! I shouted, then whirled to race back to the blue blood-spattered gorge, guilt riding me for leaving Arin and Boren alone even for a moment. But keeping Tarsa safe had to come first. Bursting back in, I found them circled by the slavering beasts. Relief flashed across Aaron's face when he saw me. Well, look who's back. Did you stop for a picnic? He ducked a swiping claw, spearing a wolf through its gaping maw with his sword. Where's this mate of yours? She's safe, I gritted out, slicing open a wolf's belly with my blades. Its hot entrails spilled onto the snow. Safe, is she? Aaron taunted. So you snatch a highborn Boma female but can't seal the bond? He sidestepped a wolf's gnashing teeth. Now what? His voice grew deeper, and real concern etched on the dip of his eyebrows. I roared, ripping my claws through another wolf's coarse white pelt to the vulnerable flesh beneath. It's complicated. What's your issue? My issue? Arin shouted, skewering another beast with unadulterated rage. You kidnapped a highborn Boma female! He pointed at me with a bloody finger, his breath coming out ragged, his fiery blue eyes locked with mine. Have you lost your senses? I had no good reply. Thinking about it, I had lost my senses. But highborn Boma or not, she was mine, and I didn't care for anyone's opinion on the matter, not even Aaron's. An ice wolf roared, teeth bared, and lounged toward me. Boren whirled past us, his massive axe crunching through bone and splitting skulls. Gore painted the churned snow at his feet. Aaron and I stared at the tracker, and I wondered what had gotten into him. He was usually quiet and calm, never this bloody. She's my fated, I finally shouted back to Arin, my claws finding the wolf's throat in my grasp. I slashed through skin and bones. Blue, thick blood gushed hot over my hands, and I grimaced. I hated to kill these beasts, but failing to do so would be our death sentence. We were inside the beast's territory, and they wouldn't let us leave unharmed. Aaron stared for a long moment before shaking his head. You fool yourself. Captain Joran will pluck your scales one by one for this stunt, he swallowed. Kayaki save you, brother. The last wolf fell lifeless to the snow. I met Aaron's gaze across the gory scene, breath pluming. Only if he catches me first, I grinned. Aaron looked up as if searching for answers and sighed deeply. How are you planning to escape the fleet? The Royal Council has put a kill order in all that dare mixmate, and you know that. He hissed low, glancing at Boren, who crouched by a male ice wolf, praying. And her father? He has sent assassins after you. My eyes darkened, and I spied Boren as he proceeded to say a prayer to every beast he had killed. That wouldn't be the first time, I gritted out, crouching to rinse my blood-stained hands with the snow, the cold keeping me in the moment. I have encountered one of them. Do you happen to know how many he has sent? Arin's mouth quirked, and his eyes glinted with mischief. Well, now, Lieutenant Kai, do you need my help? Cut the crap, Aaron. Do you know it or not? I grunted, irritated. I knew I had promised Tarsa to help her weasel of a father, but it didn't mean I would lie back and wait for him to harm me. Arin opened his mouth to retort, but his words morphed into a strangled scream. Confused, I looked down. An injured female had clamped its teeth onto Arin's thigh, its fangs buried deep in a final act of vengeance. Aaron trashed and beat the beast with his sword, trying to dislodge its maw from his leg, but it didn't let go. Before I could react, Boren's axe cleaved the beast's head from its shoulders, and Aaron crumpled to the ground with a thud. "No!" I rushed to Aaron's side as he collapsed. Crouching, I inspected the gashes torn through his thigh. Yellow rusty blood spurted and tinged the snow under him, and the little shit grinned. "Just a scratch, don't fret." His voice was pained and his breath shallow. My friend's leg was a mess of mangled flesh and bone, his armored fleet suit shredded by the wolf's vicious bite. I met Aaron's gaze, seeing the lines of pain on his face that he tried to hide. "Right. Just a scratch. I'll just slap on a bandage, and you'll be right as rain." Cursing, I yanked my belt free and pulled it tight above the wound as a tourniquet. Aaron groaned through gritted teeth as I cinched it. "Just breathe, you'll be all right." Looking up, I spotted Boren striding over after killing the last beast. "Boren, you need to take him to the cruiser. Now." The tracker's grim expression mirrored mine as he assessed the injury. "He's losing blood fast," he said, staring at me and back at Arin's leg. "Our skimmer is down on the foot of the mountain." "No." Arin's tight grip on my arm made me look at him. "You have to get out of here. They know you have come to the old weather station. We had to report it." He coughed, and his mouth became tinged with blood. "Shush. Don't talk. We'll take you back to the cruiser." "You'll be all right," I said, holding his hand and staring into his eyes. "No. You have to take her and get the hell out of here." He finished, his grip slacking, and his hand went limp on mine. Aaron's eyes rolled, and his head fell forward. "Hell," I shouted, searching for his pulse with my fingers. "Alive! He was still alive." Boren and I quickly made a makeshift stretcher with some fabric I found in my bag. We carried Aaron down to their skimmer, taking care not to jostle his leg. I shouted as I saw the sleek 4-passenger skimmer glinting on the foot of the mountain. It had been a long walk through the mountain path, but I was glad we had arrived at the transport. With more care than I was willing to admit, we lay Aaron on the back seat, his leg elevated. His breathing was very shallow, and his pulse was plummeting. "You have to get him to the cruiser's Tinyanga," I said, staring at the wound that had stopped bleeding. "No one else can fix that in this desert." Boren locked his eyes with me, and I held his gaze. Instantly, my hand went to my blaster. His eyes followed, but he didn't move. After a long pause, he spoke, his hand scratching his right horn. "You have the mating fever," he drawled pensively, pausing as if gathering his thoughts. "But the one you claim is yours doesn't." "You want to talk about it now?" I stared at him incredulously. His clothes were dripping blood, and it didn't seem to bother him. "Only now are you noticing it. I've been telling you that since you found us." My exasperation didn't seem to bother him, nor did the sight of Aaron lying there. Boren kept staring at me, his eyes darting between mine as if searching for the universe's key. "Are you going to do something about Aaron?" My tone was sharp and impatient. My friend would die if this didn't move. If I flew the skimmer back to the cruiser, I would be there in less than half a rotation. But then what would happen to Tarsa? I couldn't take her with me. But if I got there, what then? They would capture me for sure and likely execute me on sight. However, if Boren wouldn't move, I had to... My thoughts screeched to a halt. "You do know how to fly this, don't you?" I patted the skimmer's door, raising an eyebrow. Despite the fleet's mandatory crafts training for all warriors, not all were skilled enough, and many shied away from flying. I should know that. Boren wouldn't be the first one I had encountered who refused to fly. Maybe that was his problem. After all, Aaron was the pilot. A glint of amusement appeared on Boren's face, but it vanished as soon as it came. "Why did you come back? You could have escaped, and none of us would have blamed you." Now, he wanted to have deep conversations. I sighed heavily. "Because I have honor, Boren, and you know it. It is not because I ran away with my mate and stole a few things from the cruiser that I am not a fleet warrior. And besides, I am not a coward." I finished impatiently. "Are you happy? Can you fly this craft or not?" He glanced up the mountain, a suspiciously wistful look on his face. You should go to her. I'll take Aaron back. I stared at him stunned. You're letting me go? Not that I would let anyone, let alone Boren, take me prisoner, but still. His gaze hardened. Just this once. I'm sworn to capture you. Don't let it happen again. With that warning, Boren glanced up the mountain again, before sliding into the pilot's seat and turning on the thrusters. You should go, he said, pointing to the exact location where Tarsa was hidden. Aaron will be fine. He slammed the doors shut hard. I jumped back, but was caught in the gravitational force of the skimmer's takeoff. Shielding my face, I watched as he piloted the vehicle up into the sky, the thrusters kicking up a swirl of snow in his wake. Bastard, I grinned, unsurprised that Boren knew Tarsa's exact location. He was the best tracker around for good reason. I stared silently as the skimmer faded into the sky. Worried about Tarsa and the threat of the ice wolves returning, I raced up the mountainside back to where I had left her. As I reached the embankment, there was no sign of Tarsa anywhere. My mouth went dry and raw fear clutched at my heart. Frantically, I searched the area, scanning for any tracks that might indicate where Tarsa had gone, but the falling snow had already obscured any trail. Tarsa! I shouted, my voice echoing off the rocky cliffs. Only silence answered me. I spotted her backpack lying abandoned in the snow. My pulse pounded as terrifying thoughts flooded my mind. Had the ice wolves dragged her off somewhere? Was she lying injured and bleeding nearby? Brandishing my sword, I forced myself to take slow, deep breaths. Panicking would not help Tarsa now. I had to keep a clear head if I hoped to find her. Scanning the embankment, I noticed a rope dangling from above, the snow and ice disturbed. I looked up and cursed under my breath. The stubborn, defiant female had clearly used the rope to climb back up, returning to the wolves' battleground alone. Why wouldn't she listen to me just once? Clenching my jaw, I sheathed my sword and grabbed the rope. Reckless as it was, I had to follow her. With luck, I could reach her before the ice wolves' pack returned. I quickly climbed the rope, the icy wind biting at my face. As I neared the top, the sound of racking sobs reached my ears. My heart squeezed with alarm. Hoisting myself over the ledge, I spotted Tarsa huddled amidst the ice wolf corpses scattered across the snow. At the sight of the yellow rusty blood staining the ground around her, she must have assumed the worst. I rushed over, dropping to my knees beside her. Tarsa, are you hurt? I asked urgently, scanning her body for wounds. She lifted her head, relief washing over her tear-streaked face when she saw me unharmed. Kai! You're alive! She cried, throwing her arms around me tightly. Enveloping her in an embrace, my pounding heart began to calm. I'm all right, I promise. But what were you thinking coming back here alone? It's dangerous. Tarsa pulled back, wiping her eyes with a shaky laugh. I thought you were dead. When I saw the blood, I pictured you mauled and bleeding out. I couldn't bear it if something happened to you. I'm here. I'm all right, I soothed, stroking her soft white blonde strands as she clung to me. I quickly explained about Aaron's injury and sending him back with Boren for treatment. Holding Tarsa close, I continued gently stroking her hair as her tears subsided. But my own worry continued gnawing at me. Would Aaron make it back alive? Even if he survived, would they have to amputate his mangled leg? Tarsa drew back, gaze searching my face. What is it? You still seem troubled. With a sigh, I stared out at the blood-spattered snow, brows furrowed. I'm worried for Aaron. That bite shredded his leg so badly. I'm not sure even our best healers can save it. Her delicate brows pinched together. You and Aaron are close. Memories surfaced, and I smiled sadly. We've been friends since our academy rotations. I still remember the first time we met. I went on to tell her of the cocky, irreverent Boma who swaggered into the barracks on our first rotation and how we'd clashed immediately. He was constantly playing pranks, mouthing off, and shirking duties. It drove me crazy. I was always yelling at him to shape up, I chuckled. But under all the bluster, he had a good heart, and he was one of the best pilots I've met. Over time, Aaron's skill earned my respect, and his humor drew me out of my own seriousness. We made an unlikely pair, the straight-laced, dutiful Ukuma and the laid-back authority, flouting Boma. He's been my co-pilot for 30 cycles now. Our mission together was supposed to end on the next moon. Never thought we'd be... I trailed off, emotion clogging my throat. Tarsa grasped my hand. You got him help in time. Have faith in Kayaki, he'll pull through. Her gemstone blue eyes were filled with compassion. I tightened my hold, beyond grateful to have her strength. In the short time I'd known Tarsa, she'd become my spaceport in a solar storm. With her, the world felt less harsh, the future less bleak. She rekindled flickering embers of hope within me. Not a blazing fire, but a steady glow to light my way through the shadows. I drew a deep breath, steadied by her touch. She peered up, eyes shimmering with lingering fear. But you aren't hurt, are you? Just a scratch, little one. I tipped her chin up, smiling softly. She exhaled in relief, pressing her forehead to mine. My inner beast purred contentedly. As long as she was safe in my arms, I could believe we just might make it through this. I drew back reluctantly. We should get moving. The mountains will only get more dangerous during night rotation. After scrubbing the blood and grime from ourselves as best we could, Tarsa and I continued on through the icy passes. I was eager to examine the data tablet I'd snatched from the cave's hidden room. It contained maps of this region and also displayed a map of Menora. As we walked, I pulled the tablet from my pack and powered it on. Tarsa peered over curiously as illuminated symbols and diagrams sprang to life on the smooth surface. You brought one? Yes. I couldn't transfer the maps to my wristcom. I angled the tablet so she could see the mapped terrain clearly. Here, look at this. Various survey data points highlighted one area, the location of the underground city nestled between the mountains. Tarsa's brows furrowed skeptically as she studied the map. Kai, this may seem like Menora's location, but how do you know it isn't a trap? A trap? I blinked at her. Have you forgotten where I took it from? I ran my fingers through the device's surface. This tablet is old, but see how much detail it shows of the city layout and infrastructure? She didn't look convinced. I know I agreed to go there, but I still think Manora is a myth. And besides, why would anyone want to live there? She asked, staring at the frozen mountains before us. Anyone who couldn't live in Raxos? I deadpanned. Like exiles, for example. She pursed her lips, staring at me stubbornly. Let's assume you are right, I conceded. Why would Sinzak be so intent on finding it if he didn't think it was real? Or that he could find the people rebuilding it? Tarsa smiled and bit her lip thoughtfully. I don't know why Sinzak does the things he does. Father says he is obsessed with power, and anything that he perceives may advance him politically. But a lost city being rebuilt, hidden in these mountains? She shook her head doubtfully. Even if no one is there, we may find shelter. Do you see all these tunnels? I traced a finger over the screen. I think Menora may still exist, and if so, we will find it soon enough. I could tell Tarsa remained skeptical, but she indulged me with a small smile. Well, if anyone can uncover ancient lost cities, I suppose it's you, Kai. Grinning, I ignored her sarcasm and pulled Tarsa close to plant a swift kiss on her lips. I didn't need her faith. I knew my mate was only humoring me because of my promise to help her father. Inwardly, I grimaced at that thought. I still had to come up with a plan to do that. Despite her cleverness, Tarsa was deeply naive if she thought her father was a remotely good person. Convincing Tarsa of Menora's existence wouldn't be simple, but convincing her of her father's wrongs would be impossible, and that was a task I was not willing to undertake. After seeing that hidden chamber inside the cave, and with Sinzak's eagerness for me to report back to him about Menora, I was almost certain the city lay buried somewhere in this frozen land, waiting to be unearthed. And if the city still stood, it would be our haven. Kai, look! Tarsa pointed excitedly at gliding Zenguins, their sleek bodies slicing gracefully through the air. Despite their inability to fly, they were masters of the glide, effortlessly navigating the treacherous terrain that surrounded them. A burst of laughter escaped me as I watched the Zenguins' antics, their playful behavior a welcome distraction from the bitter cold. They're incredible, aren't they? I remarked, my gaze still fixed on the odd creatures. Their waddling steps and spirited chirping were undeniably endearing. Amazing, Tarsa agreed. I've only ever read about them in books. Seeing them up close it's something else entirely. Kind of like us, don't you think? I mused, unable to resist drawing parallels between the flightless birds and us. Defying gravity, even if just for a moment, changing the rules, breaking free from the chains that bind us. Tarsa beamed, her blue eyes shining. Yes, she murmured softly, reaching out to intertwine her arm with mine. The sight of those creatures, so free and unburdened, filled me with a renewed sense of purpose. If they could defy the odds and thrive in this harsh, unforgiving continent, then perhaps Tarsa and I stood a chance as well. It was a long shot, I knew, but it was one I was willing to take.
Chapter 22. Are we there yet? Tarsa. I trudged after Kai in the icy terrain, my head covered by the hood of my fur cloak, which still failed to prevent snowflakes from hitting my face. Every step was agonizing, and my body ached from the hours of arduous walking. Stealing a glance at Kai, I watched his eyes squint, one hand covering the tablet from the light snow as he checked it again. He had been stopping often to study the map to Menora on the device, and I just wanted to scream. Though I wanted to beg him to find a refuge for the night rotation, I knew that was childish. We had barely walked half a rotation, and I was complaining. The last thing I wanted was for Kai to think I couldn't keep up with him. The sky darkened, but streaks of luminescent peridot and violane began peeking out from behind the clouds above us. I stopped in my tracks, mouth falling open. The southern fire's dazzling display across the night sky made me forget all about my tiredness. I stood transfixed as ribbons of glimmering jadeite and ametrine danced overhead, weaving an ethereal tableau. The mystical lights flickered and flowed, almost close enough to touch. For a moment, the breathtaking show was almost enough to distract me from the biting cold and the pains plaguing my body. Just a few more miles, and then we can make up a camp, Kai mumbled, his breath misting in the frigid air as he resumed walking. Kai's voice snapped me back to the path, and I cursed inwardly. As much as I wanted to help Kai find Manora, guilt continued gnawing at my heart for abandoning my father and Miala on that crashed cruiser. How were they faring? Surely, by now, they had established communications with Embu and Meru. My chest constricted at the thought of never seeing them again. Lost in thought, I stumbled over an icy rock buried in the snow. Ouch! I yelped as my foot caught. Kai's strong arms shot out, steadying me before I could fall. Are you all right? He asked, concern evident in his golden eyes as he scanned me for injury. Yes, just tired, I admitted, avoiding his gaze. My legs felt like lead weights, and all I wanted was to collapse into a pile of furs and sleep for rotations. Kai's jaw tightened, though his voice remained smooth. Just a little farther, little one, he murmured, tilting his head toward the path. Then we can rest. Worry creased his brow, despite the reassuring words. I managed a weak smile, knowing it didn't reach my eyes. With a deep breath, I trudged onward, trying not to limp on my bruised foot. Kai stayed close, ready to catch me again if I faltered. The warmth of his presence kept me putting one foot in front of the other. As we continued our trek, I allowed my thoughts to wander back to the warriors we had encountered earlier. Father had sent assassins to capture us, and Kai's teammates almost managed to accomplish it. How long would we be able to evade them? If they had contacted Embu City, soon cruisers and skimmers would be scouring Qardho searching for us. But if we managed to help Father thwart Lord Sinzak's plans, he would surely recall the assassins and even help us get out of the frozen continent. Yes, I knew my father. Under that calculating gaze was a good heart, and if I talked to him in private, I could convince him to help us. From the gaps in between the clouds, I saw a shooting star blinking so close to us that I first thought I imagined it. Kai, do you see that? I asked between gasped breaths, hating as the cold air bit at my lungs. See what? He replied, his voice distracted, eyes scanning the tablet as if a clue would materialize on the device. Up there. I pointed to where the southern fire danced across the sky. Is it a star? It's so beautiful. Kai drew up beside me, his muscles coiled and ready. A star? His gaze sharpened on the twin peaks on the horizon. There? He asked, pointing ahead to the mountains in the distance. That glint of light near the top of the left mountain? It's too regular to be a star, he said, his eyes dropping to the tablet again. I squinted, but through the light snow falling, I couldn't spot what he was talking about. Are you certain? Yes, it's blinking in a pattern, like a signal. His claws slid from their sheaths with a snick. Let's find shelter for the night rotation. Thank the goddess, I muttered, relieved. I don't think I could walk 1 more mile today. Kai pursed his lips, eyebrows drawing together in concern. Why didn't you tell me you were struggling, little one? We could have stopped long before now. His deep voice was laced with worry, ebony skin glistening in the southern fire's glow. He consulted the tablet again, then glanced back at the mountains ahead. According to the map, we're only 2 rotations away on foot from Menora. My steps faltered, eyes widening. How can you be sure? Kai looked up, golden eyes bright. See the twin peaks there? The map shows Manora lies in the valley between them, he explained, placing the tablet in my hands. Sure enough, the ancient map clearly depicted the twin-peaked mountains wreathed in mystic lights, just as they appeared before us now. I gasped, gripping the tablet tightly, ignoring the snowflakes dusting the screen. My head snapped between the map and the actual landscape, disbelief mingling with elation. Someone who knows of Menora's location left those tablets in that cave recently. Kai's intense gaze met mine. Sinzak told the truth. I stared at him, mind struggling to connect the implications. I could accept that Sinzak knew of Menora or its ruins, but why? What was his interest in this lost city? Kai's eyes lifted, scanning the snowy horizon. Let's keep moving. We need shelter before this storm worsens. His firm grip on my arm propelled me forward again. Right, I sighed, forcing weary legs to resume the trudge through the mountain pass. For the first time, I allowed myself to doubt the fears that had plagued me since I discovered Kai's search for the ancient city. Could there be people living there? Why did Sinzak want to find those people? And if we found them, would I be fine living there? My mind swirled with a million thoughts. Are you all right? Kai asked, brow furrowed with concern as he studied my face. Of course, I lied, conjuring up a weak smile. Just tired. Kai's eyes narrowed, unconvinced. But he reached into his pack, retrieving a handful of mivra nuts. Eat these, he insisted, pressing them into my gloved hand. They'll give you some energy. Thank you, I murmured, popping a few of the crunchy nuts into my mouth. Their roasted flavor brought back bittersweet memories of home, and for a moment, I felt a pang of homesickness. But I shut down that line of thinking. Being with my mate defied the rules of our world, and returning to Meru was an impossible dream now. Strangely, I was at peace with it. There was no choice to make, as Kai would always come first. Kai halted abruptly, raising a hand to point at the mountainside. There, we can take shelter in that crevasse. I squinted to where he indicated, spotting a small fissure beneath a rocky overhang about a 1/4 mile away. It was as secure a resting spot as we were likely to find in this wasteland. I sighed deeply, exhaustion seeping into my bones. Stiffly, I shuffled toward the crevasse, eager to finally rest my aching muscles. The spot would provide some protection from the wind and snow. Letting Kai take the lead, I trudged doggedly onward, keeping the promise of respite in sight. As we drew closer, Kai turned and grasped my arm to support me. Just a little farther, Tarsa, he encouraged. Then you can sleep. His strong grip half lifted, half dragged me the last few steps into the shelter of the crevasse. Kai rummaged through his pack, retrieving a compact tent and other supplies. You have a tent? I stared at him, my mouth hanging open. What else do you have inside that bag? Kai grinned. I brought it from the cruiser, not knowing how long it would take us to find Menora. With quick movements, he began assembling it with ease. I watched in awe as he worked in the freezing cold, his deft fingers manipulating the poles and fabric with ease. Admiration for this strong and thoughtful male washed over me. Within beats, he had the shelter constructed. Too exhausted to stand upright any longer, I crawled inside. The insulated fabric barrier felt like a sanctuary after so many hours of exposure to the elements. Kai secured the tent flaps before settling down beside me with a tired groan. Neither of us bothered removing our outerwear. We just collapsed atop the thin sleeping rolls, the rotation finally catching up. Had it been only a handful of rotations since we crashed in Qardho? Chapter 23. You Taste Good. Tarsa. A shiver ran through me as I opened my eyes. Curled in a tight ball beneath the furs, I felt the cold permeating the tent, my breath fogging in the icy air. How long had I slept? Time seemed to slip away in this wilderness. A rustling sound from behind jolted me, and I sat bolt upright, the furs pooling around my waist as I snapped to attention. Beside me, Kai's head whipped around, his rummaging through our supply bags coming to an abrupt halt as he focused on me. A slow smile spread across his face. "Did you sleep well, little one?" he asked gently. "What time is it?" I stared at the brightness seeping through the tent flap. "We should be on our way." I scrambled to stand, but Kai rushed to my side. "No, Tarsa, sleep," he urged, pressing me back down and covering me with furs. "You were exhausted. We can stay here tonight and start our journey tomorrow morning." "I thought you said we'd be safer in the tunnels," I protested, trying in vain to reach for my bag. "It's best we go now." Kai clasped my hand, stopping it. "No, Tarsa," he said firmly. "It's past mid-rotation. We wouldn't get far. Rest. I'll start a fire to warm us." Immediately, guilt pierced my chest. After the wolf battle, Kai was exhausted too. Yet here I lay useless, while he took care of everything. "No, let me do it," I insisted, taking the fire starter from his hand. Kai quirked an eyebrow, amusement glinting in his golden eyes. "Do you know how to start a fire, Lady Tarsa?" I shot Kai an annoyed glance. "I know many things, Pilot Kai," I retorted, fumbling with the fire starter in my hands. Kai lifted his hands in mock surrender, a grin tugging at his lips. Using the fuel, I managed to spark a small fire. I dug through Kai's pack and pulled out a small pan, stuffing it full of clean snow to melt over the flames. As the fire's warmth slowly seeped back into my frozen limbs, Kai removed his heavy cloak. That's when I noticed the dried blood staining his clothes, remnants from the fight with the ice wolves. "You're injured!" I gasped, rushing over to him. My fingers probed at a gash slicing across his chest, crusted blood flaking away beneath my touch. Kai flinched slightly, but made no move to stop me. "It's nothing," he said, discarding the cloak in the corner of the tent. "Just a scratch." I huffed and started opening his bloodied fleet suit. "Here, let me help you," I offered, gently removing the garment. His chest and arms were covered with scratches, but there was a nasty gash still bleeding on his chest. I looked up at him disapprovingly. "Why didn't you tell me you were injured?" Kai stopped my hand from touching the wound. "It's nothing, Tarsa. It will heal fine." His glowing golden eyes studied me. "I won't have you collapsing from exhaustion. The circles around your eyes don't hide it, little one." I scowled. "And I won't let you bleed to death on me." I pointed to the thin fur rolls. "Now sit tight, and let me take care of you." Kai's lips tilted up, and he slanted me a smoldering look. "Yes, my lady." That look sent heat waves through me, and I was grateful for the cold numbing my nether regions. "Your stamina can't possibly be that strong." Kai raised one eyebrow. "Are you willing to test it, little one?" He jerked his hips forward, the contours of his hard visible against the suit pants. I swallowed hard. My gaze lingered on taut, ebony skin and lean muscle, the alluring ridge of his hip bones. Heat bloomed in my core as I watched him peel off his pants, freeing an impressive erection. Kai glanced up, eyes gleaming. "I love you, Tarsa," he rasped suddenly, cupping my face with both hands, eyes glowing gold with intensity. "You are all I want and need." My heart lurched, blood rushing loudly in my ears. The thread of our bond pulsed erratically between us. "Kai," I breathed, my hand stilling on the back of his head, stunned by his sudden confession. "I mean it," he said with a growl, swallowing hard. "I know I've hurt you, lied to you, but I almost lost you yesterday." He trailed off, anguish flooding his face. "When I thought the ice wolves would tear us apart, I realized I never want to see a tear rolling down your beautiful face again. You are my everything." His desperation was undeniable as he gripped my hands in his, claws pressing into my skin. "Kai, I started, but he cut me off, putting a finger to my lips, a devastating smile on his mouth. "I don't need to hear you say it back, my lady," he murmured against my skin. "I can feel it here." He brought our joined hands to his chest, over his thunderous heart. "Even though you don't have the mating fever, I know you're mine, Tarsa. I'll wait forever for our bond to lock because you are my fated mate, and I love you with all that I am." The firelight cast a warm glow as we came together, our bond growing stronger with each tender touch and passionate kiss. In these quiet moments, nothing else existed but us, two souls destined to be together, finding comfort and love in each other's arms. Later, as we lay curled together under the firs, I noticed something was different. The thread between us pulsed strongly, but something was still missing. The bond, it didn't lock into place. "No," Kai said softly, pulling me closer, "but it will. You are my mate, Tarsa, and I will wait as long as it takes." I snuggled deeper into his embrace, feeling safe and cherished. Despite the dangers that awaited us outside, here in our small sanctuary, we had found our own piece of paradise. Whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together.
Chapter 26. They caught us. Why? I was lost in thought, watching the golden rays of sunrise spill into our tent as Tarsa slept curled against me. Her breath warmed my chest as I gently stroked her moon-pale hair, marveling that this fierce, spirited female was now mine, my mate. After so many lonely cycles of endless war and loss, the goddess finally blessed me with love. My claws flexed reflexively as I pondered our path ahead. According to the map, we were less than 2 rotations from Menora on foot. Doubts crept in. Would we find people there or only ruins? No. I hardened my resolve. Sinzak's keen interest in the lost city meant someone or something of value lay there. Tarsa stirred with a soft murmur, nuzzling closer. I lightly traced the delicate bow of her lips, imprinting every detail to memory. Had her eyes really flashed gold during last night's rotation? It had been so fleeting, right before she came while riding me. I wasn't sure it wasn't my mind tricking me. The fire's embers had faded to ashes. A chill permeated the tent, pluming our breath white. I had no desire to wake Tarsa yet, but we needed to move soon. We had stayed on this spot longer than was wise, and I couldn't risk my crew tracking us down again. My eyes caught my pack, and reluctantly, I eased away from Tarsa's warmth to dig the data tablet. She murmured in protest, clutching at me even in sleep. I gently untangled myself and moved across the tent. As I studied the intricate maps and terrain notations, committing our route to memory, my sharp ears caught a telltale crunch of boots on snow. I went still, senses straining. Inhaling deeply, I sorted through the scents, wood smoke and Tarsa's sweet floral aroma. And there, under it all, was the sweaty scent of males. I couldn't put a finger on whose scent it was, because it was an amalgamation of many. Cursing under my breath, I swiftly disabled the tablet and swallowed the data chip, destroying any evidence of Menora. I couldn't let that intel fall into the fleet's hands, or worse, into Sinzak's claws. Tarsa, wake up! I urgently shook her shoulder. We have to go, now! I whisper shouted. Kai? She mumbled drowsily. What is it? No time to explain. Just get dressed fast. I yanked on my flight suit, sealing it over my scales. Getting caught naked was not happening. I tossed Tarsa her clothes, scanning the tent for anything we might leave behind. My pulse pounded, adrenaline surging through my veins. We needed to be gone before my former comrades surrounded us. Reaching for my weapons, I tumbled down when the tent's flap was ripped violently open, and the butt of a sword hit my head. Swirling around, I watched in horror as Lord Terran stormed inside, features twisted in rage. Before I could react, he seized Tarsa's arm in a merciless grip and dragged her outside, still bare and so vulnerable. Father, stop! Tarsa pleaded desperately, struggling to wrap the furs around herself as fleet warriors emerged out of nowhere. Swords and laser guns glinted in the rising sun, leveled threateningly in my direction. My eyes locked with Borin and Nuar. They quickly averted their gazes, clearly uncomfortable seeing Tarsa naked. While they disagreed with my actions, I sensed their discomfort at Tarsa's distress. Some warriors even moved as if to intervene, only to be halted by Joran's warning glare. A twisted sense of relief washed over me. At least they still had some semblance of honor left in them. But the feeling quickly dissipated at seeing the raw fear in my mate's face. A protective fury burned through me at their intrusion. I started forward, but Terran's blade at her throat halted me. Don't move, traitor, or she dies, he growled. Tarsa whimpered as the dagger nicked her scales, a thin trail of blood sliding down her neck. Rage boiled within me, but I stayed motionless, not daring to provoke him further. My mind raced, seeking some way to get Tarsa to safety. Let her go, I growled, my claws itching to tear into them all, regardless of the consequences. But I knew that would only put her in even greater danger. Kai, Tarsa whispered, her eyes pleading with me not to do anything rash. Terran's glare bored into me, contempt and hatred etched on his features. You defiled my daughter, corrupted her, now you'll pay, he snarled. Without warning, Terran flung Tarsa violently to the icy ground. She landed hard, crying out in pain and fear. Before she could move, Terran stormed over and grabbed her brutally by the nape, lifting her up. Tarsa scrambled to wrap the fur around herself as she dangled helplessly, feet kicking in the air. Tears streamed down her cheeks while she squeezed her eyes shut. Her growing panic and humiliation clawed at my heart. A feral snarl tore from my throat as I lurched forward, but Borin and Noar tackled me down. I thrashed against them, desperate to protect my mate. Let her go, I roared, straining furiously, but their combined strength held me pinned. Tarsa sobbed, legs thrashing as Terran tightened his grip on her neck. She was mine to safeguard. Yet I'd failed. I had to get free. Had to save her. Running away with a Yukuma. Tiran thundered, claws still digging brutally into Tarsa's flesh. You rut with a traitor? His eyes flashed with uncontrolled anger as he shook her violently. Trembling, Tarsa lifted her chin, defiance flashing in her gaze. That Ukuma, she declared loudly, hand shooting out to point at me, is my fated mate. Her voice was clear. The silence that followed locked every warrior in place. Their eyes darted between me and her enraged father. Terran's roar of fury split the frigid air. With sudden violence, he backhanded Tarsa brutally across her smooth face. The harsh crack ignited a white-hot rage within me. I strained against the warriors holding me back, desperate to shield Tarsa. But it was no use. They forced me down on my knees. I was made to watch, helpless with impotent fury, as Terran continued his vicious assault. You dishonor me beyond measure, he bellowed. He moved to strike Tarsa again, and she flinched away, a whimper escaping her bloodied lips. My lord. Joran's voice halted Terran's fist before he could hit her again. Perhaps we could handle this back at the camp. With a guttural yell, I slammed my head back into Borin's nose. Blood gushed as he reeled back with a curse. I slashed my claws across Nor's chest, and he grunted in pain but held me firm. More warriors piled on, pinning me to the ground. They wrenched my arms behind my back to clamp them in thorium shackles. I strained furiously against them to no avail. My chest heaved as I watched Terran visibly compose himself under Joran's words, as if just remembering he had an audience. A red haze clouded my vision. The beast within me snarled and thrashed to break free, to rip out my mate's father's throat for daring to hurt her. I should have protected Tarsa. Instead, I'd allowed her abuse and humiliation. Jaw clenched, I memorized Terran's face. I would make him suffer tenfold for every second of Tarsa's pain. Terran fixed me with utter contempt. Captain Joran, by the Royal Council's decree, execute this traitorous filth. Father, no! Tarsa cried out in terror, reaching for me. Joran's smile was cruel. It will be done, Lord Terran, after we finish our investigation. His tone implied there would be no investigation. Terran's eyes snapped to the Ukuma captain. What's there to investigate? Look at the traitor's eyes. Lieutenant Kai clearly has the mating fever, while my daughter does not. He kidnapped her against her will. Per the royal decree, all attempts at mixed mating must be punished by death. He spat the words, venom dripping from each syllable. Do your job, Captain, or I'll be reporting this incident to the Council personally. It wasn't against my will, Tarsa screamed, one hand pressed to her swollen cheek as blood dripped from her split lip. I chose to run away with him. Silence, youngling, Terran growled, the ice in his tone making my blood run cold. You will not embarrass me further. Turning to the Ukuma captain, he lifted his brows expectantly. Captain Joran? Tarsa, don't fight him, I urged through gritted teeth, the words bitter on my tongue. But I wouldn't let her be beaten again trying to protect me. She met my gaze, eyes shimmering with tears, but stayed silent, shoulders slumping in defeat. Quiet, Lieutenant, Joran snapped, his sword hovering dangerously close to my throat. You've done enough damage already. I ignored the twat. My attention was solely on Terran, my mutinous eyes boring into his hand, the one that had struck my mate, the one that had made Tarsa bleed. My jaw clenched, and I vowed the male wouldn't be breathing by the time I finished with him. It will be done, my lord, Joran replied as Terran insisted on my swift execution. Satisfied, Terran grabbed Tarsa's arm brutally and began dragging her away. She cried out in pain, stumbling in the snow. Take the traitor to the camp, Terran ordered the warriors holding me. I'll handle my young. I thrashed and strained against the thorium grips, restraining me, desperate to stop him, to save my mate from whatever cruel fate he had planned for her. One of the warriors cuffed me hard across the head, snarling, "Be still!" My skull rang from the blow, but I barely registered it, my entire focus on Tarsa. Tarsa's body shook with sobs as she struggled against her father's vicious grip on her arm. Her bare feet scrabbled for purchase in the snowy ground as he dragged her along. As Terran headed toward the newly established camp, my eyes landed on the tents set up right by the crevasse where we'd spent the past 2 nights' rotations. A growl of frustration rumbled in my chest. Boren's gaze met mine knowingly. They must have tracked us here while we were distracted. I cursed myself for my lack of vigilance. How did I not hear them coming? Was I so lost in my mate's warmth and pleasure that I missed the signs of danger? I watched helplessly as Terran hauled a bleeding and humiliated Tarsa toward his tent, still clutching our furs. She glanced back at me desperately and shouted, "Don't do anything stupid, Kai." A flash of gold crossed her eyes. It was so brief that when I blinked, I saw only gemstone blue staring back at me. My breath stilled in my chest. How hard had they hit me? A slow smile spread across my face as my heart pounded wildly. That golden flash stirred a surge of hope inside me. I let out a bitter chuckle at her defiant spirit, still fighting despite everything. During last night's rotation, I was a fool, so focused on Tarsa's pleasure and unsure of the golden flash I had seen in her eyes. But now, it wasn't my imagination. Any doubts about our bond vanished. The mating fever had taken hold in her. Hope was replaced by dread as my head snapped to Terran's retreating figure. How long had they waited observing us? It hardly mattered now. My eyes landed on her again. She was my only priority. I had to get Tarsa away from here before her father saw the mating fever signs and demanded her death too. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and I reluctantly tore my gaze from Tarsa. Sinzak watched from afar, his piercing blue eyes boring into me. I forced myself to meet his glare steadily, jaw clenched. I would not show fear before these cowards, no matter what they did. The sound of boots on snow made me glance up warily. Jorn regarded me with cold dispassion. "You are a fugitive and deserter. I will carry out your sentence after I finish the paperwork." He nodded to Boren and Noir. "Tie him outside the camp. We execute him at sunrise before returning to the cruiser." Turning on his heel, he stalked away, calling over his shoulder, "By first light, you die a traitor's death." I struggled furiously as Boren and Noir dragged me across the icy plain, but it was useless. With ruthless efficiency, the warriors drove a thorium pole into the ground near their camp. "Don't do this, Boren," I gritted out as he moved to tie me. "You know Tarsa is my fated mate. I committed no crime." His hands paused, and he turned to me, eyes blazing. "I warned you not to get caught again," he growled in frustration. Avoiding my gaze, he nodded to Noir. "Now I must follow orders," he said through clenched teeth as they secured me to the pole. "Right." Boren was the best tracker on the cruiser. It must have been him who found us. I made a mental note to be more careful covering my tracks in the future. That reminded me. "How is Aaron?" I asked Boren in a low voice. "Did the Tinyanga fix his leg?" I didn't want the others to know he'd let me go once already. Nawar gripped my arm, his usual jesting absent. We'd fought countless battles together. "He'll live," he said gruffly, locking the shackles on my feet before releasing my hands. I rubbed my wrists, getting the blood flowing as I met his gaze. "Thank you," I said sincerely. They were in an impossible position. Noir's eyes hardened. "Walk away from the female, Kai. Reject her, and you may keep your life." I held his stare unflinchingly. I'd rather die than lose her. With his jaw tightening, Nawar looked away. He finished securing me in silence, then stepped back, nodding. Without another word, he turned his back and walked away. I refused to let it affect me. My friend leaving me to die over the council's rules shouldn't affect me. But deep down, I knew I was full of shit. Boren lingered, watching Noir go. When he was out of earshot, Boren spoke quietly. "Noir's right. The Boma's eyes are still normal while yours?" He sighed, rubbing his face. "Renounce her and you'll face discipline, not execution. Not if she went willingly." I met his gaze steadily. "No, I won't reject my mate." A wry chuckle escaped my lips. "She's mine, and you know it." Boren grimaced, glancing toward the campfire where the others gathered. "May the goddess help you both," he muttered. With a last conflicted look, he turned and walked away. The sun rose higher, providing light, but no warmth. I tested the thorium bonds biting into my scales through my boots. They didn't budge. My eyes snapped to Terran's tent, and my gut twisted with dread. The thread hummed wildly within me, pulling me to Tarsa. I gritted my teeth against the maddening itch, the need to go to her. All I cared about was getting her away from here before her father saw the fever signs taking hold. If he realized she was mine, he would kill her.
Chapter 27. A Really Bad Rotation. Tarsa. My father's claws dug viciously into my arm as he dragged me away from Kai, hauling me toward their camp. I stumbled over the icy terrain, bare and vulnerable, clutching the furs we had slept in. Father's cruelty stunned me. I knew he disapproved of me mating a Ukuma, and being a royal counselor, he should uphold the law. But this rage-filled stranger seemed unrecognizable from the gentle male who raised me. Shock rooted me in place as he dragged me across the ice, oblivious to an audience. The weak morning sun illuminated the twisted hatred on his face. He was a monster. I struggled to reconcile my loving father with this tyrant determined to keep me from my mate, beating and humiliating me in such a public manner. Surely he realized that separating us would destroy me. That if Kai died, I would go mad with grief. A scream threatened to rip from my throat. I wanted to make him see reason, but my tongue clung useless in my mouth. All I could do was stare at the stranger masquerading as my father. With a hard shove, he threw me through the tent flaps. I crashed painfully to the floor, desperately clutching the fur around my naked body. Before I could sit up, he stormed toward me, an accusing finger thrust at my face. "He touched you!" he roared, spittle flying in his rage. "That filthy Ukuma dared lay hands on my daughter!" I cringed back, his fury battering me like a storm. My face still throbbed where he struck me, but the hazy memories of Kai's tender caresses kept me defiant. "I wanted him to," I shouted back. "I chose to give myself to Kai. He's my mate." My father's eyes bulged, claws slicing toward me. I scrambled away, my heart pounding with adrenaline and fear. "Lies!" he bellowed. "No daughter of mine would degrade herself with one of those filths." His words were like a blow. I wanted to claw that hateful expression from his face. My mate was worth 100 of him. Chest heaving, I rose on unsteady feet to face him. "Father, please!" His hand shot out and grabbed me by the throat, eyes glinting with disgust. "I'll mount his head on my wall for this." Despite my defiance, tears burned in my eyes. To my horror, I realized he was serious. This time, I wouldn't be able to change his mind. "No!" I struggled in his grip. "You can't. Kai is my fated mate." "Fated mate? You know nothing of it." He scoffed right in my face. "At your age, you should understand it's impossible to mate a different race. No bond between us ever existed." Eyes wild, he spat on the ground before flinging me across the tent. "The council forbids mix mating by King Zaul's decree. I won't let you sully my name with a ukuma." I crashed painfully into a water basin, frigid liquid splashing my bare body. I cried out, desperately clutching the soaked fur to my breasts as humiliation burned my cheeks. "You'll stay here until his execution," my father said coldly. "Then I'm arranging a proper Boma mate for you. It's past time you were matched." I met his icy gaze unflinchingly. "You can't do this," I said, voice trembling with fury. "I won't let you murder my mate." He laughed harshly. "You've no say, daughter. I've indulged this nonsense long enough. It ends now." Father paced the tent, nostrils flaring. "You'll mate a Boma lord, and this Ukuma indiscretion will be forgotten." I stared at him, astonished. "You'd condemn me to madness rather than let me bond with my fated mate?" Hurt lanced through my chest. "Why? I'm your flesh." My father's expression hardened, eyes glinting dangerously, and I stepped back. "Mate? What mate?" He pointed at my unchanged eyes. "You show no signs of mating or fever. That Ukuma is no mate of yours. Stop this nonsense!" he roared, veins bulging. Anger swelled within me. "We haven't bonded yet," I admitted with gritted teeth. "But this is not a passing fancy. I know what I feel is real and true." I thumped my chest. The thread linking us is strong, and I know in my heart he is my mate. Maybe it's time we stop letting the council or king dictate our lives. Why would we defy the goddess's wishes? My father's hand lashed out, striking me hard across my other cheek, his claws cutting scales, leaving a streak of blood on my face. "Hold your tongue," he growled. "I've heard enough of this nonsense. Kayaki has nothing to do with this, and you should be ashamed to bring the goddess into your mistakes." Pain exploded through my head as I crashed to the floor. His words blurred, muted by my ringing ears. Blinking back tears, I stared at the fur carpet beneath me. How could this be happening? My chest tightened, recalling Kai bound and helpless. When our eyes met that last time, I saw my own fear reflected in those golden depths. Would father truly have him killed? I looked up at him from the cold ground, one hand pressed to my bleeding cheek. The truth stared back at me, awful and undeniable. The father I had known was gone. In his place stood a stranger, one I no longer recognized. A shadow fell over me, and I turned. Miela danced nervously on her feet, clutching a thick fur robe in her arms. She stared at me, face swollen with a black, bruised eye and tears tracking down her cheeks. "Miala," I gasped, seeing how badly she was hurt. I dragged myself to her side, glaring at my father but holding my tongue. "Clean her up," he snapped at Miala. "Remove the Ukuma's stench from her." Miala shrank under his glare but nodded. "Yes, my lord." He turned back to me with a growl. "You've shamed me greatly, Tarsa. If word of this gets out, Sinzak will use it against me. I won't be made a fool of by my own blood." I flinched at the mention of Lord Sinzak. Politics again. That's all father seemed to care about lately. This whole time, I thought I could convince Kai to help him. But for what? And how did he plan to contain this scandal after publicly humiliating me? How naive I'd been, thinking my father actually cared for me. It was clear now that he viewed me as nothing more than a pawn. I knew exactly how men like him operated. Many used bribes and backdoor deals, enough to buy the silence and cooperation of any dissenters. If I returned with my father and mated with a Boma lord, not even a powerful highborn lord like Sinzak could oppose the council's inner circle. My throat tightened, and I squeezed my eyes shut against the sting of tears. Miala grasped my arm, helping me to stand on shaky legs. I swayed unsteadily, still in shock. Miala wrapped a soft, warm robe around my shoulders. The plush fur chased away the chill that had seeped into my very bones. I clutched the fabric, taking comfort in its warmth. "Come, let's get you cleaned up," Miala said gently, guiding me across the room to the wash basin by the fire. I moved numbly, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. She brought up a stool, and I sank onto it, drawing my knees in as the flame's warmth enveloped me. But cold despair still clutched my heart. With caring hands, Miala washed away the grime and soothed my bruises. I finally relinquished the death grip on my emotions, tears slipping silently down my cheeks. "There now, you will be fine," Miala murmured, her voice a comforting balm. She wetted a rag with warm water to dab at my wound. I sucked in a breath at the sting. "Fine?" I laughed bitterly, gesturing to her bruised face. "He did that because of me, didn't he?" Miala dropped her gaze, avoiding my eyes. My heart ached for her. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. "I should have taken you with me." Miala forced a smile. "Oh, please, I'd just slow you down out there. I'm no wilderness survivor." She winked her good eye. Besides, I wouldn't want to be near a female and her mate in a mating fever. I huffed a quiet laugh, despite the despair threatening to crush me. Miala always trying to lift my spirits, but my cheeks still stung, a reminder of my father's cruelty. "Mating fever," I scoffed. "You know very well I don't have the fever yet, and if you had come with Kai and me, maybe by now we would be far from here." I inwardly added to myself that if we hadn't stopped to rest yesterday, they would never have caught us. Miala studied me for a long moment, her gaze searching between my eyes. Finally, she shook her head and finished washing me in silence. Her hands were gentle as she helped me dress in warm, dry clothes. I winced as the fabric rubbed against the tender welts on my legs. Miala's eyes flashed with anger at the injuries, but she held her tongue. The heavy quiet unnerved me. I nudged her with my elbow, prompting gently, "What is it? Speak your mind, Mia." Miala shot me a strange look before busying herself with the fire, movements sharp with anger. She sighed, taking my hand between both of hers. "I just wish I could have prevented this, seeing you in such pain." Her voice broke. I squeezed her hand. "It's not your fault. My father is set in his ways." I left it unsaid that his ways were cruel and controlling. She had always known this, and I had been so naive. I regretted not believing her. "I'm trying not to insult your father," she muttered. "Striking his daughter. Despicable." "No worse than hitting you," I said evenly. Miala huffed, but stayed silent, giving me puzzled glances, as if trying unsuccessfully to read me. I ignored her scrutiny, staring ahead blankly, lost in chaotic thoughts. I'd known father valued power and prestige, but never imagined he was capable of such casual cruelty. Such violence, especially against his only child. The illusion had shattered. I saw the truth now, and it shook me to my core. The father I loved was a lie, a mask hiding the monster within. I had to act. Sitting here meekly would accomplish nothing. But what options did I have? My eyes caught Miala watching me again, her brows furrowed. Grinding my teeth, I stood from the chair and walked to her, putting a hand on her arm, stopping her cleaning frenzy. I can't let them execute Kai. I paused, gathering my thoughts. I won't survive without him. Your heart is strong and true, Miala reassured me, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. You stood up for what you believe in, and that's more than most people ever do. What are you not saying? I whisper-shouted. Why do you keep looking at me like that? It's just your eyes. I realize my eyes haven't changed yet, but I also know Kai is my fated mate. Why does everyone keep doubting me? Isn't my word good enough? Would you doubt it if he was a Boma? Calm yourself, Tarsa. Miala raised her hands, placating. I meant nothing to that. What did you mean then? I growled, my nostrils flaring. Miala sighed. She met my gaze solemnly, hesitating before she spoke. Tarsa, we're still stranded here. Scouts found the warriors' camps abandoned. We have no aid coming. Her voice dropped lower. I overheard Captain Joran tell your father he'll execute Kai at sunrise. No investigation. But you went willingly. There should be a hearing. My heart seized in my chest. Without contact with Meru or Embu, father could do as he pleased. Kai's life hung by a thread. I know that. I heard them. My mind raced back to the cave with all those supplies and the data room. Could they be able to contact Embu City from there? Was that why Sinzak wanted Kai to find Menora? I shook my head. Nothing of that mattered if the fleet's captain was planning to kill my mate. We have to get him out of here tonight, I said sharply. Miala's incredulous eyes stared back at me. Just the two of us against all those warriors? I shrugged, chest heaving. Do you have a better idea? Because I am not leaving him there to die, I growled, making Miala step back, eyes wide. She released a shaky breath, steeling herself, and finally nodded, her expression hardening. Tell me your plan. Quickly, I brought Miala up to speed in hushed whispers, explaining how Kai and I had discovered clues pointing to the ancient lost city of Manora, hidden somewhere beneath Qardho's mountains. Menora? Miala eyed me dubiously. I thought the place was lost centuries ago. I ground my teeth, trying to curb my rising impatience. I know the city in all its glory is likely gone now, but Kai found the mountain range from Menora's map. There must be tunnels we can use to hide and eventually escape off Qardho. Miala paused in gathering supplies, leveling me with a dubious look. And you trust this map? Trust Sinzak's word? I bristled at her skepticism. Of course I do. Kai is my mate. Sinzak, though, that's another story. She scoffed. What if Lord Sinzak just wants to play your father? What then? He'll get you and your mate alone and isolated. I dare not agree with Lord Terran, but that map might as well be a trap. Anger sparked in my chest. I stepped closer, meeting her gaze unflinchingly. I know all of that. Kai knows that too. But what do you want me to do now? Wait until he is dead to do something? Miala's eyes softened. She squeezed my shoulder. I just worry for your safety, Tarsa. I sighed, my defensive anger draining away. Perhaps she had a point. We needed to be cautious. Look, I'm not saying we'll find the lost city under the mountains, I conceded. But even old collapsed ruins and tunnels are better than nothing. We can take shelter there while we plan our next move. I met her gaze steadily. I don't care if all we find are dusty old rocks. Any refuge is better than letting Kai die here at dawn. Will you help me? Slowly, Miala nodded. You're right. It's worth investigating. If there is any chance those tunnels can lead you both to safety, we must try. She gripped my hands. How can I help? As we spoke, the skeleton of a daring plan took shape between us. Come nightfall, Miala would use the cloak of darkness to sneak undetected outside the camp where Kai was being held. She would use one of Father's laser daggers to quickly cut his bindings and free him before the guards realized what was happening. Meanwhile, I would stay back here in Father's tent, keeping up a distraction to occupy him and prevent him from noticing Kai's escape. I wasn't sure how yet, but I would do whatever was necessary to keep Father's attention on me and not on the camp outside. Once freed, Kai would hide among the camp's snowy mountains and wait for us. Miala and I would then slip away and meet him at a prearranged spot out of sight of the warriors. This time, the three of us would run away together. Perhaps Kai could even steal a hover vehicle, making it harder to track us. According to his calculations, Menora was 2 rotations on foot, but with faster transport, we could be there in under a rotation. It was an incredibly risky, reckless plan built on a wing and a prayer, but it was also our only opportunity to escape before Joran executed Kai at sunrise. My heart pounded as I pondered the dangerous scheme. So much relied on luck and perfect timing. But it was our only shot at freedom, and I would do anything, risk everything, to save Kai. Failure was not an option.
Chapter 28. Unlikely Allies. Kai. The cold seeped into my bones as the hours crawled by. I had to get free. With an animalistic growl, I threw myself against the restraints again and again until my ankles were raw and bleeding. But it was useless. Rage and anguish warred within me. I had to get back to Tarsa to protect her from her father. She'd looked so small and afraid as Tiran dragged her away, face bloodied, and her screams still echoed in my mind. As I struggled against my bonds, the wind howled through the makeshift camp, carrying with it echoes of laughter and conversation from my crew. They whispered and talked about me and my foolishness. I gritted my teeth, fighting back the urge to roar in frustration. Nuar and Boran watched from afar, not participating in the conversation. With so many Ukuma maidens, one warrior muttered, he had to choose a Boma? Disgusting, another spat, shaking his head. Traitor, someone else growled. Can you believe it? My former crewmate continued, nudging another. His voice oozed sarcasm and mockery. Kai, the ever-brilliant Ukuma pilot, falling in the claws of a Boma. What a waste. Stop it, I snarled, my anger boiling over. It was one thing to insult me, but to take jabs at Tarsa? Unforgivable. Ah, did we hurt your feelings, traitor? Came a taunt. Maybe you should have thought twice before betraying your own kind. Betraying? Is that what you call it? I retorted, my voice laced with bitterness. All I did was follow my instinct. Fated mates are the work of Kayaki. Are you saying the goddess made an error? Silence! Joran barked, cutting through the tension. We have more important matters to attend to. His voice dripped with derision as he approached me. He strolled toward me, eyes glinting with glee. All the other warriors dispersed, going back to sit by the fire. Enjoying yourself, Joran? I sneered. You've always dreamed of killing me. Now you finally get your chance. Careful, Lieutenant, Joran said menacingly. I might just speed up your execution. Have been dreaming of it, haven't you? Ah, dear Captain, envy doesn't suit you? I drawled, ignoring the way my scales raised in Joran's presence. I never thought I'd see the rotation the great Kai was brought to his knees, Joran taunted, ignoring my jab. Since we were cadets, you always acted so superior. Now look at you. He craned his neck, peering at me impishly. I glared at him. You never took it well. I was a better cadet and pilot. All those cycles, and you still can't let go. Captain, are you jealous of little old me? Joran's lip curled in a snarl. I'm captain, not you. No matter. Soon I'll have the satisfaction of watching you die. His malice lit a fire in me. Because I found my fated mate. That's what truly eats at you, isn't it, Joran? That I was blessed by the goddess while you remain mateless. Joran spat in disgust. What mate? That female shows no fever signs. You threw everything away for a He released an unhinged laugh. You thought you could defy centuries of tradition without consequence? You are more of a fool than I ever thought. Ah, yes, I smirked, ignoring the sinking feeling in my gut. Because bonding with my fated mate is such a heinous crime. He leered, eyes glinting with malice. Centuries of tradition forbid Boma Ukuma mating for good reason. But you defied it all. For a counselor's daughter, no less. I stood firm, gritting my teeth. Maybe it's time those laws changed. Why else would Kayaki fate us? Joran struck me, snarling. You defied the goddess and tradition for fleeting lust. I'll enjoy correcting that perversion by separating your head from your shoulders. Blood trickled down my temple, but I kept my voice steady. Will you, though? I didn't know why I kept taunting him. My scales crawled with loathing. Seeing the twat so gleeful because he finally had a reason to kill me only soured my gut, but I had no intention of being here at dawn. Joran laughed cruelly. You think you can escape me? Keep dreaming, fool. He leaned in, bringing his mouth uncomfortably close to my ear. I'll be enjoying wine by the fire while you fantasize about your lost freedom. He grinned in my face before turning toward the campfire. That is, if the cold doesn't kill you first. He shot back over his shoulder. With one last mocking glance, he strode away, singing under his breath. Rage burned white-hot in my gut. If I didn't have to get Tarsa to safety, I would kill him where he stood. The urge to wrap my hands around his throat was almost overwhelming. Perhaps I still could. After freeing myself from these restraints, I could crawl to his tent under the cover of darkness and slip inside while he slept. One quick snap of his neck, and no one would be the wiser. The tempting fantasy flashed through my mind, my hands crushing his windpipe, the light fading from his eyes. But no, I had to stay focused. Tarsa was my priority now. I had to get us both through this frozen hell and Menora. The painful truth was that I'd failed Tarsa. I'd promised to protect her, and now here I was, shackled and humiliated, unable to do anything while she suffered at the hands of her own father. The biting cold of Qardho's night air gnawed at my limbs like a pack of hungry vorka, and I almost wished they'd just hurry and eat me already. Almost. My limbs grew numb under the shackles, but the icy chill couldn't freeze the fire that burned for my mate. Great, I muttered sarcastically to myself. Now I was a poet too, just what I always wanted. That was careless of you. I thought you were smarter than that. The gravelly voice spoke suddenly from behind me. I spun around, losing my balance on the icy ground. Lord Sinzak loomed over me, his hulking figure casting a shadow across the snow. His expression was thunderous, brow furrowed and eyes hard as flint. But in a blink, his features transformed, an amused smirk spreading across his lips. The rings adorning Sinzak's horns gleamed as he loomed over me, a predator toying with helpless prey. My heart hammered as I craned my neck to meet his gaze. I struggled to stand, but my limbs felt leaden and clumsy in the chains. I glared up at Sinzak, my teeth gritted against the cold as I continued trying to untangle my feet. Well, he rumbled, arms crossed. How's the weather down there? Heat flooded my cheeks at his taunt. Chilling, I bit out. You here to gloat, or was there another reason for this visit? Ah, straight to business. You always were direct, Lieutenant, Sinzak mused, stroking his chin. Very well. I believe I can assist you in your predicament. My eyes darted to the warriors at the fire. No one paid attention to us. Really? I snorted. And what's the catch? There's always a catch with you. I tried to stop my shivering, unwilling to show weakness. Sinzak's eyes glinted cunningly. Perceptive, aren't you? He chuckled low in his throat. Well, it's simple. I'll help you escape, but in return, you'll take one of my men to Menora. My eyes snapped to his face in surprise. Menora? I asked with false casualness, smiling dismissively. Still obsessed with the ancient city, my lord? I eyed him warily, unwilling to reveal anything about the lost city's location. Oh, don't be modest, Lieutenant, Sinzak drawled, making himself comfortable on the ice beside me. I know you found its whereabouts. He leaned in conspiratorially. Care to share the location? I raised an eyebrow, suspicion coiling in my gut. And what if I refuse to help you? Sinzak's smile turned predatory. He paused for dramatic effect before responding. Well, then you can stay here and wait for your execution. He waved a hand flippantly, as if my life meant nothing. It's your choice, really? I dropped all pretenses and held his gaze unflinchingly. No. I won't play your games, Lord Sinzak. If you want power, you'll have to get it yourself. I won't help you with that. Sinzak paused, staring at me intensely, before sighing and turning his gaze to the fire. I don't know what you found in that old weather station, Lieutenant. And I confess, I had other motives for seeking Menora initially. He ground out that last part reluctantly, as if it pained him to reveal anything. But the situation has changed. I'm listening, I grinned, taking petty satisfaction in the Lord's obvious discomfort. He slid his eyes back to me, irritation flickering across his features. We need to find the city to get out of Qardho. I didn't respond, only watched him steadily. He'd have to give me more than that vague explanation. You're a stubborn ass, Kai, Sinzak growled in frustration, claws flexing. My reasons for finding Menora have shifted. Now it's imperative we get there. The people rebuilding the city have ways of getting off Qardho. I won't stay here with Taran and Joran a rotation longer than necessary. He jerked his horned head toward their tents, voice dripping with disgust. Realization dawned, and I stared back at him in shock. You sent me to the weather station to locate Menora because you wanted an escape from Qardho? It sounded unbelievable to my own ears. What about the warriors' camps? Weren't they meant to help you? Sinzak made a dismissive sound in his throat. Abandoned. Both were empty when we arrived. He began pacing before me. No, I didn't send you for that initially, but I have intel. The city is active again. I need to contact their commander. Now, where have you hidden its location? His eyes raked over me sharply. I stayed silent for a beat, pondering my options. Sinzak was cunning, and he certainly had ulterior motives for seeking the lost city. But what other choice did I have? Tarsa was being held in that tent with a male who was supposed to protect her, but instead beat her in front of everyone. If her father did that in front of the warriors, what else did he do behind closed doors? Still weighing my options, I nearly jumped out of my scales when intense blue eyes flashed out of thin air, scrutinizing me. The Boma assassin approached on silent feet, not a whisper of sound betraying his presence. I swallowed hard, eyes darting between Sinzak and the newcomer. Sinzak seemed unconcerned, as if he was expecting the assassin. You! I glanced back at the two Boma males, gut twisting. And I didn't like where this was heading, and my senses sharpened. The assassin stood mutely at Sinzak's side, face impassive and unreadable, eyes boring into me. Ah, I see you've met Zakyu, my man, Sinzak said casually, pulling a flask from his cloak and taking a swig, face puckering at the taste. Good, you can take him with you. My gaze snapped to Sinzak in shock. Your man? I clarified incredulously. I looked back at the assassin as realization struck. You! Aren't you Lord Terran's man? I growled. It all made sense now. You weren't hunting us. You were following us to gather intel on Menora for him. I jerked my chin at Sinzak in accusation. This man had watched me Tarsa in the hot spring, not moving a muscle to capture or kill me. I clenched my fists, irritated by my cluelessness. What else did I miss in all this mess? Sinzak chuckled, taking another swig from his flask. Yes, you're a sharp one. He pocketed the drink, smiling smugly. Zakyu only pretends loyalty to Terran. In truth, he answers to me alone. I shook my head, stunned by his web of influence. Sinzak had planted his assassin amongst his political rival, and the fool hadn't a clue. I feared the plans running inside that male's head, but knew he was my only way out of there. With an imperceptible nod, I signaled my reluctant acceptance. Sinzak inclined his head toward Zakyu in response. The assassin ignited a laser blade and effortlessly sliced through my restraints. I stood slowly, muscles tensed for a fight. But Zakyu merely stepped back, watching me in amusement. Sinzak's eyes bored into mine. Do we have an agreement? You take Zakyu to Menora, and I secure yours and your mates a safe haven. I hesitated, thoughts racing. But reaching Tarsa was my priority. Very well. But he follows my lead, I conceded, a sense of foreboding washing over me. This seemed too easy, but it was a risk I had to take. Excellent. I'll distract the others while Zakyu readies transport. Go get your mate. Sinzak melted back into the shadows without another word. I stared at the empty space where he had been and wondered who that male really was. Despite being highborn, his skills were those of a skilled warrior, one with extensive knowledge and training. Laughter coming from the fire pit caught my attention. My eyes widened when I spotted Sinzak sitting beside Joran and Nawar, gesturing wildly. I turned to find Zakyu gone. How had they done it? One moment, they were by my side, and the next beat, they had disappeared, and Sinzak was even entertaining the warriors. What the happening? There was no time to ponder it now. I slipped towards the camp, while Sinzak entertained everyone with his tales. My heart hammered in my chest, and every fiber of my being screamed for me to rush to Tarsa's side. The pull of the thread was impossibly high. It hummed and vibrated as if it knew she was closer. Emptying my mind, I let our connection guide me. In a blink, I found myself outside Terran's tent, single-minded in my purpose. All that mattered at that moment was to get to her and keep my mate safe.
Chapter 29. Bad Parents Don't Deserve Me. Tarsa. Laughter echoed from outside the tent. I shot Miala a pointed look, discreetly motioning for her to go and fulfill her part of the plan. But she adamantly shook her head, glaring at the metallic bonds chaining me to my father's wrist. Her jaw tightened as she crossed her arms, refusing to budge. Frustrated, I pressed my thighs together, seeking friction, and sighed. With a quick glance at my father, I saw him sitting cross-legged on the furs, deftly rolling herbs into a dry leaf, potent kula root from the pungent scent, clearly intent on smoking them. My brows knitted, and I made a face. I'd never seen him smoke it before, but I knew he usually took some pills to sleep since Umami's passing. Miala, however, didn't seem surprised by this habit. I wondered if the drug was influencing his volatile behavior, but I didn't have time for this. She needed to go and free Kai before things got worse. Having me chained was bad enough without other complications, but Miala was immovable, staring at my father, brooding. Confused by the growing wetness between my thighs and parched throat, I stood abruptly from the cold floor. Father's bloodshot eyes snapped to me. "Where are you going?" he growled, words slightly slurred. I gestured lamely toward the water basin across the tent. His gaze followed before he grunted acquiescence. Feeling his eyes on the back of my head, I drank the 5th glass of water since sundown and cleaned my mouth with the back of my hand, wishing Kai was there with me. My painfully taut, and my hands were clammy as if lava ran in my veins. I had an inkling of what was happening, but squashed any hope that bloomed inside my chest. Before I let my mind dream, we first had to get out of there. More raucous laughter sounded outside. I shot Miala an urgent, pleading look. Now that everyone was distracted and having fun, she had to move. With a reluctant sigh, she stepped forward. "My lord, may I bring you food and a warm drink from the fire?" she asked deferentially. Father's gaze was blank for a moment before he nodded slowly. "Yes, bring food for the youngling too," he slurred. "We leave at dawn after the execution." With the thread throbbing wildly inside my chest, I tensed imperceptibly at his words, but kept my face carefully neutral. I would not give him the reaction he wanted. Ever since returning to the tent, his mood had grown increasingly volatile. He ranted about forcing me to mate some Boma lord, claiming my scent had changed, becoming more pronounced than he'd ever smelled before. I had not anticipated him shackling me, but with things as they were, I could do little about it now. I would have to deal with the bonds after he passed out, which hopefully wouldn't take long, given how heavily he was smoking the kula root. "Of course, my lord." Miala bowed obediently, but as she turned to leave, her foot nudged my leg discreetly. I glanced up as she tucked a lock of hair behind my ear, her fingers slipping a thin metal pick into my sleeve. "Would you like some Sura wine, my lady?" she murmured. My mouth dropped open for a moment before I stammered, Yes, please." She must have palmed it from father's lockpick set when retrieving his laser dagger. Clever. "I shall return shortly with provisions," Miala said, shooting me a frustrated, disapproving glare over this reckless plan. I gave a barely perceptible nod and sat motionless as father exhaled a cloud of acrid smoke, his bloodshot gaze drifting over me, squinting as if struggling to focus. Suddenly, he jerked upright, eyes widening. "Your eyes," he muttered hoarsely, blinking in confusion. My heart stuttered, but I kept my expression carefully blank, meeting his scrutiny passively despite the feverish heat flooding my veins. I forced myself to stay calm, though my pulse roared in my ears. Father shook his head sharply as if to clear it. He leaned closer, peering intently into my eyes. I held myself statue still, praying he would think it a hallucination from the Kula root. After a long, tense moment, he rocked back on his heels with a grunt. "Blue as ever," he muttered. Grimacing at the smoking roll, he shrugged and inhaled deeply, before peering closely at my face again. "At least your eyes haven't turned gold," he said under his breath. "There's no mating bond with that Ukuma. We can still salvage my reputation." I nearly sagged in relief, maintaining my composure through sheer force of will. Just a little longer until the drug overpowered him completely. But the way he spat Ukuma like a foul word, as if Kai was tainted for his birth, ground on my frayed nerves. Kai had shown me nothing but kindness and tenderness. He was more of a male than my father could ever hope to be. "Is that all you care about?" I gritted out, my patience wearing thin. "Your reputation? What about me accepting Kayaki's gift and bonding with my fated mate?" He waved a hand, his focus returning to the dwindling drug. "You're young and foolish, Tarsa. Soon you'll see your wants don't matter in the grand scheme." He inhaled deeply before slowly releasing it. "Kayaki has nothing to do with it." I smiled sadly at him as I realized he wasn't in denial. He was blind to his own ambitions. "You care more for reputation than your own blood," I whispered, trying to seem meek and defeated. My father's eyes narrowed as he stared at me, the once central rock of my life now appearing small and pathetic, hunched over his drug roll like a desperate beggar clinging to their last crumb of food. "When did you start smoking Kula root?" I asked softly, pointing at the roll still clutched in his trembling hand. Anger flashed in his bleary eyes. "Quiet!" he roared, his voice echoing throughout the tent. "It is nothing of your concern. You know nothing of the sacrifices I've made for House Turan." "Really?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like your sacrifice is my life." "Watch your tongue, female," he growled, his face turning a deep shade of purple. "I don't need anyone lecturing me on what sacrifice is acceptable. Least of all, some rebel youngling who's ready to throw away her entire future for a Ukuma." At that moment, something within me shifted, as if the invisible bonds that held me back broke. My hands trembled slightly, and a shiver ran through me despite my feverish heat. Though my heart hammered wildly, a cold, calculating calm washed over me. Something hardened inside, and my mind cleared. I had discovered a side to my father I wished I'd never seen. His true colors showed no trace of the man who had raised me with care. Power and politics had warped him into someone I no longer recognized. I would not let Kai be punished for something out of our control. To be punished for a divine gift from the goddess was absurd, and if father wasn't with me, he was against me. Against us. I would never bend to his wishes again. I was done. "Forgive me, father," I said quietly, lowering my head to hide the burning rage in my eyes. "You're right. I'm too young to know my own mind." The words curdled in my mouth, but I forced myself to smile sweetly at him. Suspicion narrowed his gaze before he grunted in approval and inhaled more smoke. "You're learning your place," he said coldly, "but I'm keeping you chained until we depart." I dared not react, maintaining my facade of placid obedience. Yet inwardly, fury roiled within me. How could I have been so blind? The staff feared him, yet I'd insisted he was a good person. I hadn't seen the monster lurking beneath the surface. My hand shot to my face, my cheeks throbbing with the blows he had given earlier. Staring into his cold, pitiless eyes, I realized he'd never revealed this side of himself before. Now I understood why Miala feared him. I regretted dismissing her concerns for so long. "Yes, father," I said quietly, turning my back to him. I rubbed at the spots where the cold shackles cut into my wrists, bruising the delicate scales. Forcing my body to relax, I lay down on the hard ground while he luxuriated comfortably amongst the furs. The injustice stoked the fires of my anger. "You'll thank me later," he slurred, but I remained silent, feigning sleep. He mumbled something unintelligible before rumbling snores reverberated through the tent. The incessant tugging in my chest urged me to move, but I waited. After endless beats, I listened intently as his breaths grew deeper and more regular. Once certain he was fully asleep, I carefully shifted onto my back. My fingers trembled slightly as I retrieved the lockpick Miala had given me. What was taking her so long? Silent, I sat down, one eye on my sleeping father and an ear to the movements outside the tent. I tugged on the chains and held my breath to see if he would wake up. Nothing. Silent as an egg-woo, I cautiously retrieved the metal lockpick, weighing it on my palm. It was a crude instrument, but it would have to do for now. Miala had stolen my father's laser dagger to free Kai, and short of finding the keys, I was on my own. I picked nervously at the lock, binding my wrist to his, the cold metal biting my fingertips. I tried jamming the splintered metallic needle into the keyhole, twisting it every which way, but it was useless against the complex inner mechanisms. After countless frustrating attempts, my fingers grew numb. I suppressed a curse and lightly patted father's belt, finding a small inner bulge, the hidden pocket. I smiled. In my designs to thwart thieves, I had suggested his tailors add secret compartments to all his garments. They had sewn inner pockets in his suits and belts for when he was traveling in the big alien spaceports. Carefully, I retrieved the thread holding a set of small keys, wincing as they jangled softly. My eyes snapped to his face, but father kept snoring. Holding my breath, I selected the smallest brass one and slid it into the lock. The cuff sprang open with a metallic click that sounded deafening in the still tent. Before I could react, father's hand shot out and clamped around my throat in a vice-like grip. I gasped and sputtered for air as his claws dug painfully into my skin, blood tracking down my chest. His eyes flew open, shock registering as they locked onto mine. A savage snarl ripped from his throat. "No, I forbid it!" He slammed me violently to the ground. "You will not sully my bloodline." His grip tightened mercilessly as rage contorted his features. I clawed desperately at his arm, struggling to pry away his hand, to draw breath. Blood roared in my ears, and my vision dimmed at the edges. "No daughter of mine will mate filth," he snarled, spittle flying from his mouth. His claws dug deeper into my neck. "You've humiliated me enough. Better you die." Black spots exploded across my eyes as his hold tightened. This was it. He meant to kill me right here. My choked cries were silenced as he squeezed harder. The world narrowed until all I could see were those familiar golden eyes I loved so much. My mate. I wanted to smile at Kai one last time, but only a ragged gurgle escaped my lips. Abruptly, father's hold went slack as he reeled back. Mute horror twisted his features. My body fell limp to the ground with a thud. Sweet air rushed into my burning lungs, and I rolled on my back, coughing. As my vision cleared, I saw blood everywhere. Rusty yellow blood sprayed across the tent walls, pooling on the fur carpet. A severed hand lay beside my head. Terror seized me. I opened my mouth to scream, but a calloused hand muffled the sound. Strong arms encircled me protectively. "Hush, little one." Kai's rough voice whispered in my ear. "No need to bring the guards." The warm, earthy scent and fresh snow wafted through the air, and I turned and buried my face in his chest, tears flowing freely. "Kai!"
Chapter 30. I should have killed him. Kai. I swept Tarsa into my arms, her slender body trembling against my chest. The metallic tang of blood hung heavy in the air, but my eyes remained fixed on my mate. "It's all right, I have you now," I murmured, clutching her tightly to me. A rumble built in my chest, my protective instincts on high alert. Her fingers twisted anxiously in my suit. "My father. Did you—" I suppressed a snarl at the mere mention of Terran. "Just unconscious," I bit out. As much as he deserved death for harming her, I had struck only to stop him. I knew if I gave in to the raging beast within and killed him, Tarsa would hate me for it. She had a gentle heart, and the weasel was her father. So I swallowed back my fury, letting it simmer just beneath the surface. My instinct screamed to go back and rip him apart, to spill more of his blood, for daring to bruise what was mine. But I tightened my grip on Tarsa, anchoring myself to her light. My chest tightened at how easily he could have taken her from me, and a low growl escaped my lips. Tarsa buried her face in my chest, weeping. I stroked her hair gently. "You're safe now." "I'm here," I whispered. She clung to me. I cradled her head against my heartbeat, a tender reassurance that she was alive and in my arms. "I've got you, little one. Let's get away before he wakes." I started to the exit, but my steps faltered when she lifted her head and looked up at me. Tarsa took a shuddering breath and smiled weakly, golden eyes glowing. My heart slammed against my ribs. After rotations of worry and doubt, here was proof. She was mine. "Your eyes," I whispered, scenting her arousal, that sweet fragrance reaching me. "You have the fever," I rasped, cradling her battered face in my bloody hands. Her brows furrowed, but then she paused, as if listening. The corners of her lips tilted up in a watery smile. "Do you feel it?" she whispered in awe. Yes, I felt it. The tendrils of our bond pulling me to her. My heart raced wildly, and I stilled as her hand hovered over that frantic beat. "Tarsa," I croaked, my eyes darting between hers. Was this really happening? Our gazes locked and held. I pressed her palm to my hammering heart. "You've captured me, body and soul," I whispered softly. Her lips parted, but no words came out. The air crackled between us. Again I started toward the tense entrance, but halted at the flap. Unable to resist any longer, I brought my lips crashing down on hers in a searing kiss. She gasped, then melted into me, returning the kiss with equal fervor. Her fingers threaded through my hair, claws raking my scalp deliciously. I clutched her body tight to mine, lost in the sweet warmth of her mouth moving with mine. Our bond hummed powerfully. We just needed to accept it. Each place our scales touched felt hypersensitive, like live wires sparking against my skin. The heady scent of her arousal perfumed the air, and I inhaled deeply, a rumble of satisfaction vibrating through my chest. Reluctantly, I broke the kiss, both of us panting raggedly, her mouth still blindly seeking mine. I rested my forehead against hers, breathing hard. With all the places on this continent, the fever had to take hold in enemy territory. I wouldn't make the mistake of rushing this again. No, I had learned my lesson, and despite all the fibers of my being screaming at me to take her and accept the bond, I wanted to wait. Not here, with her father's blood staining my hands. This remarkable female was my fated mate, my perfect counterpart, chosen by the goddess herself, and I was humbled. "You are my mate," I rasped, cradling her face between my hands, thoughtless of her father's blood staining my skin. Tarsa's eyes shone like molten gold, full of wonder and promise. "As you are mine," she whispered, nuzzling her nose against mine. The tent flap rustled suddenly. I whipped around with a snarl, shielding Tarsa protectively. Miala stumbled into the tent, trying to wrench her arm from the grip of a hooded Zaku. "Unhand me, you brute," she whispered harshly. "You're making a mistake." She froze at the sight of us, eyes widening in shock. Zaku met my gaze and inclined his head in greeting. "I ran into a complication," he said, motioning to Miala with his head. Confusion creased Tarsa's brow, and she stared at Zaku and then back at me. "How do you know my father's man?" Her voice cracked, and she took her hand to her throat. It was red, and she would have a nasty bruise there. I clenched my jaw so hard it ached, regretting not having finished her father for what he did to her. "He's not your father's man," I ground out through teeth bared in a silent snarl. The assassin paid me no mind. His gaze was fixed on Terran's unconscious body, lips curling in disgust. Then his eyes snapped to Miala, jaw clenching. He released her and strode over to Terran's severed hand, lying a foot from the Lord's body. He picked it up and examined it. Tarsa gasped, shrinking against me. Before I could react, Zaku flung it into the fire. The scent of burnt flesh filled the air instantly, and Tarsa gagged. "That's for each bruise you left on her," he growled at Terran before turning to us, cold fury in his eyes. Tarsa paled, whimpering. I tightened my hold, soothing. "Steady, little one. Don't look." I glared at Zaku, hissing. "What do you think you're doing?" Miala gasped. "Zaku, have you lost your mind?" she whisper-shouted, lips curling in disgust. The assassin rounded on her, wrath blazing. "Tell me he didn't touch you." He advanced, and Miala stepped back warily. "Tell me he didn't deserve it." Zaku snarled through bared teeth, protective anger radiating from him. I tensed, claws extending instinctively, ready to defend my vulnerable mate. But Zaku seemed entirely focused on Miala for the moment. Tarsa watched the pair of them with curious eyes that shone fever-bright gold. Miala lifted her chin. "I won't shed tears for that monster," she said quietly, though a blush stained her cheeks under the intensity of the assassin's gaze. "But I do not require your protection," she insisted haughtily. "But you have it nonetheless," Zaku growled and turned to us, his expression hard. "We must move quickly now." His eyes drifted back to Tehran, his lip curling. "The Nyangas can't reattach what no longer exists." You are helping them?" Miala sputtered, her eyes darting between the assassin and us. She opened her mouth to speak again when she finally noticed the blood staining Tarsa's clothes, and she paled. "Tarsa, you are injured!" She tried to rush forward, but I tightened my hold, a rumbling growl vibrating my chest. "Step back!" "No!" Tarsa snapped, her own little growl soothing me. Zaku grabbed Miala's arm, stopping her. "Can't you see the fever in their eyes?" He shook his head, cursing. "He'll kill you if he thinks you're a threat." Miala eyed me warily as I shielded Tarsa's body with mine, a possessive snarl on my lips. Tarsa pressed closer, glaring and baring her own small fangs. "The mating bond is fragile until consummated," Tarsa ground out through clenched teeth. "Have you forgotten your teachings?" I stroked her hair, rumbling reassurances, but kept myself between her and the other two Bomas. Miala's eyes widened with understanding. "Forgive me, my lady. I meant no harm." She lowered her gaze with clearly feigned submission. "Let's get away quickly, before the guards notice your mate's not where he is supposed to be." My shoulders relaxed slightly, but the sound of an alarm put me on high alert immediately. Zaku's head snapped to the entrance, eyes narrowing. "The camp has noticed," he said sarcastically. "We must leave this instant." He opened the flaps, roughly pulling a struggling Miala along. She stilled when he growled something in her ear too low for me to hear. I made my way out with Tarsa still in my arms, but she pushed against my chest weakly. "I can walk," she insisted hoarsely, her golden fever eyes determined. Reluctantly, I set her on her feet, keeping an arm around her waist for support as we hurried after Zaku and Miala. "Did you find transport?" I shot Zaku a questioning look as we hurried through the shadows around the tent. His tight grip on Miala's arm gave me pause. Even though my mind was clouded with the fever clawing at me to claim my mate, I found it odd. Why was the assassin so keen on taking Tarsa's maid out of here? Tarsa, my mate. She was ready to accept the bond. I just needed to take her, and, I growled, no. I could wait. I had to. I secured 2 hover bikes, he snapped back. Thought you wouldn't want me near your mate. How did you? Shouts nearby cut me off. Footsteps pounded rapidly closer. We were out of time. Stopping Tarsa, I grabbed her waist and pulled her back against me, her body flush with mine. I watched Zakeo crawl away into the darkness, dragging an unwilling Miala along. Do as they do, I whispered urgently in Tarsa's ear. Stay low and follow. I gave her a gentle push forward. She dropped to her hands and knees without protest, moving as quickly as her exhausted body allowed across the frozen ground. I followed close behind, hyper-aware of the warriors behind us. The frigid wind bit at my scales as we scrambled over rock and snow. My nose caught the iron tang of blood in the air. They were now searching the tent where Taran lay unconscious. Up ahead, Zaku and Miala reached the shadow of the mountain. Tarsa stumbled, a pained gasp escaping her lips. I slid an arm around her waist, all but carrying her the last few feet into concealment. We huddled together in tense silence, listening to the angry shouts drawing nearer. They were so close now I could make out individual voices. They can't have gone far on foot. Check the transports. Zaku's eyes met mine, cold and calculating. If they discovered the two-wheelers, we were done. The next seconds stretched agonizingly slowly as footsteps approached our hiding spot. 2 pairs halted, then retreated back to camp, but a third remained still. I waited 2 beats before stepping forward. A figure emerged from the shadows, moonlight glinting off familiar green eyes. Boren. I sighed, acutely aware that Zaku stayed back, holding Miala. Only Tarsa and I were exposed. Nebulous, you're good at this, I snarled under my breath. I warned you not to get caught again, the tracker growled, though his posture was relaxed. Do you have a death wish? Tarsa whimpered and clutched my chest. Not again. Shielding her with my body, I wrapped a protective arm around her, meeting Boren's gaze steadily. She is mine, I gritted out, a rumble building in my chest. His eyes flicked to Tarsa, widening slightly at her glowing gaze. So I see, he paused, his eyes turning wistful. He shook his head with a snort. You do nothing by half measures, do you? Every muscle tensed as Boren stepped nearer. I shifted to shield Tarsa fully behind me. Let us pass, friend. I would allow no one, not even him, to bar our way. Boren raised an incredulous eyebrow, lips quirking. I narrowed my eyes, a warning rumble building in my chest. But scenting Tarsa's fear, I drew a slow breath. I had to calm the down. He sighed. Relax, I'm here to help you, not fight. He held up placating hands. But you should have finished Taran. He's still alive and won't forget this. Disgust darkened his eyes. His sincerity cooled my temper slightly. We needed any help we could get. But I kept between him and Tarsa, rumbling protectively. I'd trust no one near my mate. I studied him warily. Thank you. See you next time. I don't want to see either of you again, he said wryly, brushing a hand through his hair. You're cheating death, and next time I might be unable to help. Tarsa's fierce little growl put a smile on my face, and made Boren's eyes widen appreciatively. His eyes then shifted and paused behind me a moment before he nodded. Turning to Tarsa, he said, May Kayaki bless your union, my lady. With a final searching look, he melted into the darkness. Zaku emerged from the shadows ahead of us, Miala trailing behind him. That was too close, he muttered. No one can see me helping you. He glanced back at us, eyes lingering on Tarsa's bruises. His jaw clenched. I kept my mouth shut. I wasn't telling him that I was pretty sure Boren knew they were hiding in the shadows. Why should I help him? How did you even know to come for us? Tarsa asked warily. Miala huffed, struggling to keep pace. He found me by the pole where your mate was supposed to be. I doubt he just found you, I muttered. Tarsa stopped, her eyes darting between Zaku and me. Suspicion tinged her features, and I remembered the look of betrayal on her face when she found out about Sinzak. I had promised never to lie to her again, and I wasn't doing it to protect a spy. I don't understand, she rasped as we climbed up the mountain. I thought he was my father's man, she whispered, but not low enough. Zakeo plays both sides, I explained grimly. He works for Lord Sinzak and spies on your father. What? Tarsa recoiled as if struck. Miala also jerked in surprise, trying to wrench her arm free, but Zakeu held firm and kept walking. Tarsa stopped short, and I pushed her forward. We can't stop, little one. Her mouth quivered, and she stared at Zakeu's back, eyes wide. That cannot be. He served my father faithfully for cycles. Zakeu halted, turning to face her impassively. My loyalty is only to myself, my lady. Tarsa searched his face. Then why help us? His eyes darkened. I don't serve beasts who brutalize females. He glanced at the bruises on her neck. And your father is one. You betrayed him, Tarsa accused, eyes shining with angry tears. And now I'm helping you escape him, Zakeu replied evenly. Consider carefully who warrants your trust. I scoffed. You aren't helping us. You and Sinzak are helping yourselves. I met Zakeu's gaze steadily. Let's not pretend otherwise. Zakeu's smile was sinister. Yes, you are right. I am helping myself. He turned and continued dragging Miala, who had become silent. Now move. We reached a sheer icy ridge, a mountainside towering above. Assuming we were trapped, I growled. But Zakeu whistled and angled his head toward a narrow crevice in the rocky cliff face. Peering inside, I saw a pair of two-wheelers camouflaged against the stone walls, nearly invisible. Of course, Zakeu had scouted escape routes beforehand. Tarsa sagged against me weakly. How did you manage? No time to explain, Zakeu rumbled, vaulting onto a bike and yanking a startled Miala up in front of him. Mount up, we must go. I quickly lifted Tarsa onto our two-wheeler as Zakeu's engine silently hummed to life. He's coming with us to Menora, I said, low in her ear. He's what?
Chapter 31. Hop on, we have to go. Tarsa. I gasped as Kai lifted me onto the hoverbike, my head snapping to Zakeu and Miala, their bike hovering at our side. He's coming with us, Kai repeated in my ear. His body enveloped mine possessively as the engine silently thrummed to life. How? Why? I struggled against his iron grip. He's a traitor, spying for Sinzak and betraying my father. And you're taking him with us? Kai held me firmly as the bike began to drift upward. I know you have questions, but we have no choice. I shook my head vehemently. No! You promised not to lie to me again. Why are you taking him? Kai hissed through gritted teeth. Tarsa, listen to me. We need him right now. He kept me pinned in place. I made a deal with Sinzak, he said low. In exchange for helping us escape, I take his man to Manora. His fangs grazed my skin, sending tremors through me. He was very persuasive. I cared only about freeing you, and he knew it. Kai nuzzled my neck, melting my resistance. Your father struck you in front of the warriors. I feared what he might do in private, he finished with a fierce growl. I sagged back against him, my anger fading. He had done it for me, to save me. How could I fault him for that? And truthfully, the spy mattered little with my mate's arms around me, his heat surrounding me. The hoverbike accelerated forward, cold air whipping my hair. But Miala was my friend, and I cared very much about her. I craned my neck to keep Zakeu in view, betrayal still burning inside me. Kai rumbled, soothing me. I don't trust him either, but he got us out, got you to safety. We can deal with the rest later. My emotions warred within. Perhaps I was transferring feelings about my father's betrayal to Zakeu. In truth, I was still reeling from everything that had happened. But Kai was right. First, we needed to get far away to safety. Fine, I mumbled, settling into the cradle of Kai's thighs. Even through layers of clothes, sparks danced across my skin wherever we touched. The hoverbike shot forward into the darkness, the others close behind. I barely noticed the biting wind or rushing landscape. My focus narrowed wholly to the hard heat of Kai at my back, his arm a branding iron around my waist. Our bond hummed, heightening each point of contact. I ached to melt closer, to feel his bare skin on mine. The desire was painfully intense. "You're right. My father would have killed me if you hadn't come," I breathed, straining to be heard over the wind. Kai tensed behind me, a possessive rumble vibrating through him. "I will never let him hurt you again." His voice was fierce with promise. I clung tighter as we sped on, questions still swirling but fading behind raw need. For now, all that mattered was the sanctuary of Kai's embrace, the safety of his body shielding mine. Taking his eyes from the path, Kai turned my head, angling my face toward him. His mouth claimed mine, and time froze. His kiss consumed me, and I was drunk on the taste and feel of him. My entered completely, awash in sensations. His earthy scent enveloped me, the brush of his scales against my cheek, the velvet glide of his tongue in my mouth. I was his, and Kai was my mate, my fate. I would follow him anywhere without hesitation. Distracted, he glanced forward a second too late. I gasped as a large boulder loomed ahead. Kai wrenched the hoverbike sideways, his free hand shooting out to steer us clear. We narrowly avoided a collision, the stone face rushing past in a blur. My heart hammered as Kai righted our course, the hoverbike gliding smoothly once more. His eyes found mine again, an eyebrow raised in expectation. I peeked back at Miala, riding with Sakeu slightly behind us. She sat rigid on the hoverbike, face blank, eyes staring ahead, unfocused. Guilt swamped me. Here I was, indulging in my desires while forgetting about her. What fears must be swirling inside her head? Miala's gaze suddenly met mine. She mustered a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. My heart ached at the veiled panic I saw there. I wished desperately for a wristcom, some way to reassure her, to promise we would get through this together, that I wouldn't abandon her to Zakyu and this unknown fate. She was my best friend. Kai sensed my distress and followed my gaze. Understanding dawned in his eyes. He squeezed my hand and murmured, "She'll be fine. Zakyu won't hurt her." I swallowed hard and nodded, clinging to that hope. "Do you still have the data tablet with Menora's map?" I asked Kai, facing forward. "No, little one. They took it when they captured us." His arm snaked around my waist as his hand caressed my nipples through my cloak. I whimpered at his touch before his words sank in. "What?" "They'll know where we're headed," I exclaimed, snapping my head up at him. Kai raised one eyebrow. "You take me for an amateur? Of course, they won't know. I destroyed the data chip when I heard them coming." He glanced back at Miala and Zakyu. "Only Shinzak will learn about our destination." His hand drifted lower as he continued. "They are stuck in Qardho. That's why he wants his spy in Menora." "What do you mean, stuck?" I interrupted, swatting his roaming hand away. "We needed to focus." Kai sighed but kept his tone patient. "Comms are still blocked in and out of Qardho. The team sent to the warriors' camps found nothing. The cruiser can't reach Embu City or Meru. They're getting desperate." He glanced back at Zakyu. "That's why I agreed to help. Sinzak believes there are allies for us in Manora." "He knows there are people there? How?" I asked suspiciously. "I don't know, little one. And frankly, I really don't care. Lord Sinzak has a web of spies, and it wouldn't surprise me if there were a fleet base in Menora. What I don't understand is how he still doesn't know the location." "But you do?" "After getting rid of the data chip," I prodded doubtfully. Kai's lips twisted into a smirk, and he tapped his finger on his temple. "I got it here," he said, before stealing another kiss. I rolled my eyes, but couldn't suppress a smile. Kai clearly had more intricate plans than he had revealed, and I was learning to trust him. As we raced on, Kai continued tormenting me, teasing me with his hands and mouth while expertly steering the hoverbike. I writhed in his lap, crazed with pent-up need. My hips rocked desperately against him, seeking friction that he denied. The moon sank below the horizon as violet pre-dawn light filtered across the sky. Zakyu and Miala followed close behind, silent shadows granting us the illusion of privacy. I flushed, imagining what a wanton sight we must make, wrapped up in each other, oblivious to all but our desire. Finally, the flat tundra gave way to soaring peaks. Kai slowed our pace, and I twisted to look at him questioningly. "We're close," he confirmed. "The tunnels should be hidden in that valley somewhere." I surveyed the sheer mountain walls surrounding us. "All I see is stone and ice. Are you certain it's here?" Kai stared at me with a wolfish grin. "Oh, it's here, and once we're inside, I'll finish what I started, my mate." His smoldering gaze promised thorough ravishment the moment we had privacy. Molten heat pooled in my core at the thought. I squirmed with renewed impatience, my body primed and ready to accept him. We just needed to find the damn tunnels first. We continued more slowly between the peaks as the sky faded to azure, revealing the southern firelights. Their ethereal beauty stole my breath for a moment, and as the sky turned lighter, snow-white birds flew above our heads, crossing the mountains. Kai's hand drifted lower, tracing delicate patterns on my hip that had me squirming for more. His touch both stoked and soothed the fire raging within me. I pressed back shamelessly, desire pooling hot and low. We continued combing the valley, but Menora's entrance remained elusive as the sun crept higher. Kai's frustration echoed my own. I rubbed against him restlessly, my skin feverish and hyper-aware. Finally, Zakyu pulled up alongside us. "Are you certain this is the right place?" His tone danced the line between inquiry and challenge. Kai bristled, arm tightening around my waist. "I know what I'm doing." "We've been searching for hours," Miala snapped from her seat in front of Zakyu. "This is pointless. Menora is an ancient city, and we would be better off setting up camp and make a real plan." Zakyu shrugged, unruffled by her outburst. "If you are certain of the location, I agree with her." He motioned to Miala with his head. "We should make up camp and start searching on foot." His gaze was fixed on Miala and held a glint that had heat creeping up my neck. Kai sat straighter in the saddle. "Agreed. If you scout the west side, I'll go over to the east." He spoke directly to Zakyu. "You two set up camp here and wait." His tone brooked no argument. Zakyu inclined his head in acquiescence, but Miala grumbled, "First, we wander aimlessly for ages. Now, we're to simply sit and wait?" "Enough," Zakyu said sharply. "For once, would you do as you are told?" Anger simmered inside me. Miala huffed in frustration, stomping her foot. Before I could stop myself, I swung my leg off the bike and snapped, "Don't talk to her that way." Kai's arm banded around my waist possessively as he glared at Zakyu. "Mind how you address the female," he growled menacingly. "She's my mate's friend. I won't tolerate disrespect." Zakyu held up his hands in mocking surrender. "My apologies," he drawled, not a wisp of sincerity in his tone. "No offense intended." He shot Miala a quelling look when she opened her mouth to retort. I took a calming breath, leaning back into Kai's warmth. Kai rumbled approvingly, the sound vibrating through me as he gently squeezed my waist in restraint. "As I was saying," Kai continued, "the females can set up camp here. You and I will scout ahead." His tone left no room for debate, and Miala's shoulders dropped. I didn't want to be apart from Kai, especially because we hadn't consummated our bond yet, but we needed to get out of the open. "Go," I whispered against Kai's mouth, heedless of our audience. Ignoring them, I parted my lips in invitation. Kai accepted hungrily, his mouth slanting over mine in a scorching kiss that stole my breath. Our tongues tangled together, the taste of him making me moan. I gripped his shoulders to stay upright as my knees went weak, heat pooling molten and low. Kai's hand fisted roughly in my hair as he devoured me. I surrendered to him, mouth moving in a primal dance of desire. My skin burned everywhere he touched, my core aching and soaked for him. I broke off the kiss, chest heaving. Kai's eyes blazed with possessive need. Behind me, Miala cleared her throat awkwardly, while Zakiu shifted with thinly veiled irritation. I didn't care. I belonged to Kai now. Let them see how thoroughly he claimed me. I'll be within hearing distance. Kai cradled my face, his thumbs tracing soothing circles on my cheeks. Call if you need me. Reluctantly, I slid from the bike and watched Kai and Zakiu set off on foot to search for Menora's tunnels. Turning back, I helped Miala pitch the tents. As we worked, I asked gently, Are you all right? Zakiu was rather short with you earlier? Miala looked puzzled. It's nothing. He's always brusque. She shrugged it off. I just want to be sure he doesn't mistreat you. I pressed with concern. She lifted an eyebrow. Who, Zaku? I can handle him. I nodded, deciding not to push further. We soon had the tents up, but as the male's absence dragged on, my unease grew. I fidgeted restlessly, glancing often in the direction they had gone. Miala's voice cut through my thoughts. What if Menora no longer exists? She hesitated before pressing on. We need to plan our exit off Qardho. I paused, noticing her agitation. But it does exist, I soothed. Finding the entrance is probably taking longer than Kai expected. What happened to wanting only to find the tunnels? When I left you in the tent, you didn't believe the ancient city still existed. Not in its former glory. What changed from last night's rotation to today? Anger boiled inside me again. You mean when my own father tried to kill me? If Kai had arrived a sec later, I would be dead. That's what changed, I growled. What was happening to me? I was so volatile, and regretted talking to her like that immediately. Miala's eyes widened in horror. He did what? I thought you two fought. That's why you were bloodied. He just tried to kill you after I left? I sighed. Yes and no. Pulling her down to sit on the bedroll, I quickly recounted the events. She listened in dismay, mouth hanging. That's why Zakiu is with us. I squeezed her hand reassuringly. I trust Kai. If he says it's here, then it is. It's like trouble always finds you. Have you ever considered seeing a priestess? No. Make it the high priestess. I shot her an annoyed look. I tell you, I almost died. And this is your reaction? Miala scoffed. I can hover over you and try to smother you with love. Would that suit you best, my lady? I looked up, reaching for patience. Why did she have to be like this? Why? I didn't think so, she smirked. Then, her face lit up, and her eyes glinted with mischief. Mated, huh? I thought I had seen your eyes glowing yesterday, but you were so adamant you hadn't mated yet that I was hesitant to tell you. A fierce blush tainted my cheeks, and I rounded up on her. You should have told me. I squinted at her, eyes narrowing. And what would have changed? She drawled, unapologetic. I don't know, I deflated, my eyes searching for Kai. The thread hummed, and I knew he was on the other side of the mountain. I just wanted to mate him and be happy. Why has the council forbidden Kayaki's wishes? I stared at her, as if she would be able to answer that. Oh, Tarsa, the council wasn't the only problem, and you know it. She embraced me, stroking my white blonde curls. Your father wouldn't allow you to mate outside of his choice, regardless of the race of your mate. I started sobbing into her arms. He tried to kill me, I said, hiding my face in the crook of her neck. Her familiar sweet soap scent was comforting when my world had crashed. I know, she soothed. You'll be all right. I'm here, and now you have Kai. You'll be fine, Lady Tarsa. Don't call me that, I sniffled. I am no longer a lady. Just Tarsa is fine. Miala chuckled. You'll always be a lady, Tarsa. My lady. I was still embracing Tarsa when I heard my name. I turned to see a thunderous Kai barreling toward us. Tarsa released me warily, taking a few steps back. What have you done to her? Kai roared, his voice echoing through the valley. Another set of footsteps rushed up, but I ignored it, stepping forward, hands placating as Kai approached. She's done nothing, I said, touching his chest to calm him. I was crying about my father trying to kill me. Heat rose to my cheeks at speaking the words aloud. Kai's expression softened. You shouldn't spill a tear over that coward. His arm encircled my waist possessively as his head snapped toward Zakyu, now beside Miala. Don't come near my mate, Kai snarled at him. Kai, I'm fine. I soothed him, rubbing on his chest in circles. You better take her with you then, Zakyu growled back, his stance protective, eyes hard. I'm doing just that, Kai snarled before looking down, his voice softer. I found a place for us? He trailed off, eyes smoldering. My toes curled at hearing his undertone, and liquid gushed between my legs. Show me, I rasped, mouth watering at the thought of having time alone with him. Kai hesitated, eyeing Zakyu with distrust. Do not follow us, he warned. Zakyu held up his hands. Wouldn't dream of it. His lips quirked up knowingly. Miala swatted his arm with a hushed, Stop it. What? You can scent them. Better they get it out of the way. He grumbled. I can't protect you from him forever. You absolutely don't need to protect me, Miala screeched, her fists on her waist. I tuned them out as Kai led me through the snow-deep path, our boots crunching over icy gravel. Where are we going? I panted, stumbling after him. I haven't found anything similar to an entrance, but Kai's mischievous smile made my insides quiver. I found something better. The air grew humid as we approached a sheer rock face tucked against the soaring mountainside. He edged into a narrow crevice, steam wafting out, tempting. I followed close behind, pulse racing. The cramped passage opened up into a hidden grotto, sheltered from the elements. My eyes widened at the sight. A natural hot spring simmered in the center, clear water bubbling up from beneath the frosted ground. The heat melted the snow on the rocks surrounding it, leaving glistening mineral deposits. Our own private oasis, improbably nestled between the icy peaks. Kai turned to me, his eyes blazing with hunger, molten with need. He pulled me roughly against him, hands tearing at the fastenings of my coat. I can't wait any longer, he growled, his voice ragged. I need you now. Chapter 32. Another hot spring and steamy confessions. Tarsa. Kai tore the last of my clothing away, then stopped to stare openly, devouring me with his gaze. His eyes blazed molten gold, flickering over every inch of newly exposed scales. My hand reached my neck, and I tried to hide the wounds left by my father's claws. The memory of what he did would be etched there for all to see. Kai's hand stopped mine. Don't, he breathed, forehead touching mine. Don't hide it from me. He swallowed hard, muscles tensing. It's a reminder of how I failed to protect you. I want to see it. I lowered my hand, allowing him to examine the brutal marks. Kai's jaw clenched, anger simmering beneath the surface. With exquisite tenderness, he brushed his lips over the gashes. This wasn't your failure, I whispered. I should have been there. His voice was thick with self-reproach. I cradled his face in my hands. You're here now. That's all that matters. Kai exhaled harshly, then crushed me to him. Our mouths fused in a searing kiss. His hands roamed urgently over my body, relearning every contour and plane. Threading my fingers through his hair, I tugged him impossibly closer. His hands gripped my waist in a bruising hold, his mouth hot and insistent on mine. It was a kiss of promise, of a future that belonged solely to us now. His heart pounded against my chest, or perhaps it was my own frantic heartbeat. We were alive, together, free. That was all that mattered at this moment. When we finally broke apart, gasping for breath, Kai rested his forehead against mine again. You are the dream I never thought possible, Tarsa. His voice was full of wonder. You are mine. Kai's breath caught when my hand reached for him. Lidded eyes watched as I slowly peeled away the layers concealing his muscular body. So are you, I said, my voice raspy and unfamiliar. Desire burned through me, and I wanted him bare. You are mine, Kai. I kissed his chest. To protect, another kiss up his neck, cherish, a kiss along his jaw, and love. I finished, leaving him naked. His muscles rippled under my touch, and Kai shuddered as my hands and lips claimed him. His scales raised against the cold despite the steam warming the grotto. "You are mine," I growled. My burning eyes found his. "Now make me yours." Silently, he lifted me in his arms and carried me into the steaming waters of the hot spring. I clung to him, taking in all his maleness. His heady scent made my brain scatter, and I tilted my head up and brushed my lips over the pulse in his neck, gratified when his breath hitched. The scalding water stung my scales as we slid into the pool, but the discomfort soon faded, replaced by blissful warmth. Kai groaned. "My Tarsa," he rasped, trailing open-mouthed kisses down my throat. I arched into him shamelessly, my slick body gliding against his in the mineral-rich waters. He guided me to a small rocky ledge within the pool and had me sit while he waited in front of me. Confused, I looked at him. "Kai?" I whimpered at the loss of his touch. Gently, he began washing away the blood that still clung to my neck and I sighed, relaxing into his caring touch. "Let me take care of you, mate," he murmured, cradling my cheek with one hand while the other softly scrubbed my skin. I gazed at him through half-lidded eyes. "That feels wonderful," I breathed as he cleansed each cut with meticulous tenderness. Kai grazed his lips over the gashes marring my neck, kissing them with reverent care. "Does this hurt?" he asked, glancing up to gauge my reaction. "Not anymore," I whispered, opening my legs to give space for his broad shoulders. His gaze smoldered, but he continued washing me unhurriedly, paying homage to every curve, with special attention to my where he tugged at one. My breaths grew ragged, my throbbing. "Kai, I need you," I begged. "Yes, little one, I know that." He raised his eyes from my and stared at me. "But I haven't heard you accepting the bond yet." My mind screeched to a halt, and I stared at him incredulously. "Are you holding off because of that?" I pushed him, but he didn't budge. I growled, "I am not before you accept the bond, Tarsa." His hands roamed my curves reverently, thumbs teasing my inner thighs. "I have been waiting since my eyes landed on you that first rotation." "You are such an Kai," I growled again, low in the back of my throat. "But you are my." He grinned, thumbs dangerously close to my outer but never touching it. "And?" I lifted my hips to give him better access, but he didn't take the offer. "Kai," I rasped, mind lost in desire, and gazed down at him. "You are my light and my darkness," I whispered. "I will follow and love you always until we journey together to the afterlife. You are my mate." I finished the vow, opening my legs wider. Kai brought his mouth to mine, brushing against my lips until he reached my ear. "Such a good little mate," he rasped, grazing my lobe with his fangs. I arched into him, whimpering. "Please," I gasped, pulling his unbound hair, hard. A low rumble of male satisfaction vibrated in his chest. "Your wish is my command." His eyes blazed as he responded, "I vow to protect you with my life. While there's breath in me, no one will hurt you ever again." His fingertips grazed the fading bruises left by my father's attempt to end me. As we came together, Kai continued the sacred vows. "I will cherish you, honor you, and love you until my last breath." "As do I," I whispered back, feeling the weight of our bond settle between us. The sensation was overwhelming, like electricity coursing through my veins. "Can you feel it?" "The power of our bond," he murmured against my skin. "Yes, I can feel it." Later, we lay peacefully in the shallow waters, my body flush against his as he trailed soft kisses over my back. The bond hummed between us, strong and complete at last. Just then, a voice echoed through the grotto's entrance. "Thank the goddess! I thought we would have to stay here listening to them going at it again." The person spoke low, his voice filled with relief and a hint of sarcasm. I froze. Our eyes met, both having heard the mysterious voice. Our moment of peace shattered.
Chapter 36. Fine. I'll send rescue. Kai. I stood on the threshold of the door, my eyes lingering on Tarsa's beautiful face. Our bond hummed between us, even over the distance. I wanted nothing more than to go to her, but I had just offered my services to the commander, and refusing to talk to him now wasn't a smart move. With reluctance, I turned back to face Zakyu and Commander Akar. Their hushed argument grated on my nerves. Akar glared at Zakyu, tension radiating from him in waves. "You had no right to come here," he bit out harshly. "Your presence puts everyone at risk." Zakyu met his gaze unflinchingly. "You left us no choice, cutting off communications with Embu City and Meru." My eyes widened in shock. Cutting comms with the other continents was impossible. I remembered it was the Zorgo that cut our comms when they attacked us. "What do you mean?" I interjected. "The Zorgo have a shield over Qardho. Raxons don't possess the tech for a shield that large, not to cover over an entire continent." My voice trailed off as my mind reeled, trying to process it. "No. I would know if we had such a powerful shield. I'm a fleet pilot." Zakyu and Akar exchanged a loaded glance. "There's much you don't know, Lieutenant," Akar said cryptically. "I only disclose matters of security on a need-to-know basis." I bristled at his condescending tone. "Need to know? This affects the entire solar system." Akar's eyes glittered dangerously. "Have care how you speak. You know nothing of what we safeguard here." "Nor should he," Zakyu cut in. "Kai's loyalty is to the fleet and the council." He held my gaze meaningfully. Despite having mated one of us, he still is loyal to them. That barb shot straight into my heart, and I stilled. I wasn't loyal to the fleet, was I? Not after what Joran and my teammates put me through. I wasn't loyal to the council. Not after what Tarsa's father put her through just because she was my fated mate. No, I wasn't loyal to them. But I was loyal to our people, the Raxons. If there was a small possibility we could shield our planets from the Zorgo, I had the right to know. The fleet had the right to know. I raked a hand through my hair in frustration. "You expect me to just accept your word?" I demanded. "I swore service to protect Raxos, all of it." "As did I," Akar growled. "But the lives of the Raxons within this mountain, within this city, and all of Qardho are in my hands, and if you wish to remain here, you will reconsider your loyalties." I bit back a reply, clenching my fists at my sides. It wouldn't matter if he heeded my demands. I wasn't part of the fleet anymore. I was an outcast, an undesirable who broke our laws and deserted, taking a female with me. A Boma lady at that. The fleet would never listen to me, and I had no way or desire to contact them. Commander Akar was about to speak, but stopped as Zakyu shot him a quelling look. Turning to me, Zakyu said solemnly, "A time may come when all is revealed. For now, you must trust it is for the greater good." He spoke as a skilled politician, and my scales raised. Who was this male? Commander Akar clearly knew him, and that wasn't strange as they both were Boma, and likely had worked together before. "Is this why Sinzak sent you here?" I directed my question at Zakyu. Both men fell silent for longer than a beat. After a loaded moment, Akar growled, "Enough! We'll continue this discussion in the war room without prying ears." He turned on his heel and strode further into the palace. Exchanging a wary look with Zakyu, I followed behind the commander. The interior of the Mirror Palace was an impressive sight, carved entirely from the surrounding bedrock. Vaulted ceilings towered overhead, accented with mirrored shields that reflected natural light into the space. The stone walls were smoothly polished, but left natural and uneven, unlike the uniform perfection of Ukuma architecture. Despite being underground, the airy openness prevented any sensation of being buried inside a mountain. We walked briskly through various halls and chambers. Boma warriors eyed us curiously, but said nothing. Before long, we reached an imposing set of doors that swung open at our approach, revealing the war room. Akar entered first, his posture radiating tightly leashed anger. He whirled to face us. Now, explain yourselves. Why are you truly here? Zakyu met his glare evenly. The same reason as you. To protect our people. Akar slammed his fist against the door. You bring danger to these very people by coming here. We can continue this discussion in private. Now tell me why the didn't send help when the cruiser crashed. Zakyu bit back harshly. Akar stilled, eyes glinting dangerously at Zakyu's accusing tone. Watch yourself, warrior, he warned. I care not about your thoughts, but you'll address me with respect. I'm still your commander. Zakyu took a step back, catching himself, before he nodded. I meant to ask, why are the warriors' camps of Qardho empty? Our cruiser crashed more than a week ago, and we couldn't find help. This upsets his lordship and breeds suspicion among the Ukuma crew, sir. I watched the exchange uneasily. Breed suspicion? Every warrior was now wondering what the happening, and I was one of them. Who were these people? Akar sighed, briefly closing his eyes, before looking out the window. After we fled here, I dismantled the warriors' camps around Qardho. They're either prisoners or absorbed in my Kantu's battalion now. I tensed in alarm. You imprisoned our own warriors? Akar scoffed, lifting an eyebrow. Did you expect me to leave them wandering, putting this city at risk? He has a point there, Zakyu conceded reluctantly. But why was there no rescue when our ship crashed? Surely you know there's a cruiser crashed in Qardho's ice desert. Akar shot Zakyu an annoyed glance, but hesitated before answering. Kantu's battalion was off-planet, engaged in battle. I had too few men left on land to mount a retrieval mission and make it appear like a normal fleet rescue. You keep saying Kantu's battalion. My gut clenched with understanding. You mean your battalion? Commander Akar looked at me as if I was daft. I'm a deserter, Lieutenant. Just like you are. Do you really think I could still lead the Boma battalion? It's Commander Qardho now who leads them. I stared at him, my mind almost misfiring with the rapidity of my thoughts. But it's not. You are still in command, sir. I gestured around the imposing war room, its dark stone walls lined with projected star charts and tactical displays. You lead this entire city and all its warriors. Couldn't you have spared some to aid us after the crash? Incredulity tinged my voice. Akar's lips curled in a mirthless smile, and I tensed. You're clever, Lieutenant. I'll grant you that. He crossed to the middle of the room and sank into one of the 6 carved chairs around the circular table. But no. I could not spare men, and a few rotations wouldn't have killed you. His golden blue eyes pierced me. The only warriors that were on Qardho are the type that don't pass as the ones you send to a remote location, such as a warrior's camp on a deserted continent. This is getting tedious, Zakyu snarled impatiently, sitting in one chair. He couldn't send warriors, and he couldn't lift the shield to allow communication. Doing so can have terrible consequences for all who live here. He spoke to me before leaning forward, pinning Akar with his glare. What is your plan now? Because Joran and the highborn are getting desperate, and you better have a good explanation for why the warriors' camp was empty. Akar's jaw ticked, but he smiled coolly. Of course I have a plan, and you'll explain it to them with your usual tact, won't you, Zeku? Zeku clenched his fists, but didn't respond. The tension in the air was stifling. They clearly had a bitter history. I shifted uneasily, wondering what mess I had stumbled into. Akar continued. Part of my battalion returned during the night rotation. I'll send Zakyu with a few warriors to the camp near the crash site. I straightened, hope rising inside me as Akar went on. From there, they can contact the flagship as if they were on regular patrol. We'll fake a communication that the fleet is coming to the rescue. Relief flooded through me. Despite our struggles, I still had loyal friends among the fleet. Aaron deserved proper medical care for his injuries. I wouldn't want them to die in Qardho's freezing desert. The fleet should arrive within a rotation to extract the survivors, Akar finished. Will that satisfy you? I nodded gratefully. Yes, sir, thank you. My crew desperately needs aid and evacuation. Very well, it's decided then, Akar said, but he speared me with his eyes again, analyzing me. But you understand they are no longer your crew, correct? I held his gaze and nodded. I meant what I said earlier, sir. I swallowed hard, checking on Tarsa through our bond. As long as she was safe, nothing else mattered. I'm at your service now. Akar kept staring, waiting. Then, realization struck me. Yes, sir, I added. I'm no longer part of the royal fleet. My place is here in Menora, with my mate. After a few tense moments, Akar smiled. Good, that will do. He waved his hand towards the door. Now leave us. Zakyu and I have matters to discuss before he departs with a team of my best men. They know how to be discreet. He held Zakyu's gaze meaningfully, and again, I sensed a silent conversation passing between them. Clearly, there was more to this plan than Akar was letting on, but I was just relieved help was coming. I still have many questions, I said carefully. But this will do for now. You have my gratitude. Though my curiosity burned without knowing Sinzak's role in all this, I dared not ask. Not now anyway. Maybe later. After I proved my loyalty to him, he would let me into the politics of Menora. Akar gave a brief nod, some of the tension easing from his frame. Get some rest, Lieutenant. Zakyu will handle things from here. I left Akar and Zakyu, my mind churning but my heart light, knowing Tarsa was safe. I followed Arbonne, tracking her presence through the maze of palace halls until I came upon a breathtaking greenhouse garden. Well, it was still half in ruins, but how the hell had our ancestors built a garden inside a mountain? Shaking my head, I relaxed my muscles. It didn't matter how, and I had plenty of time to learn everything about this place. My eyes landed on the expansive space that was enclosed in a glittering glass dome, illuminated by hovering light orbs that cast a warm glow. Lush, exotic plants and flowers bloomed alongside a winding stream that burbled pleasantly. And there, amidst the beautiful oasis, walked my mate. Tarsa strolled along the garden path, Princess Suomi on one side and Miala on the other. The contrast between them was jarring. Suomi's obsidian scales and hunter's garb sat at odds with her heavily pregnant belly. That sparked questions I dared not voice. How was she carrying a mixed child? Such a thing seemed impossible, though the evidence was right before my eyes. It was best not to pry. The commander would have chewed my ass that I dared to go there. I tore my gaze away, focusing back on my love. Tarsa shared Miala's Boma complexion, yet my mate's friend paled in comparison. Miala's soft lips and pert nose lacked Tarsa's refined elegance, and while Miala's eyes were still sky-blue sapphire, my mate's glowed the telltale golden blue of a bonded female. No one could match Tarsa's beauty or how she made my soul soar. She was everything to me. Her joyful laugh made my chest constrict. The curve of her cheeks, the flutter of her lashes, the graceful glide of her steps. By the goddess. How did I ever find a female so utterly perfect for me? I paused in the doorway's shadow, content to just watch my mate enjoy this peaceful moment. The tense pain that had gripped my heart since her father took her from me finally eased. Against all odds, we had made it here, into the sanctuary of Manora. My breath caught as she turned, meeting my gaze. The unconditional love shining in her luminous eyes stole the air from my lungs. This extraordinary female had accepted me as her mate. Me. Unable to resist another moment, I crossed the space between us in quick strides. Tarsa melted into my embrace. Only with her did I ever experience a genuine sense of wholeness. I tilted her chin up, claiming her lips in a searing kiss. Her sweet taste made me lose all sense of our surroundings. My hands roamed down her back to grip her as I deepened the kiss. Tarsa moaned softly against my mouth. Someone cleared their throat pointedly. Tarsa pushed me back, eyes dazed. Princess Suomi said wryly, "Perhaps we should get you to your rooms now." Tarsa squeaked in embarrassment and jumped back. "Kai!" she hissed under her breath. I blinked innocently. "What?" Before she could reply, I wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled her flush to my side again. We faced Suomi's amused smile and Miala's knowing smirk. "Come along now, lovebirds," Suomi said indulgently. "Plenty of time for that behind closed doors." She turned and headed for the garden's exit. Tarsa buried her flushed face against my chest as we followed. I stroked her hair, utterly unrepentant. After so many rotations, unable to ensure her safety in the wild, I would never tire of showing my mate just how much I wanted her. I kept Tarsa's hand clasped firmly in mine as we followed Suomi through the palace's winding halls. We passed under archway after archway, their smooth stone surfaces lit by glowing orb lights. Suomi led us to a newly rebuilt wing of the palace. She halted before an imposing set of doors that stretched from floor to high ceiling. With a tap of her hand on the panel, the giant doors swung slowly open. The princess swept her arm out with a flourish. "Your quarters, lovebirds." I tensed, wary of entering such an ostentatious space, but before I could move, Suomi took Miala's hand and showed her to a room across from us. "You good here for now? Stay in the palace until your house unit is done." Miala flushed at the generosity. "Princess, I'm overwhelmed by your kindness." She trailed off, eyes widening. House unit?" The princess grasped her hand. "It's just Suomi." "Yes, everyone gets a dwelling around here. The warriors and engineers are busy rebuilding the city. There is so much to do, but building house units for everyone is a top priority. We look after our own, and you're one of us now." We stared at her, stunned. As if sensing our gazes, Suomi lifted her head and shrugged. "You two will get one if you wish." She directed her gaze to Tarsa. "Or you could stay in the palace. Your choice." She trailed off as Tarsa rushed over her and hugged her. A growl slipped from my mouth and I bit my tongue. Rationally, I knew Suomi wasn't a threat, but my skin prickled at seeing Tarsa in someone else's arms, even if it was the princess, one of her friends. "Whoa, Tarsa," Suomi gruntled. "I don't think your mate appreciates you hugging me." "He can bear it for a friend," Tarsa said, ignoring me. She hugged Suomi and pulled Miala into a group hug. "Thank you. It's amazing," Tarsa breathed, eyes wide. She pulled apart from them and turned to Suomi gratefully. "You didn't have to give us such fine rooms," she said. Suomi waved her off. "It's nothing. Feel free to make yourselves at home for as long as you want." I cleared my throat. I didn't like my mate there, away from me. As I stood on the threshold of our new room, I knew how ridiculous that sounded. But couldn't she feel the distance? Tarsa's head snapped at me. "Oh, hush. We have to thank her for such a generous offer. And besides, they are my friends. My female friends." Suomi grinned at Tarsa's outburst. "Only the best for our VIP guests. Make yourselves at home." With a knowing look at me, she added, "I'll give you two some privacy to settle in." Heat rushed to my face from being caught hard-handed, but it quickly disappeared when I saw Tarsa's red-flamed face. She gasped and smacked Suomi's arm, but couldn't hide her own flustered smile. With a laugh, Suomi sauntered out, calling over her shoulder, "Rest up! We'll expect you at the feast later to welcome our new members." I ignored the females, pulled Tarsa to the room, and closed the door behind me. "Oh, wow," she breathed, turning in a circle to take it all in. I had to admit, the main chamber was impressive, filled with plush furnishings and gossamer drapes. I turned to Tarsa, desire rising. She met my gaze boldly, her coy smirk igniting my blood. "Whatever shall we do to pass the time, my love?" The goddess had gifted me more than I could have ever imagined, and as long as I had Tarsa by my side, the future looked brighter than any I would have dared dream. She was my sanctuary from the storms outside, my new beginning. I wanted her to never regret choosing me. She was mine.
Chapter 35. A Mirror Shield. Tarsa. My nerves skittered, but excitement propelled me forward. Kai's hand held me firm, his thumb stroking my knuckles as we entered the passageway. Thoughts of what we would find on the other side populated my mind as the Boma captain led us through the winding tunnels deep inside the mountain. Floating orb lights that cast a soft glow along the smooth stone walls illuminated the passageways, and the sound of running water permeated the tunnel. My eyes searched the source of the water, but it wasn't visible. Where was it coming from? "Do you think Miala is okay?" I squeezed Kai's hand, whispering, hoping the warriors wouldn't hear me, but knowing they did anyway. "I can't hear them behind us." Kai looked down at me, his jaw clenching. Zakyu isn't stupid. He nuzzled a strand of my white hair out of my face. His only objective was to reach Menora, and he wouldn't blow his chance. Besides, that male wouldn't let anyone go near Miala, much less hurt her. I stared back at him, brows frowning. Why would he say that in the warriors' hearing range? Did he intend for the warriors to find out that Zakyu was sent here? Then his last words hit me, and my mouth opened. "What are you saying? They aren't mates." He raised one eyebrow and smiled. "I never said they were, little one." He brought my hand to his lips and gently kissed my knuckles. "But he wants her anyway." "He does not. He is rude to her, always belittling her, and they argue all the time." I trailed off. No, that traitor had no feelings for Miala, and I would tell her to stay away from him. He would only hurt my friend, and I wasn't going to let him get away with it. "Maybe not," Kai said, his voice soothing. He had felt my turmoil through the bond and was trying to calm me down, but I could also sense his certainty about Zakyu. Oh shit, I had to warn Miala. She needed to keep her guard up all the time. That assassin was a traitor, and she nor I would ever trust him not to hurt her. We descended into the inky depths, the temperature dropping with every step, carrying a faint scent of dampness and earth. My scales tightened against the chill. As if he had felt it, Kai draped an arm over my shoulders and pulled me close. I looked up at him, eyes glowing in the dim light. "You're warm." "And you're cold. We can't have that." He grinned, and I nuzzled against his chest. The narrow passageway widened into a vast underground chamber, revealing an astonishing sight. A massive thorium gate. Light came from the left, showing another tunnel. This one was short, and it was possible from where we were standing to see outside. Had we crossed the mountain from inside? That was amazing and very clever. We would have never found this entrance as we were on the other side of the mountain. The captain placed his hand on a panel, and the towering gate slowly swung open with a rumble, light spilling from the opening. Menora, the ancient hidden city, sprawled before us, buzzing with activity amidst reconstruction. Even in its abandoned state, it was a marvel of architecture, unlike anything I had ever seen. And I was used to traveling to other planets with my father. Towering structures carved from the rock stood tall, adorned with intricate carvings depicting scenes of battles and celebrations. The buildings seemed to grow straight from the cavern walls. Warm light spilled from windows and doorways, giving the impression that the ice glowed. In the distance, a massive crystal dome peaked above the rooftops, refracting light across the city. How? How had they kept the city hidden from above with that gaping hole at the top? "It's a mirror shield." Kai's voice startled me, and I turned to him. He was still looking up, but his arm tightened around my shoulders. "A gigantic mirror shield," he said with a smile. "A mirror shield." Of course. It had to be that. A shield this size had to have cost millions and millions of credits to build, but that was new technology. How had the ancient civilization managed to do that? I lowered my eyes to the bustling around us. Tens of hundreds of Boma warriors in dark uniforms, like the ones who found us in the cave, worked alongside civilian crowds. I paid close attention to the civilians and covered my mouth to stifle a gasp. Amongst them, pairs of Ukumas and Bomas worked together. But what made my mind swirl was the affectionate way they stared at each other, with eyes with golden hues. Golden-hued eyes. Exactly like Kai and me. Hundreds of them. My head spun, and I whispered under my breath. "They are mated." I discreetly pointed at a couple nearby, working to lift a glass window to its place on the ground floor of a house. Kai put his hand on my arm, bringing it down with a hiss. "Don't point at them, Tarsa," he chastised. His eyes, though, kept running around the couples in front of us. Almost all of them were mixed-mated. "I see the rumors about the commander and the princess were true then," he said in a low voice, only for me to hear. "Are you two done gawking?" The captain stood in front of us, his posture still impatient. What had crawled up his behind? I paid him no attention, as my mind couldn't reconcile with what my eyes were seeing. Dozens of mixed-mated couples living freely without persecution. And despite seeing a lot of Ukuma, not a single one of them was wearing the fleet's uniform besides Kai. All warriors were Boma. What in the goddess's name was happening here? I had so many questions swirling in my mind that I was startled when Kai's grip on my hand tightened. I looked up at him, and he motioned with his head to the captain, who strolled down the street. His confidence that we would follow wasn't arrogance. Even though the other warriors had scattered, I was well aware we couldn't escape this city without them finding us. Kai tugged at my arm, and we followed the captain through the bustling streets of Menora. All the times Kai had insisted that there must be something inside this city, if Sinzak wanted it. All the times I dismissed my mate as crazy for believing that the city could be populated. I searched the bond and felt the calm energy flowing from Kai. He wasn't worried, and I should relax. I trusted him with my life and my heart. He was my gift from the goddess, and knowing we weren't alone, that we had escaped my father's wrath and his assassins. All that was a relief. I turned to Kai, love flowing through me, wrapping around our bond, grounding him to me. "We did it," I breathed. "We found our sanctuary." After so many trials and close calls, we had made it to the one place where our love would be accepted. Kai looked at me, gold glinting in his green eyes. "Yes, my Tarsa." "We did it," he said, caressing my cheek with the back of his hand. "Now, we just need permission to stay." My stomach dropped, and I was about to speak, but he shook his head, his eyes darting around us. He brought his mouth to my ear. "We'll talk about it later." I looked around and noticed that, despite how we were received in the grotto, all the people we passed had eyes on us. Warriors followed us at a distance, and a quick look back confirmed that the 3 warriors were still with us, and not scattered as I had thought. What now? Would they send us away? They couldn't do that. If my father found us, he would kill us. He didn't care I was his only child. He cared only that I didn't follow his rules. I wound myself out so tight that I didn't realize we reached an open courtyard before a crystal palace. No, that wasn't crystal. It reflected the city. It was a mirror palace. My eyes landed on a regal Ukuma, standing waiting at the majestic entrance door, one hand resting on her very pregnant womb. I couldn't contain the gasp this time. Thoughts ran so fast in my head that I almost got myself dizzy. Beside the Ukuma female stood a Boma warrior. No, he wasn't a mere warrior. His commanding posture immediately told me this was the leader. As we got nearer, my eyes snapped back to the female, and I just stood there, not knowing how to react. "Princess Suomi?" My voice was so faint that I didn't know if I said it aloud. My heart tried to jump out of my mouth, and I jolted. "Princess Suomi!" I called out, my voice stronger this time. I unclasped my hand from Kai's. Blinking, I tried to rush to her, but before I could take more than 2 steps, Kai's arm wound around me and held me firm against his chest. I lifted my head and glared at him over my shoulder. "Release me! What are you doing?" "You are not leaving my side," he hissed, and I felt a jolt of tension seep through the bond. I stilled and looked around. The captain had his weapon drawn, as did most of the warriors around us. I glanced back at the princess, and as if a switch had turned, recognition sparked in her eyes. She waved a hand and sauntered toward us. The warriors retreated, but the male at her back followed close on her heels. "Lady Tarsa?" Her voice had a hint of surprise and warmth, something so her that I almost sighed in relief. Her eyes darted between Kai and me, and her lips curled up in a wide smile. "I see the goddess keeps playing her games," she smirked, turning to the male behind her. They mated! I stared at her. After her umami, Queen Sana, died more than 10 cycles before, the king sent Princess Suomi to live in the Enkala temple, the seat of the high priestess of Raxos. Before that, as the daughter of the only Boma lord at the court, it was normal to be invited to the feasts and soirees the queen organized. The princess and I had become close acquaintances, and seeing her here almost brought me to my knees. I had thought her dead. I hadn't believed the rumors, even though I myself had been mated to a ukuma. You are alive, I whispered, still incredulous. My eyes lowered to her belly. And with young. I said the obvious. Rumors ran around that she broke her betrothal and ran away with a Boma commander. The same rumors my father was so adamant about squashing. I felt stupid for believing everything he said. Kai's other hand gently caressed my back to soothe the sting away, and I smiled. Even though my heart hurt from my father's betrayal, my bond with Kai was getting stronger with every beat. I could feel him inside me, and so could he. My eyes darted to the male behind Suomi, and she caught it. A smile played around her lips. I won't try to hug you, Lady Tarsa, as your mate seems quite possessive, she said, leaning on her own mate. You are safe here. She turned, her green eyes swirling in golden hues to Kai. Here, you may live as you choose. Kai tensed behind me, and I looked up at him over my shoulder. Commander Akar! His voice was clear and strong. He tightened his arm around me, crashing my back to his chest. We seek refuge here in Menora. I am a skilled pilot and at your service. You heard my mate, warrior. The commander's gruff voice echoed in the courtyard. As long as you come in peace, you are welcome. His hand motioned to a warrior on his right. Sekul will take you to your accommodations. The commander's voice trailed off. His eyes narrowed, trained on something behind us. Instinct made me turn, and Miala and Zakeu strolled toward us, warriors surrounding them, not so discreet. What are you doing here? The commander's snarl had me jumping, my head snapping toward him. His body language had changed from welcoming to downright angry. Waves of tension rolled off of him, and the temperature in the courtyard dropped. Kai pulled me to his back, while Zakeu trudged forward directly toward Commander Akar, seemingly unaffected by his dislike of his presence. I'm sorry to crash on your city, Commander. You left us no option, Zakeu said, with a cool, calm demeanor. He pointedly motioned to Miala to stand by my side. Are you okay? I mouthed to her. She didn't answer and turned to watch Zakeu walk further into the courtyard. The small lines around her eyes were tight as they followed him until he stopped in front of the commander and princess. I nudged her with my elbow and hissed low, so only she and Kai could hear. Miala? What happened out there? Are you all right? After a heartbeat, she finally took her eyes off Zakeu and turned to me, her jaw tense. I'm fine. This is not the reception I expected. I huffed. If I remember correctly, you didn't expect anything. You didn't believe this place even existed. Fine, I don't like this reception then. Better? She held my gaze for another heartbeat before quickly darting her eyes back to Zakeu and the commander. Suomi, do you mind taking the ladies for a walk while I talk to them? Commander Akar spoke loud so we could hear as he gently caressed the princess's belly with his hand. The gesture, so soft and domestic, contradicted all the tension radiating from him and the way every warrior within miles stared at us with distrust. Princess Suomi leaned in and whispered something in his ear, and the commander nodded but never took his eyes off Zakeu. Kai! I poked his back, trying to move to his side. What is going on? Before I could take a step, he turned and grabbed my waist with both hands. We'll figure it out soon. His eyes darted around us and then landed on me again. Do you trust the princess? Tell me now before I'm not able to stop this. His voice was low and urgent, a desperate glint in his eyes as his fingers dug deep into me. Is she trustworthy? Because I can't leave you with her if you won't feel safe. Stunned, I stared at him for a sec before answering. Yes! Miala and I answered in the same heartbeat. I looked at her shimmering green eyes, and she nodded imperceptibly, almost as if thanking me. It had been almost 11 cycles since we last saw Princess Suomi, but she had always been a kind, fair female. I trusted her as much as I could trust anyone. But what could Kai do if they took us? We were in their city, and I wasn't about to test their patience by starting an argument. Relief flooded his eyes, and he pulled me into his embrace, hugging me tight before begrudgingly releasing me. Stay together, he pierced me with his eyes, not giving an inch for refusal. I'll come find you when we are done. He motioned to the males in a staring contest behind us. Another sec passed as I stared at him, seeing my own emotions mirrored in his eyes. I let all my love and warmth seep through the bond. Go. I'll be with the princess and Miala. Do what you have to do and get back to me. I crossed my arm over his neck, pulling him to me, and I kissed him. Kai opened his mouth and devoured me desperately, his tongue tangling with mine, sweet and hot. He broke the kiss and touched his forehead to mine, breathing hard. After this is done, I'm keeping you locked in our quarters for a month. I want to take my time with you, taste every inch of your scales until you lose your ability to think. I smiled, put my hand on his cheek, and raised my eyes to meet his. Promise? His eyes glinted dangerously, making my stomach flip with their promise. Despite the commander's irritation with Zakyu, I felt in no danger here, and I knew Kai felt it too. Our bond hummed with only love and fuzzy emotions. No, Kai wasn't worried about leaving me here as long as I felt safe. I did. Oh, I promised that and more. Kai pecked my lips, squeezing my waist with his hand. I love you, he whispered, before turning to meet the commander. My eyes stayed on him, ignoring all the buzz and people around me, as I watched him walk with Zakyu and Commander Akar inside the Mirror Palace. Before he crossed the enormous door, he turned and our eyes met. That glint was still there, as if he was reiterating his promise. I mouthed back, I love you too. He smiled and crossed the threshold. But despite the distance, I could still feel him through the bond. He was my mate, my love. Kai was the gift the goddess sent to me, and here, in this place, cocooned from the eyes of the council and my father, I could be his. No more hiding, no more fear. We were finally free. Chapter 34. It Isn't Mythical. Tarsa. I froze at the unexpected voice echoing through the grotto. Clutching Kai's arm, my eyes locked with him while my heart hammered. We were not alone. Had my father found us? Kai's eyes narrowed, his posture tense. I guessed he also noticed that the voice wasn't Zakyu's or Miala's. Wordlessly, he brought a finger to his mouth, telling me to stay quiet. I nodded and followed as he led us scrambling out of the pool. The chill air bit my damp skin, summoning images of my father strangling me again. Why hadn't we waited to accept the bond? Despair threatened to choke me before Kai yanked me against him, grabbing my jaw. He stared sternly into my eyes and lowered his mouth to my ear. Stop it, Tarsa, he growled under his breath. I can feel your fear as my own. I swallowed hard and nodded, exhaling slowly. I'm sorry, I mouthed. I had to get used to the bond now. I couldn't distract him with my irrational fears. Not when he needed all his wits to protect us. My eyes darted to the entrance again, but it was so silent. For a sec there, I wondered if I had really heard a voice. Kai thrust our bundled clothes at me and whispered, "Get dressed." I rushed to obey as he grabbed his sword from the floor without a sound. Still bare, he crept toward the entrance, muscles coiled. I wanted to scream, but stayed quiet. What good would it do? My hands shook as I dressed hurriedly. I couldn't let my father hurt my mate. All filial love and loyalty were lost the rotation he tried to kill me, and my thoughts came to an abrupt halt, and I stilled. The scales on the back of my neck rose, and instinctively, I turned around. 4 pairs of blue eyes stared at me. Their weapons pointed at me nonchalantly, like this was another boring rotation. My mouth dried, and fear rooted me to the spot. I stared back at them, trying to figure out how 4 fleet warriors had sneaked into the grotto without me noticing, without Kai noticing. "Kai!" I called out, not looking away from them. No answer came, and my hands clammed. "Kai!" I shouted this time. "Tarsa, keep your voice down," he snapped from somewhere behind me. "It's better if you see with your eyes," I bit back, annoyed. He must have whirled around because the next thing I heard was a string of colorful curses coming from under his breath. Footfalls made me turn around, and my eyes widened as 2 more warriors strode in from the grotto's entrance. Kai's arm snaked around my waist while his other hand gripped his sword. My head snapped, searching for more hidden entrances. Where did these people come from? My eyes found only rock, and the tension rolling off Kai let me know this wasn't good. We were trapped. All Boma warriors had a smirk on their faces, watching us with intense curiosity. One had a commanding presence, his eyes piercing and knowing, as if there was nothing he hadn't seen before. After a long pause, he gave the men a withering look that made them stand straight before he stepped forward, surveying Kai and me with sharp blue eyes. "Apologies for interrupting," he said wryly. "We would have given you more privacy, but it was quite cold waiting outside." Heat flooded my cheeks as his meaning sunk in. They had been there, listening to us. Oh, goddess. Kai growled low in his throat, hand clenching around his sword hilt. The leader held up his palms disarmingly. "No harm intended," he assured. "But I am curious. It's not every rotation that we see a Boma lady take at Yukuma for a mate." He speared me with his eyes, letting me know he knew who I was. His men chuckled while I wished the ground would swallow me whole. Kai moved subtly to shield me from their amused stares. "Yes, we are mated," Kai bit out sharply. "Now state your purpose so we can get on our way." The leader's eyes glinted. "No need to rush off," he purred. "We have much to discuss." He turned, giving his back to us, and walked to the edge of the hot spring, inspecting it. My cheeks burned, and I wanted to be anywhere but there. Abruptly, the warrior turned to us, and Kai tensed further. I touched his back discreetly, hoping to avoid a fight. We were outnumbered 6-2, and at this point, I wasn't sure Zakyu and Miala could be of any help. "What are you two doing here?" the Boma warrior asked, tilting his head. I glanced at Kai uncertainly. His eyes landed on me for a brief sec before he turned to the Boma male and answered bluntly, "We needed somewhere private." Another warrior's eyes narrowed. "Really? You needed to travel through Qardho for that?" He scoffed, suspicion in his eyes. "How did you find this grotto?" "I have my ways," Kai said vaguely. The warriors murmured amongst themselves until the youngest asked, "Who are those 2 fighting outside? They aren't mated." I suppressed a nervous laugh. Kai responded flatly, "Our companions, don't mind them." The warriors shared perplexed looks and then turned their heads back to us. "Dear goddess, please help us get out of this." How had my father found us? Had Zakyu betrayed us? Aware of my feelings through the bond, Kai's arm tightened around me, yet he never took his eyes off the Boma leader. Kai studied the warriors intently. "You're not with the Boma commission that crashed a few rotations back," he stated, and I noticed he failed to mention who was piloting the cruiser. Their posture tightened, but they didn't deny it. Kai pressed, glancing at their uniform. "You were part of Commander Akar's fleet, weren't you? The one rumored to have fled with Princess Suomi." My brows knitted, and I stared at Kai. "What do you mean?" My eyes snapped to the warriors in front of us and landed on the lettering on their right upper chest. It had a battalion number. Kai didn't reply. His eyes were trained on the warriors, a hint of a smile on his lips. What was he talking about? Princess Suomi disappeared a few months ago, right before her mating ceremony, and rumors ran wild among the high houses. I closed my eyes for a heartbeat. How stupid could I be? Did this confirm what I already suspected? Did it mean Princess Suomi could be with them? My father, having forbidden me to talk about it, should have clued me in on what was going on. Tension rose, and the Boma warriors turned solemn and quiet. Kai spoke again, his voice lighter. "We mean you no harm. We are looking for Menora's tunnel entrance. Do you know anything about the ancient city?" The warriors exchanged glances until their leader sighed irritably. "Bring them in and get those two idiots outside to stop fighting," he barked. "Don't antagonize the male. That bastard is a dirty fighter." "Do you know him?" The youngest warrior asked hesitantly, his eyes shifting to the grotto's entrance. As if realizing he had spoken aloud, he immediately shut his mouth and lowered his eyes to the ground, averting the captain's glare. "Captain, if we take them inside." The warrior with 2 axes on his back spoke, but his voice halted as a snarl echoed in the grotto. "Wasn't my order clear?" the captain snapped. "Yes, sir." They all shouted, righting themselves while staring at the grotto walls. 2 warriors left, rushing to the grotto's entrance, presumably to retrieve Zakiu and Miala. I stared after them. Through the bond, all I felt was relief, and that confused the hell out of me. Snapping my eyes to Kai, I saw him trying to hide his smile, but failing miserably. What was happening? I pinched Kai's chest, and he looked at me questioningly. "What is going on?" I whispered, hoping he would clue me in. "This way," the captain spoke, walking to the grotto's farthest wall. My head snapped to see him trudge confidently, as if he knew this cave as the back of his hand. 2 warriors followed, and I took a hesitant step toward them, but didn't follow. Why were they going toward the grotto's inner side? The captain stopped before the wall and pressed his hand on the rock. After an awkward heartbeat, the rock silently slid aside, revealing a tunnel illuminated with light orbs. I gasped and moved to follow him. A tunnel? How did he know there was an entrance there? Could it be Menora's entrance? Before I could take another step, Kai yanked me against his bare chest, halting me. Kai's jaw was set as he clutched his sword hard in his hand. "Where exactly are you taking us?" he shouted to the captain. His bare body didn't seem to bother him, but it made me sway a little. I had enough to deal with these warriors, and now, finally finding one of the tunnels that being aroused by my mate's body flushed to mine was the last thing I needed. Not with all the people around us. My heart skipped a beat, and I snapped my gaze to Kai's. "What is happening?" I almost growled under my breath. Kai ignored me and settled his narrowed eyes behind me. I followed his gaze, and he had it trained on the warrior still at our side. I huffed and pushed his bundled clothes at him, motioning for him to cover himself. He barely paid me any attention, his focus now on the captain, but his arm was still locked around my waist. Kai turned to the warrior who just stood there, bored as if he too had other important things to do. When he spoke, Kai's voice was low and menacing. "Why would you take us to Menora so easily?" Finally, understanding hit me. It was Manora. My head snapped between Kai, the warrior still at our side, and the captain's impatient look. The warrior looked at Kai exasperated and snarled, "You're not the first mix-mated pair to come here. Now move along." My mouth opened and closed. Did he mean to tell us there were more people like us? People from different races whom the goddess had fated? Why would the king and the council forbid it if it were true? Nothing made sense anymore. I stared at the tunnel's narrow entrance. Despite the light orbs, it was impossible to see further inside. "Kai?" I managed to croak, heartbeat in my throat. Had we found it? I would not mention that they had found us. Kai's eyes twinkled, and he smiled. He pulled me against him, kissing me deeply as his arm encircled my waist. Through the bond, relief and warmth coursed through me, enveloping me in a wave of powerful energy, leaving me breathless. "Not again!" a warrior grumbled. Shutting them out, Kai laughed against my lips as we broke apart. "Yes, little one." "We found it," he whispered, before kissing me again. I greedily opened for him, tangling my tongue with his, feeling the rush of desire and need flow into my veins. "Whenever you are ready," a sarcastic voice said in the distance, breaking the spell. Dear goddess. Kai's scent and warmth made me totally forget about them. I inhaled the earthy mineral scent of the grotto, mingled with the steam from the hot spring. After so many rotations, had we truly found the hidden city of Menora? I couldn't believe it. To think there were Boma warriors already living there, guarding the entrance. How did they come to be in this ancient place? And my father? Did this mean we were finally free from him? I looked up at Kai, feeling the bond hum with pure satisfaction and energy. The warrior closer to us muttered under his breath, "Come on, lovebirds, enough smooching. We need to move." "Allow an old man his pleasures, youngling," Kai retorted, making me giggle. He released me for a few beats as he donned his clothes and took my hand, leading us toward the tunnel.
Epilogue. Kai. 6 months had passed in the blink of an eye since Tarsa and I found sanctuary within Menora's walls. Though the city teemed outside, our secluded home provided a quiet haven. We had wasted no time making the space our own, and our house unit was perfect. I guided my cruiser into the hidden transport cave just as dawn broke over the mountains. Shutting down the engines, I grabbed my pack and headed out to clear my flight plan with the transport master. The cavernous room echoed with activity as maintenance crews swarmed over the fleet of ships and skimmers. I wove between stacks of supply crates and around fuel lines snaking across the stone floor. At the back of the cave, I found Burkaz at his usual station. The gruff Boma warrior's boisterous laughter reverberated off the walls. I clasped arms with him in greeting before handing over my flight data chip. "Back home again, eh?" Burkaz rumbled after uploading my schedule. "I heard those friends of yours got into trouble again. Talk to that Aaron, see if he settles down. A car won't tolerate his antics for longer." I lifted an eyebrow. "I'll see what I can do," I drawled, hiding my irritation. Aaron's issues weren't my business to share, especially not with the gossip-loving transport master. "See that you do so," he handed me the flight plans for my approval. "And go home. I bet your mate kept that fire burning for your return." I smiled wryly, scanning the plans quickly before applying my authorization codes on the data tablet. "Let's hope I can quench it. See you in a few rotations, Burkaz." With a wave, I hoisted my pack and headed for the tunnels leading back inside the mountain. My heart lifted at the thought of returning home to my mate after a week away. Serving in a car's fleet allowed me to use my skills, but this hidden city would always be where I belonged. Back to Tarsa. I found her in the kitchen. Pausing in the doorway, I drank in the scene before me. Golden light filtered through the open windows, illuminating Tarsa's slender figure as she tended the flowering vines that climbed the far wall. A contented smile graced her beautiful face. My chest swelled at the vision of domesticity. Never had I dared dream of having a home or fated mate. Now, I couldn't imagine life without her. As if sensing my presence, she turned, her scales practically glowing in the light. "You're home," she breathed, crossing the room swiftly to melt against me. In an instant, she was in my arms. I crushed her against me, breathing her in. My lips found hers, possessive and demanding. Our tongues danced, tangled, a battle of lust and desire that matched the fiery passion inside my pants. "I've missed you, my love," I rasped. My hands roamed urgently, relearning every curve and angle. She nuzzled into my neck, nipping the sensitive flesh, and I shuddered. "Then show me how much," she challenged, golden gemstone blue eyes burning with hunger. Without hesitation, I lifted her onto the counter, tearing away the thin fabric of the shirt she wore. My shirt. She gasped, then laughed throatily. "By the goddess, Kai, you smell delicious," she purred, her tongue flicking out, tasting the air in my direction. Her white blonde hair cascaded down her back, and the thin straps of the torn shirt made nothing to hide her curves, revealing every part of her perfect body. I growled low in my throat, unable to control my primal urge any longer. I collapsed on top of her, my lungs heaving, my heart pounding in sync with hers. "I've missed you, Tarsa." "Me too, Kai," she breathed, running her hand through my raven hair. The kitchen was a mess, with the remnants of our passion strewn everywhere, but none of that mattered as I held her. She was my world. "You really don't like beds, do you?" she teased, her voice breathless as I lifted her off the cold counter, her legs wrapping around my waist, my still inside her. "Is that what you want? A bed?" I lifted an eyebrow, walking toward our bedroom. She nuzzled into my neck. "I need a shower first. Where did Akar send you this time?" "Brolus Station," I murmured, getting lost in her sweet scent. "I brought some passengers and delivered some goods." I tried to sound casual, but I couldn't discuss what exactly I was doing there. Not even with my mate. Tarsa tensed against me. "Were you safe?" I tilted her chin up, meeting her worried eyes. "Always." My lips tilted up in a smile. "And look, I made it back to you." After a few beats, she nodded. Tarsa's eyes landed somewhere behind me, and she jumped. "Shoot! I'm late!" she shouted, looking at the clock. She swatted me away playfully when I tried to lock her down with my arms. As much as I'd love to continue this, I need to get to the med center. She gave me one last searing kiss before untangling her legs from my waist and skittering to the freshener. 2 beats later, she came out, her scales glinting in the sunbeam coming from the window. Opening her side of the wardrobe, she searched for her clothes, her moving to the beat of a song she was humming under her breath. I watched her dress with no small amount of regret. "New classes today?" Tarsa nodded, twisting her white blonde hair up around her horns. "Yes, and I'm assisting Gwen in her lab. I'll be her assistant for the next cycle." Her mentor's name gave me pause. Though a brilliant Tinyanga, Gwenum's reputation among the warriors preceded her. Noticing my frown, Tarsa squeezed my hand. "She's taught me so much already, Kai. Her work helps countless people, and I want to be part of it." I nodded, setting aside my misgivings for now. Tarsa had developed a new interest in herbs and healing ever since she found out her father smoked kula root. She fell into a wormhole searching for the effects of the drug and, ever since, decided she would dedicate her life to becoming a Nyanga. As long as she was happy and thriving, nothing else mattered to me. "Have a good session, my lady," I winked at her, eyes raking over her body. "I'll see you for dinner." Tarsa winced and rolled her lips under her teeth, slowly releasing her breath. Today is Friday. Did you forget Vixen's soiree? It is my turn to host, and Miala will be here early to help out." I stomped on my disappointment and smiled at her. "Ah, silly me. You know I don't keep track of the week's rotations when I'm flying." I crossed the room and pulled her to me, kissing her deeply. When we parted, Tarsa was breathless. "I'll make myself scarce tonight then," I spanked her affectionately. She gifted me a radiant smile. "I love you," she said, untangling from my arms before slipping out the door. The house felt strangely empty without her presence. With a sigh, I turned my mind to my own tasks that required care. After cleaning up, I got dressed to report for duty. Though my heart remained with my mate, I also had an obligation to Commander Akar and the ancient city of Menora. The walk to the Mirror Palace cleared my mind. Menora teemed with life, especially since it received new people almost every rotation. Akar meticulously vetted every new arrival, placing security above all else. For centuries, this city had been the Raxan's greatest secret, and Akar wanted to keep it that way. I strode through Menora's bustling marketplace, senses on high alert. I couldn't fault the male's caution, not with the Royal Council hunting us down like prey, or the Zorgo threat looming over Raxos. My latest intel would help Akar strategize, but we were far from winning either war, with the Zorgo or the Royal Council. Still, the goddess had not horned a Raxan king, and tensions were high in Embu City and in Meru. The Brolus Station mission was risky, but worth it to protect this haven where Tarsa and I had finally found belonging. Since the fleet deemed a deserter, I couldn't serve under Commander Cantu's battalion openly, but I was useful in other ways. My boots kicked up plumes of brown dust as I wove between crowded stalls bursting with wares. Spicy scents mingled with the tang of engine fuel in the dry air. Part of my tasks included delivering thorium to the black market and rescuing Raxans that had found their mates weren't exactly from their race. That kept me busy between missions off-planet. Anything to undermine the Royal Council and protect my new home. I entered the gloomy war room, Akar's piercing golden eyes meeting mine. His angular features gave nothing away as he spoke. "Lieutenant Kai, are you collecting strays and bringing them to my city?" I winced, crossing the room with placating hands raised. "They're assets, Commander." I pulled out a chair and sat across from him. "Aaron is an excellent pilot, and Born's the best tracker you'll find among the fleet." Akar just stared at me incredulous. "One is injured, not fit to fly, and the other— what need do I have for a tracker? This isn't Embu." I leaned forward intently. "With respect, Commander, we live in Qardho. Are you saying there's no need for trackers?" Akar shifted, but kept glaring at me. "And Aaron is on the mend. That Tinyanga of yours is very optimistic about his recovery." I wasn't sure if that was true, but he didn't have to know that. The commander considered a moment before nodding. "If you weren't mated, I would send you back straight to Embu. Tell your friends to stay out of the bars if they can't hold their temper." He shot me a hard look. "Now, the buyer. Did you make contact?" I hid a smile, launching into my report. Akar was wary but wise enough to use talented males, whatever their reputation. In time, he would see their true value, and Menora would benefit. After briefing Akar on my latest mission, I took a moment to myself before returning home. I stepped out into the palace greenhouse gardens, the fresh air and greenery soothing after the gloomy war room. Finding a stone bench under a flowering tree, I sank down and closed my eyes. My life had changed so much since coming to Manora. As a warrior, I never dreamed I'd find the sense of purpose I did now, serving in Akar's covert fleet. Flying dangerous missions to learn about Zorgo movements gave me a way to use my skills for good. Working on the Raxon's fleet had me almost pulling my horns out. But not here. Had it been Tarsa that changed everything? My brave, beautiful mate, who saw past my gruff exterior to the heart beneath. She gave my life meaning beyond duty or survival. I smiled, thinking of her golden blue eyes, her musical voice, and her kind heart. Right now she bustled about, preparing to host her circle of friends tonight. My smile faded slightly. I wished I could spend more time alone with her. But her connections here were important. Without thinking, my feet guided me home. To her. I could clean up before giving Tarsa space for Vixen's soiree, couldn't I? Maybe she wasn't that busy. When I entered the kitchen, she flitted around decorating and making snacks, shooing me out with a playful glare. I held up my hands in mock surrender. "All right, I'm going. Have fun with the females." Stealing one last kiss from Tarsa, I headed out to meet my friends at the Singing Stone, our regular cavern bar. I wove between the crowded tables and alcoves along the walls, the loud chatter and raucous laughter swallowing up the sound of my boots on the polished obsidian floor. The walls glittered with embedded crystals that cast fractured rainbow lights around the smoky room. Patrons hunched over drinks and games. I spotted Aaron drinking with Jarek, another Boma pilot, at a table in the very back. Aaron's sharp blue eyes were bloodshot, no doubt from overindulging again. The ice wolf attack months ago had mangled his leg and left him in constant pain, for which he seemed to think ale was his only balm. Despite his brooding exterior, I knew Boren sat vigilantly nearby, ready to intervene in Aaron's antics. I shot a glance over the bar, and sure enough, he occupied the corner stool, hooded gaze monitoring the room as he nursed an untouched drink. I dropped into the seat beside Aaron, clapping him on the back. "Starting early tonight?" I remarked wryly. Aaron barked a laugh. Never too soon for good company and finer ale. He lifted his mug in a mocking salute. He took a generous swig and then squinted at me. "You arrived today. Where is that lovely mate of yours?" "At the Vixen's soiree," I grumbled, waving at the barkeep for my usual. "I'm gonna need another," Aaron declared, lifting his empty mug in the air. "Go easy. Last time you ended up crawling on the floor after too many rounds," Jarek jabbed with a toothy grin. Aaron snorted dismissively. "Lies! I was inspecting the craftsmanship." I chuckled, rising to my feet again. "This round's on me." I strode over to the bar, where the barkeep already had 3 fresh mugs lined up. As I reached for them, I shot Boren a questioning look. His hooded gaze met mine for a split second before flitting away. Did he get it? I spoke under my breath. Boren hadn't moved from his corner perch, but inclined his head slightly. Yes, he replied, just loud enough for me to hear. But you're playing with fire. I gave a thin smile. That's the whole point. Motioning to the barkeep for a refill of Boren's drink, I gathered up the mugs and headed back to the rowdy table. This was only the beginning. I would hound Joran to my last breath if I had to. The hours passed quickly, with drinks and easy camaraderie. Despite Tarsa's initial resistance to coming to Menora, I realized she felt at home here, and I felt at home with her. Sitting with my friends, my mind wandered back to the arrival of little Udo. Akar's newborn son was the first known child of a mixed-race couple here in Menora. The new Tinyanga's medical skills ensured safe delivery, and for that, she would always have a place here, no matter her reputation. I recalled Tarsa rushing home that night rotation, overjoyed to tell me the news. The baby was healthy. His tiny body was covered with black scales and a head full of white blonde hair, proof of his blended heritage. His birth had sparked a wave of hope throughout Menora. If Akar's and Suomi's line could continue this way, perhaps there was a future for us mixed-race mates after all. The Royal Council, who deemed us sterile, had been proven wrong, though none of them had knowledge of young Udo. None of us was in a rush to tell them. As the sun rose, I stumbled back home to my Tarsa.
Bonus Epilogue. Tarsa. I hurried through the cobblestone streets, still tingling from Kai's attentions that morning. As I wound my way uphill, I keenly felt his absence. My heart constricted with how much I already missed him, but I couldn't miss my lesson. I was one of Tinyanga Gwenum's oldest students, though we were almost the same age, and it was a privilege to be chosen as her assistant. I didn't want to consider that she only chose me because of my friendship with Suomi. No, I immediately swatted that thought away. I had worked too hard for it to be favoritism. Kai's and my all-too-brief reunion would have to sustain me through the rotation. I wasn't letting this opportunity slip through my fingers. I never dreamed I could be more than a lady of leisure, flitting from event to event and tending to my father's needs. Now I had a home filled with happiness, a mate who loved me deeply. And this, the possibility of a meaningful career helping others, one that I had come to love. My life in Menora was everything I never knew I wanted. Every morning I awoke energized, eager to soak up Gwen's wisdom. She nurtured my intellect and curiosity instead of constraining me. Under her guidance, I was evolving into a Nyanga I yearned to become, the best version of myself. This was my purpose, my passion. And nothing would make me late, not even the magnetic pull of my mate's arms. I increased my pace, determined to prove I deserved this chance. My future was finally mine to shape. The sun gleamed off the intricate metalwork adorning the buildings. Thorium, the precious metal, was everywhere in Manora. It glinted from building facades, street orb lights, and even jewelry on passers-by. One wouldn't think it was such a coveted resource, as abundant as it was here. But thorium's rarity made it invaluable off-planet. It amplified energy and strengthened materials. That's why the Zorgo had launched a war on us, to control the thorium trade. Yet in Menora, it adorned our streets like cheap metal. Despite the early hours, the city already hummed with activity. Vendors called out their wares from crowded stalls, while bleary-eyed workers emerged to start their rotation. The blend of smells, spiced meats sizzling on grills, fresh bread just out of ovens, sweet incense drifting from the temple, reminded me this vibrant, improbable place was now home. Weaving through the growing crowds, I smiled, thinking how far I'd come. The daughter of House Turan back on Meru would scarcely recognize the independent female I'd become, but Menora embraced the side of me I'd always needed to hide. Here, I could stretch my wings and soar. At last, I reached the arched entrance to the med center. The warriors nodded, recognizing me after 6 months of near-weekly visits. I rushed down the twisting hallways to Gwen's lab, hoping I wasn't too tardy. If I were, I couldn't fault Kai for anything, because I thoroughly enjoyed his touches. The stunning Boma female looked up from her work table and clicked her tongue. "We're cutting it rather close today, aren't we, Tarsa?" Her blue eyes sparkled with humor. I dropped my satchel on a stool and joined her. "1,000 apologies, Tinyanga. I was unavoidably detained this morning." Gwen smirked knowingly. "That maid of yours keeping you busy?" My face warmed, and I busied myself organizing vials of medicinal herbs. His duties take him away often. We just had much to discuss upon his return this morning. "No need to explain, dear. Just teasing you." Gwen winked and squeezed my shoulder affectionately before returning her attention to the apparatus on the table. She paused, a slow smile spreading across her lovely face. "Though I certainly understand such enthusiastic reunions, I had quite the vigorous discussion myself last night's rotation with a certain warrior from the engineering corps." I blinked in surprise, and Gwen let out a throaty laugh. "Come now, no need to blush on my behalf. I'm a professional, but I still enjoy the company of a strong male now and then." Her blue eyes glinted with mischief. "Nothing wrong with indulging in your desires." I nodded, making a mental note about her preferences. Her reputation was whispered about in tones mingling with admiration and scandal, but she seemed to relish her notoriety, unbothered by traditions. Gwenum embraced life on her own terms, and I was here for the details. "Now, where were we?" She gave me a playful nudge before redirecting my attention to our work, though a hint of a smile still played on her lips. I hid my own grin, appreciating her playfulness. I peered at the bubbling concoction, fascinated as always by Gwen's tireless experiments seeking the cure that had eluded her father. Though the cure for the Zorgo virus itself had been found thanks to work like her late father's, the disease left many still suffering from its devastating aftermath. Few had escaped that dark time in Raxos unscathed, especially females and younglings. Though only 90 cycles old, she carried herself with a wisdom far beyond her years. Her sharp blue eyes held shadows of grief over the loss of her kin, yet she refused to surrender hope. Gwen sought something that could undo the genetic damage the virus wrought, and Akar gave her a lab so she could tinker with her experiments. Some rotations, we worked side by side in silence when a promising formula turned out to be another dead end. But she refused to surrender hope, believing she was close to the answer. "This serum needs more time to distill," Gwen murmured. "While we wait, let's review medicinal botany." She tossed me a purple root. "Tell me where this mlilo plant originates and its medicinal purposes." I turned the root over in my hands, inhaling its earthy aroma. Mlilo grows in the tropical regions of southern Embu, near the Rhea Mountains. When ground, it can ease joint inflammation and numb localized pain when applied topically. "Excellent!" She flashed me an approving look that warmed me as much as the plant's subtle heat. She delighted in quizzing me, and I took pride in recalling all I'd learned. My mind hungered for knowledge. I never knew I was so starved for attention and knowledge. The memory of my father still pained me, but I chose not to think about him. He had chosen the royal council over me, his only daughter, and the night rotation he tried to kill me was the night I decided never to think about him again. The tests continued as we waited on the serum, ranging from properties of crystals to surgical procedures. Gwen's questions came rapidly, but the challenge invigorated me. Miala often joked that she had never seen two Boma ladies get along so well. But Gwen nurtured my curiosity, something the highborn labeled impertinent in females. With her, I could unleash my intellect. The bells chimed mid-rotation by the time Gwen called a halt. "I'd say that's enough for today," she said, giving me an affectionate pat. "You've outdone yourself again. At this rate, you'll surpass my skills in no time." I flushed at the praise as we tidied the lab. "All thanks to you. I could never have advanced so swiftly without such a gifted mentor." Gwen waved away my compliment with modesty. "Please, if you weren't smart, you wouldn't be here." "Thanks." I shuffled to the door. "Tinyanga, would you care to join us tonight for wine and conversation? It's my turn to host our weekly gathering." She smiled but shook her head. "You are kind to include me, but I'm afraid I must decline." Her blue eyes glinted. "I have my own hunting to attend to this evening." I blinked in surprise at her cryptic wording and noticed the faint flush on her cheeks. Comprehension dawned. She had her sights set on a warrior for the night rotation. I hid my grin. Of course, I understand. Enjoy your evening, then. Gwen winked. Oh, I intend to, my dear. And do give my best to the ladies. With a wave, she sashayed off, drawing appreciative glances from the few males still in the lab. I watched her go and smiled. I was sorry for the poor soul that crossed her way tonight. I strolled through the bustling market stalls, the savory scents making my mouth water. But I couldn't linger. There was still much to prepare for tonight. I wove through the crowded square to the wine merchant, selecting 2 bottles of honeyed sura, Miala's favorite. Juggling the glass bottles carefully, I hurried the rest of the way home as the sun sank toward the shimmering buildings, casting them in a fiery glow. I was so glad for whoever built the giant mirror shielding our city, or we would be buried in darkness inside this hollowed-out mountain. I was checking the roasted thakor ribs when I heard the door. Miala entered, carrying a huge dish plate. Hard at work, I see, she teased, shutting the door behind her. The sweet aroma of cake wafted from the dish in her hands. I rushed over to help her with the dessert. As always, your timing is perfect. The others should arrive any minute. We worked side by side, laying out the spread of snacks and wine. Miala hummed softly as she moved, one hand resting on her rounded belly. She was nearly 6 months along now, though she still had not spoken of the father. I studied her smiling profile, wishing again I could ease the sadness she tried to hide in her sky-blue eyes. But tonight was for enjoying our sisterhood. There would be time later for her to unburden herself if she wished. Yet her refusal to disclose the father still hurts, even after all these months. We arrived in Menora exactly 6 months ago. How could she already be so heavy with child? It couldn't be one of the warriors here. No honorable Raxan would let her bear this alone, not when he would have felt the new life's heartbeat as soon as it implanted. That left only one possibility. Someone from the cruiser that first brought us to Qardho. But that couldn't be. We had been in that cruiser for less than an hour before we went down careening and crashed. Did it happen during my first time escaping with Kai? I had left her alone. What if someone forced himself on her, and that's why she was so reluctant to tell? I shut down that thought swiftly. No. If she had been violated, she would have told me, her best friend. I was missing some pieces of this puzzle. But then she wasn't telling me anything now, was she? Taking a breath, I met Miala's eyes. Are you sure you don't wish to share your secret with me? Let me help you through this. Pain flickered in her gaze, but she looked away, her jaw tight. Drop it, Tarsa. She growled sharply before busying herself by pouring the alcohol-free honeyed wine into a glass and taking a deep gulp. She put the glass down on the table with force, making the liquid slush around and spill onto the floor. I'm sorry, she said, taking the towel from my hand to clean up the mess on the floor. I don't want to be rude to you, but this subject is not up for discussion. I swallowed my frustration and hurt. Fine, I won't ask again. I turned around, squeezing my fists tight, before taking a deep breath. I didn't want to upset her more than she already was. It was her life and her pain, and me putting more onto her plate wasn't good friend behavior. I turned to her again and found her at the door, her hand on the handle. Stay. I love you, Miala, as if you were my flesh. I want to see you happy, and if not talking about it makes your rotation better, I won't touch on the subject again. I walked to her and embraced her from behind, putting my hands around her belly. The baby's heartbeat was strong, and I smiled. No matter what, I cannot wait to meet this little one and spoil them as their auntie, I whispered. Some secrets could remain just between her and her pillow, but she would always have my support. We stayed like that for a few moments before we came apart. Thank you. Now let me clean that mess before the honey leaves stains on your floor. You know, for someone who never shuts up, you are awfully quiet about it, I teased, but Miala's eyes flashed. Tarsa! Her voice had a quiet warning that I completely ignored. I lifted my hands in surrender. I was just saying you never stop talking about anything, and then suddenly your mouth is a tomb. I took a sip of my sura wine. It means you can shut up. Now I know. "You are such a pain in my ass," she grumbled, slicing a piece of cake. "Hey, you are not supposed to eat that yet," I hissed, not really meaning it. I was glad we cleared the air. Miala was my best friend, and I couldn't bear it when she was mad at me. "Pregnant." She pointed to her belly, as if that explained everything. "So, did I miss anything juicy today?" Miala asked, sprinkling sugared flower petals as a garnish. "Any medical emergencies or scandals?" She changed the subject, and relief coursed through me. I laughed. Just the usual. Gwen quizzing me mercilessly on botany and procedures. My brain feels squeezed dry as the Meru Desert. Miala smirked. "Is that all? No whispers of Gwen's latest conquest? Which strapping warrior kept her from joining us tonight?" Heat rose in my cheeks. I try not to pry into my mentor's private affairs. I couldn't tell her. Miala would spread what Gwen said to everyone. It was astonishing how she could keep some secrets, but not others. "Oh, come now, inquiring minds want to know," she prodded. But further teasing was curtailed when more guests arrived in a flurry of greetings and laughter. Soon we were all settled comfortably, sipping Sura wine and chatting. I met Miala's eyes with a smile across the room, grateful to provide this respite from her troubles. The hours passed with laughter and lively conversation as we ate and drank. Now and then, I felt Kai's impatience through our bond. He knew better than to return home before sunrise when I was hosting my vixen soiree. This time was sacred for us females to gossip and bond without our mates around. Eventually, the gathering wound down, and we worked together, tidying up. The easy camaraderie continued as we stacked dishes and folded linens. I smiled warmly at each of my friends as they prepared to leave, exchanging tight hugs and promises to meet again next week. Though born a lady, I now took pride in caring for my home and haven. Kai often teased me for how neatly I organized our space, but I found satisfaction in making our nest welcoming. At last, just Miala and I remained. We sat together on the cushions, her head coming to rest on my shoulder, soothed by the twin heartbeats within her. Attuned to my emotions, Kai opened the door. I smiled, putting a finger to my lips. He shook his head and went straight to lift Miala, carrying her to the guest room. I followed and covered her with a warm blanket before Kai took my hand, leading me to our bedroom. "I see Vixen's soiree was a success," he said with a grin, as he undressed himself one button at a time. I laughed softly, but my eyes followed the movement of his hands in rapture. "As always, though I think the honeyed wine finally got to Miala." "If only it had alcohol in it, I would believe you." Kai's expression grew serious. "How is she?" "She's putting on a brave face, but I see her pain. She still won't speak of it," I sighed. "And I promised not to ask again, the stubborn female." Kai nodded with a smirk on his face. "Not less stubborn than someone I know." He breathed against my hair, engulfing me in his strong arms. "You're a good friend, Tarsa. She's fortunate to have you." I smiled against his chest, reassured by his faith in me. "I'm the fortunate one, Kai. I love you." He only sighed and held me there for a long, delicious moment. Eventually, Kai pulled back, regret in his eyes. "I'm afraid I won't be able to take you to see the sunrise today, but I promise I'll make it up to you tomorrow." I gave him a knowing look and laughed softly. "Of course not, silly. The sun is already up." I looked out the window to the soft beams of sunlight. "I know that, but this is our thing. I love watching it rise with you. Watching your eyes sparkle is the highlight of my rotation." He caressed me affectionately. "You can watch them sparkle right now," I purred, desire rising. I loved this male with every fiber of my being. Kai's gaze smoldered, and he pulled me close. "Can I now?" "Please," I begged, climbing into our bed, the center of our nest. He stood a few feet from it, watching hungrily as I shed my clothes and slid on top of the furs. "Have I told you lately how amazing you are?" Not in the last few beats," I teased. Kai pounced and pinned me beneath him, and I squealed. After all we had endured, we were finally here, together, happy, and home. His body moved with mine, our breath and heartbeat falling into sync. As pleasure crested, I cried out his name, feeling his love surround me in return through our bond. I held him close, never wanting to let go. I love you.
This has been Arctic Embers, Book 1 of the Fated Mates of Manora series, written by Ava Martin. If you've enjoyed this story and are curious about what happens next, Ava Martin invites you to access her exclusive reader community at reamstories.com/avamartin. To access bonus content, including short audiobooks, simply hit the follow button on Ava's Ream page. Those eager to read to more stories being crafted by Ava can opt to subscribe to a tier for early access to chapters of upcoming books and short stories. Your support and engagement mean the world to Ava. If you liked this story, please leave a review. Thank you for listening. This audiobook was digitally narrated for your enjoyment.